Councilmember White, you're you're on the video live. Hold a second. Councilmember Robert White, this is Marquez. I'm in 412. Just want to let you know if you can mute your mic for right now. You are coming in live. Councilmember Allen isn't in here yet. Just came in.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Allen, Ward 6 Council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Thursday, March 26, 2026, and we're meeting in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building, as well as over the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 10:09 a.m., and I'm calling to order this public hearing of the committee. During today's public hearing, we're going to hear from public and government witnesses on 6 bills. Bill 26-105, the Improving Tenant Access to Water Bills Amendment Act of 2025. Bill 26-124, the Utility Disconnection Protection Act of 2025. Bill 26-243, the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Programs Act of 2025. Bill 26-443, the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Amendment Act of 2025. Bill 26-595, the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act of 2026. And Bill 26-602, the Guiding Renewable Interconnection and Distribution Amendment Act of 2026, otherwise known as the Grid Act of 2026. Are you all picking up on a theme today? Utility costs have been rising, and the average overdue balance for all utility bills was nearly $800 million as of late 2025. Translated, according to the National Energy Assistance Directors Association, 1 in 6 households nationwide were behind on their energy bills in late 2025 due to record high summer cooling costs and rising winter heating costs. Calls about utility shutoff notices have surged, indicating many families are juggling which of their essential bills they have to pay. Pepco and Washington Gas have implemented or requested rate increases raising from 5% to 18% over the last 2 years, with the Public Service Commission approving several rate hikes on residents and businesses. And as we've recently witnessed, the PSC had one of their rate increases vacated by a Court of Appeals decision, which implicates poor process and the decision to move ahead without proper evidentiary hearings. While the cost of generating power outside DC has skyrocketed, the cost of distributing power within the district has risen in kind. And we continue to rely on imported electricity and natural gas, leaving DC at risk of electricity cost swings and ongoing investments of more than $50 million per year for the foreseeable future in gas infrastructure replacement rather than repair. Planning a better future at a reasonable cost to ratepayers will be essential to avoiding stranded costs and paving the way for a more affordable and energy-independent DC. Importantly, while working families' inability to afford higher costs are a substantial factor driving higher energy burdens, energy-inefficient housing also plays a larger role. We have to improve energy efficiency in our multifamily properties so that our neighbors are not paying more than they should or are actually using. Inefficient or inaccessible policies and programs for bill assistance, energy efficiency, and weatherization for low-income households are one way. Many income-eligible families are often unaware of utility assistance programs and unfamiliar with the application process. Only about 20%, only 20% of eligible DC residents are enrolled in customer assistance or utility discount programs, such as our Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, otherwise known as LIHEAP. Why? Because these are systems that are set up to make lower-income working families prove their poverty over and over again. It's demoralizing to our residents, and it's unnecessary. And as a result, a lot of households are not getting the help that they need. Additionally, so some low-income household face barriers to program participation, such as lacking internet or phone access to complete that application form, or not receiving a utility bill directly because they live in a master metered building or are renters in other properties. On the whole, we have to improve access to our utility assistance and affordability programs, ensure that billing practices and processes are clear, clarifying protections for tenants and fair billing practices for housing providers, and we have to strengthen and create new opportunities to expand our energy options. Today's hearing is aimed squarely at changing the status quo and helping our residents and businesses across DC. So here's a quick review of the bills that are before us today that I'm going to turn to my colleagues for opening statements. We have Bill 26-105, which is the Improving Tenant Access to Water Bills Amendment Act of 2025. It was introduced on January 31st, 2025 by Councilmembers Parker and Fruman and referred to the committee on February 4th. The bill would allow tenants of residential properties to receive a copy of their DC water bill for their home, even if the property owner is the primary account holder and the one who is directly billed. Bill 26-105 also clarifies that payments made by a tenant toward their DC water bill after receipt of such a bill should be deducted from the rent owed to the owner. The bill also makes authorized tenants eligible for payment plans or customer assistance programs and empowers the Office of People's Counsel to assist tenants. Bill 26-124, the Utility Disconnection Protection Act of 2025, was introduced by Councilors Nadeau and Bonds on February 14th, 2025, and sequentially referred to this committee on February 18th, 2025. On March 3rd, 2026, following the dissolution of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, the measure was referred directly to this committee. The bill creates several protections for certain protected households defined to include seniors, children, individuals with disabilities, anyone who's pregnant or recently pregnant, and low-income families. Specifically, the bill prohibits electric and gas utilities from disconnecting services for unpaid bills during protected months, the cold seasons between November 1st and February 29th, and the hot season between May 15th and September 15th. The Department of Energy and Environment would be responsible for determining enrollment in the shutoff protection program. The bill also requires that electric and gas utilities offer payment plans and limit the monthly installments that must be paid through, as well as the penalties and fees that can be applied to payment plans. Finally, the bill requires that electric and gas utilities report out information on arrearages and disconnections to the Public Service Commission. Bill 26-243, the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Programs Act of 2025, was introduced by myself, along with council members Nadeau, Robert White, Louis George, McDuffie, and Parker on May 6th, 2025, and sequentially referred to this committee with comments from the Committee on Business and Economic Development, Committee on Human Services, and Committee on Health on May 13th. Bill 26-243, if passed, would require that the Department of Energy and Environment, in coordination with the Department of Human Services and Department of Healthcare Finance, automatically enroll low-income residents into income-qualified utility affordability programs. Residents who receive funds already through the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Program, or TANF, Medicaid, or other applicable human and social service programs would become eligible for automatic enrollment. Bill 26-443, the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Amendment Act of 2025, was introduced by myself and Councilmembers Fruman, Pinto, Nadeau, Robert White, Louis George, and Trayon White on October 21st, 2025, and then referred to this committee on October 23rd. The DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Amendment Act of 2025 would overhaul DC Water's billing and disconnection processes. The bill establishes a clear timeline for when DC Water issues a bill, when payment is due, and when an account is deemed delinquent, and when service can be disconnected following a delinquency, with longer waiting periods for more vulnerable residents. Additionally, Bill 26-443 expands options for tenants of a rental property or owner-occupants of a multi-unit property to receive water and sewer service instead of through their landlord or a unit owners association. The bill requires DC Water to establish an amnesty program to help customers address outstanding balances and incentive programs through which customers can receive a discount on their bill. The bill also makes updates to the receivership process and places limits on when DC Water can initiate liens against delinquent properties. And finally, the bill requires the DC Water report out information to district agencies and to the council regarding delinquencies and disconnections. Bill 26-595, the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses, or TRUE Amendment Act of 2026, was introduced by Councilor Robert White, along with Councilor Fruman, Trayon White, Bonds, Nadeau, and Parker on February 13th, 2026, and referred to this committee on March 3rd, 2026. The bill requires that housing providers provide prospective tenants with a list of all applicable charges for renting the rental unit before collecting an application fee, as well as a description of the method that the housing provider will use to allocate charges for the utility, which is commonly referred to as ratio utility billing systems. The bill also periodically grants tenants access to utility bills issued to the housing provider and the right to inspect water service submetering equipment. Non-compliant housing providers are prohibited from increasing rent, and the tenant is not required to pay for associated charges or fees. And finally, Bill 26-602, the Guiding Renewable Interconnection and Distribution Grid Amendment Act of 2026, was introduced by myself, along with Councilmembers Fruman, Louis George, Nadeau, Parker, Pinto, and Robert White on February 24th, 2026, and referred to this committee on March 3rd, 2026. The stated purpose of the bill is to, if passed, clarify the Public Service Commission regulations to strengthen enforcement of existing standards to reduce timelines and costs for solar customers. The bill would also require a regularly updated guide to the costs and processes to be available on PEPCO's website and require the Commission to update solar processes in line with the nationwide solar permitting policies on a regular cycle. The bill would also establish an ombuds office within the Public Service Commission in coordination with the Office of the People's Counsel and Department of Energy and Environment to guide customers through the interconnection process and troubleshoot sticking points causing delays and inflated costs. Finally, the bill would allow residents to buy and plug in their own balcony solar systems directly into their home electrical. Homeowners or renters would be allowed to install plug-in panel systems without going through the same approval process as rooftop solar. So with this, before I get to the logistics, let me turn to my colleagues for any opening statements. Actually, I don't know who got here first. All right, I'm going to turn to Councilor Nadeau to start. Then Councilor Robert White's joining us. I'll turn to you, Councilor Robert White. And if I have any colleagues joining us on Zoom, I'll make sure we include them as well. Councilor Nadeau.
Thank you so much, Chairman Allen. I want to start by thanking all the public witnesses for your time today and for bringing your energy and passion to these critical issues, and thank the committee for holding the hearing. Last year, I introduced the Utility Disconnection Protection Act of 2025 to ensure that district residents do not lose access to safe and affordable, life-saving electricity and heat. This is something that comes up every day in the office of a ward council member, and it's an example of taking what we learn in community and putting it into action through legislation. This bill safeguards residents by limiting an electric company or a gas utility from disconnecting service for protected households during summer and winter months. Councilmember Allen did a great job explaining many aspects of the bill, and I don't want to repeat that, but I will note that 48 other states have regulations in place that restrict the ability of landlords and utility companies to shut off utilities. But in the District of Columbia, it's only against the law to shut off electricity and natural gas when temperature is forecast to be 95 degrees Fahrenheit or above, or 32 degrees Fahrenheit or below. The temperature-based policy is inadequate for many populations in the district, and it's needlessly complex. The district's policy lags behind other states with clear and predictable date-based protections. Shutting off a home's energy supply can have grave consequences on its residents' health and financial well-being. Energy insecurity can often lead to physical and mental health challenges, including difficulty sleeping, poor respiratory health, and food insecurity, and at times can be fatal. Those who are behind on their utility bills also face economic repercussions such as eviction or foreclosure, or even separation from their children. This can negatively impact their credit scores and bar them from establishing utility accounts in the future. Our current bare minimum protection is inadequate for many populations, and we have the opportunity to go further to ensure children, seniors, and individuals with disabilities are protected from the stifling heat of summer and the biting cold of winter. In 2022, district households had their gas and electricity cut off nearly 8,800 times for non-payment, a phenomenon disproportionately impacting low-income Black and Brown communities. It's crucial that the district adopt a clear and sensible guidelines for utility companies and district residents to follow. And the changes made by this legislation would promote increased transparency for residents, accountability for companies, and protect our vulnerable communities from life-threatening temperatures. Before I conclude, I want to address the elephant in the room, or more accurately, the elephant not in the room. The committee asked PEPCO to come here today to answer questions about my proposed legislation and some of the other bills that are before us today, and PEPCO declined. Now, PEPCO is a private company, but a publicly regulated utility. They don't have to appear before the committee without a subpoena, but their participation in this hearing would have better informed our legislative process. And I don't appreciate their refusal to appear here before the council, which represents the people of the district, who have a direct interest in how PEPCO operates, charges its customers, and makes disconnection decisions. At a time when PEPCO has significantly jacked up its electricity rates to benefit its investors and at the expense of ratepayers, it's outrageous that the company thinks it's okay to not bother to show up and answer to the residents of the district. I find it unacceptable. I have questions for PEPCO. I will find a way to get answers from them one way or another. And in the meantime, I look forward to hearing from our public witnesses today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilor Nadeau. Next, let me turn to Councilor Robert White.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen. The slate of bills on today's agenda reflect what we hear from constituents every single day now. Utilities are not working for anyone anymore. The cost is just too high. People who are already stretched thin trying to make rent are now being pushed over the edge by utility bills. For some, it's unexpected or exorbitant charges they didn't know about, and for others, it's barriers to assistance programs that could help them catch up. But for everyone, it's a sense that costs keep rising while help is nowhere to be found. The reality that most of us know is that even $100 swing in a utility bill can mean the difference between being able to pay a bill and not. I get texts from family and friends all the time asking, can I lend them $100, $200 until payday because of utility bills? One of the most common sense solutions is to make sure that tenants know exactly what they're being asked to pay for before they're locked into a lease. Because again, for folks stretching every single dollar, these numbers matter. That's why I introduced the TRUE Act, which requires full transparency and disclosure of every charge a tenant will be responsible for and how it's calculated, and give tenants the right to catch up on utility-related debt until the point of eviction, matching existing protections for non-payment of rent. I want to thank the Office of the Tenant Advocate and the Office of the Attorney General for working closely with my team on this legislation, and I appreciate you including it alongside these other utility bills today. We've all worked with hundreds of residents that faced water disconnection last year because their landlord failed to pay the bill, not them. We've heard from residents who believed that they were making a responsible housing choice, only to find themselves facing eviction over charges they never saw coming. And in the last few weeks, almost everyone I've talked to has opened a utility bill that made their stomach drop. My own electricity bill was over $1,100 in January. And folks who know me know I keep my house at 68 degrees. People are doing everything they can to stay afloat, and these kinds of shocks keep dragging them back down. But we have to do something. We have to take action. Recently, DC court said that the most recent set of rate hikes from PEPCO were not permissible. I believe that PEPCO owes that money back to the ratepayers, to the individuals, and to the businesses. And so I'm working on emergency legislation to get that money back from PEPCO and to the people who should not have had to pay it in the first place. The lawyers are looking at it now, but I'm not prepared to take no for an answer. This is just too much, and we're not going to see a change until there's accountability, and this is about accountability. So at this point, I believe that inaction is irresponsible, that our residents deserve better. So I want to thank everyone today for being here. I want to thank you, Chairperson Allen, for holding this hearing, and I'm committed to working with you all to move real solutions. And let me also apologize. I'll be in and out because of other meetings and obligations. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate you both being here. So with that, I'm going to have a couple of comments on today's format, and then we'll get going. For our ANC commissioners or public witnesses that are testifying on behalf of an organization, you'll each have 5 minutes to testify. Public witnesses testifying on their own behalf will have 3 minutes. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, only one witness will have the first full 5 minutes to testify, and any other witnesses will each have 3 minutes. We're going to be using a timer to keep us all on schedule. For witnesses that are testifying in person, please take a seat at the table when your name is called. For any of our witnesses that are testifying virtually, you're going to receive a prompt via Zoom to accept a promotion to be a panelist. After finishing your testimony, please remain seated or in the Zoom in case we have questions for you. And for anyone who is interested in submitting testimony for the record, the committee will accept written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. And the record on this hearing will close on April 9th, 2026. So with that, let's turn to our first panel of public witnesses. I have ANC Commissioner Trupti Patel for ANC 2A03, who's here in person. ANC Commissioner Abel Amine from 4D02, who I think is joining us via Zoom. ANC Commissioner Salim Adofo from 8C07. I'm not sure is in person or virtual. We have Chris Weiss, Executive Director of the DC Environmental Network, in person here. Claire Mills, the DC Campaign Manager for the CCAN Action Fund, who's here in person. Harrison Paros, who's a public witness, I believe joining us virtually. Alex R., Pan-African Community Action. All right, if you can come on up, sir. And then Bethany Costello, organizer with We Power DC, who I think is joining us virtually. So as we get everybody settled here, Commissioner Patel, called you up first and you're ready to go. So let me turn to you and thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. I am going to ask to be excused immediately after my testimony. I do have to go to work immediately. So thank you once again. My name is Trupti Patel, and I'm speaking on behalf of residents of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2A about the escalating and unsustainable cost of utilities in the district. Let me be clear, this crisis did not happen overnight. It is the result of prolonged failures of oversight. For nearly a year, residents have been warning that utility bills were becoming unmanageable and the government response has been far too slow. Today, residents are receiving utility bills of $1,000 or more while rent continues to rise and grocery costs have doubled. Families are being forced to choose between heat, food, medicine, and rent. Seniors, low-income households, and working residents are being pushed to the brink. I appreciate the council is now considering legislation to address disconnections, affordability, and transparency. These bills are necessary, but legislation alone will not solve this problem. Without aggressive, sustained oversight, protections on paper do not translate into relief in real life. So I want to be specific about what residents need from this committee. First, the Public Service Commission must be held accountable. Rate increases should be justified publicly in plain language with clear expectations of how they affect households by income level and by ward. There should be regular oversight hearings focused on consumer protection and affordability, not just on approving rates. Second, affordability programs must be automatic. Residents should not have to navigate complicated applications or prove they're suffering to get help. The district already has income and benefits data. Use it. Opt-in systems place the burden on the people least able to carry it. Third, shutoff protections must be enforced. Utilities that violate disconnection rules should face real penalties, including fines and customer credits. Shutoff data should be reported in real time and made public, as the council and residents can see exactly where the harm is occurring. Fourth, utility bills must be transparent. Residents deserve to understand what they are being charged and why. New fees and surcharges should not quietly appear without notice, explanation, and council scrutiny. And finally, the district needs an independent audit of its utility oversight system, how decisions are made, how complaints are handled, and whether regulators are truly protecting residents. I want to ground this in real life. A neighbor once told me that her utilities routinely shut off on Fridays, leaving her and her children without heat or air conditioning all weekend because she couldn't resolve the issue until Monday. This is not just an administrative failure. This is a moral failure. Nearly half of the district residents are now part of the working poor. This is not a niche issue. It is a citywide emergency. What you may hear as anger and frustration is actually a plea from residents who feel ignored and exhausted. I urge the council to be proactive, not reactive, and to commit to sustained oversight that centers residents, not utilities, not developers, and not special interests. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Patel. And I know you said you've got to leave, so we appreciate your testimony, and we'll definitely follow up with you with any additional questions. Thank you. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Emene, who's joining us virtually. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Abel Amene, and I serve as Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for Single Member District 4D02. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the entire ANC 4D Commission, which has passed a resolution urging the Council to address utility affordability. The resolution has been uploaded into the Council's WIM system and can be found at ANC 26-0034. In this resolution, ANC 4D notes that our residents are grappling with rising utility prices, with energy costs nearly doubling in the past 5 years, and Pepco and Washington gas bills even skyrocketing in recent months. The resolution also notes that the Court of Appeals recently vacated the Public Service Commission's approval of Pepco's multi-year rate plan because it failed to follow the process required by law, and the PSC failed to hold an evidentiary hearing. Therefore, ANC 4D's resolution urges the Council and you, Chair Allen in particular, to do everything in your power to get the PSC to reverse the Pepco rate hikes immediately to give residents the relief they so justly deserve. In addition, and more to the point of this hearing, ANC 4D's resolution urges the Council to pass 4 bills in particular that are being considered today. ANC 4D endorses the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Act, the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Act, the Utility Disconnection Protection Act, and the GRID Act. I don't have time to speak about every bill, but I will talk about 2 of these bills in particular. First, the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Act. I am a recipient of LIHEAP, UDP, SNAP, and Medicaid. To qualify for SNAP, I am required to undergo a yearly certification that only requires me to report my income, but also to attend an interview either in person or over the phone. The phone lines are busy usually, so I actually go in person and speak with a person who asks me questions, may require me to provide additional documentation. I also undergo a mid-year certification that does not include an interview, but still requires me to verify my income. So that means certification for SNAP is required every 6 months. Thankfully, District Direct is connected to DHFS, and my qualification for Medicaid is almost automatic. However, when I go over to DOE to qualify for LIHEAP and UDP, I'm required to undergo yet another income verification process that is slightly different, just as arduous and not any more rigorous. This duplicative process is unnecessary. In fact, there's no explanation for why LIHEAP continues to require it. Your committee is already familiar with several programs that other agencies share information. DDOT's EBAC program incentivizes people that qualify for SNAP. Metro's 50% reduced fare program, within 48 hours, is able to verify my SNAP eligibility and give me the discount that provides me. So I urge you to pass this common sense bill that is likely to save the district money and be a benefit to so many district residents. Onto the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Act. This is an important bill that will help address the issue of landlords who refuse to pay their water bills while collecting rent from their tenants to whom they have contractually obligated to provide water services as part of the lease. However, this bill and the related transparent rates and utility expenses bill do not go far enough to address the growing issue of unregulated submetering. Many landlords that used to provide water service as part of the rent have in the past few decades installed submeters without any regulation or verification of the accuracy on billing process. The submeter in my apartment, which I will include a photograph of in my written testimony, is literally held together with duct tape. I'm not being facetious. There's actual duct tape involved. The company I pay my bill to is located in Texas, and any attempts at filing consumer complaints about the business have illustrated to me that the submetering is a serious issue in the district that requires strong regulation and enforcement. Several states and municipalities have passed laws regulating submetering of water service, and I encourage this committee to review those and incorporate some of those bills into this bill, or introduce another bill to do the same. I also just want to take the last few minutes that I have to talk about the two other bills that our ANC has endorsed, and that's the Utility Disconnection and Protection Act. I worked with Councilmember Nadeau's office and also with Salah Bell, who I see is going to be testifying on many improvements to this bill to make it better, to make it accessible, to immigrant communities in the district. And I also welcome to see the great act that you've introduced, Chair Allen, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am happy to answer any more questions, especially about submetering.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Commissioner. It looks like Commissioner Adolfo is not with us here today. So what we'll do is encourage him to get his testimony in, or if he joins us later today, I'll just add him on to a panel later on. So with that, let me turn to Chris Weiss, who is with the DC Environmental Network.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen, council members. Wonderful to have more than one here. And staff, my name is Chris Weiss, and I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I also serve on the DC OPC's Utility Consumer Advocacy Network, but I'm not representing them at this hearing. I could be wrong, but it feels like with both the DC Public Service Commission and the DC Office of People's Counsel newly under the purview of the DC Council Committee on Transportation and the Environment, that some new, fresh opportunity exists to make some progress on energy affordability and the associated expansion of renewables. This list of bills today seems to support that observation. A real opportunity exists here to bring more balance to the system and increase support for ratepayers with advocacy to ensure safe, reliable, and affordable utility services. Thanks to Councilmember Allen, White, Nadeau, and Parker, and other members who created and are supporting these policies for taking advantage of this moment. Some thoughts on some of the legislative proposals before the committee today. Energy interconnection is the critical, often lengthy process of connecting new power generation, like solar, wind, and storage, to the electric grid. Over the last decade here in DC and across the country, utilities have worked hard to promote fossil fuels and price alternative energy sources out of reach, compelling consumers to remain tethered to them. Arguably, the district and this committee have tried to move in the right direction, and with the Guiding Renewable Interconnection and Distribution Amendment Act of 2026, is taking a number of important steps to affirm, update, and enshrine Public Service Commission interconnection regulations, set up the Office of People's Counsel support for customers going through the interconnection process, and allowing residents to buy and plug in their own balcony solar system straight into their home electric system, and avoid going through the same process for rooftop solar. This is a good nuts and bolts adjustment that can help us expand renewables. The Department of Energy and Environment administers several utility affordability programs that help district residents with their utility bills, including the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, the Utility Discount Programs, the Weatherization Assistance Program, the Clean Rivers Impervious Area Charge Residential Relief Program. Rising utility costs for low-income residents make getting through each day harder and harder for more and more DC residents as they struggle to pay their utilities, sometimes resulting in the disconnection of electricity and water. The Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Programs Act of 2025 strives to ensure that all households can more easily access available utility assistance by giving DOE the ability to automatically enroll qualifying households. It should not be so hard to make sure our children, older Americans, and others will have access to the fundamentals, including electricity and water. Automatic enrollment makes sense, seems to make sense, and makes the lives of low-income households a little better. As my friends at OPC shared, the Utility Disconnection Protection Act of 2024 provides a crucial safety net for vulnerable district residents by preventing utility disconnections during extreme weather conditions. This legislation helps to ensure access to essential services and reduces hardship for those in need. Protected district households include those households with children under the age of 18, seniors age 65 and older, individuals with disabilities, and individuals who are pregnant or 12 weeks postpartum, and recipients of certain public assistance programs. Current protections are outdated and lag behind other states. This bill seems like a common sense approach to protecting susceptible district residents. As a renter, I can appreciate the intent of the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act of 2026 to bring more transparency and accountability to the housing provider-tenant relationship, especially during these times when many of us are surprised by significant increases in our energy and water costs, but cannot easily get a detailed explanation for why this is happening. Getting information that explains why and how changes are being made to utility costs could go a long way to reducing some of the frustration. Transparency can help us figure out what to look for as tenants search for a better, more affordable housing situation. Making sure utility charges are unenforceable if tenants can access recent utility bills, are not given the methodology on how charges are calculated, and are not given access to contact into the third-party billing companies seems practical. So I'm running out of time. I've commented on the other two bills. These are just my preliminary thoughts. I'm probably going to submit testimony with more detailed comments on your provisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I believe we have Claire Mills.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for calling a hearing on these bills to address the ongoing utility affordability crisis that DC residents are facing. This month, 23.9% of residential ratepayers are in debt to PEPCO and 15.4% of ratepayers are in debt to Washington Gas. That is nearly 100,000 DC households behind on their bills right now. And with massive bills that have hit families in the last month, I fully expect those numbers to go up even higher. So thousands of families are at risk of PEPCO or Washington Gas shutting off their power and heat, harming their health, well-being, and potentially leading to eviction. But this is a manufactured crisis, a combination of skyrocketing electricity costs across our entire region, to repeated rate hikes approved by our Public Service Commission majority, to blatant blocking of clean energy solutions like solar deployment by DC's monopoly utilities. And I commend the efforts in these bills we are discussing today for addressing key pieces of this crisis. First, I'll turn to the GRID Act. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for introducing this legislation to address the mess that our Public Service Commission has failed to clean up. With our regional market becoming increasingly volatile, unlocking the potential of solar power has never been more important to lower bills and get DC on track to our climate commitments. But for years, we've dealt with PEPCO's consistent obstruction of deployment of local solar through unpredictable and arbitrarily high project cost estimates and interconnection delays that make residents give up before the job is done. connection rules are out of date and poorly enforced due to the PSC's inaction. For example, just recently when PEPCO delivered an example cost letter wholly out of date with the PSC, the commission simply asked PEPCO nicely to try again rather than demanding a response and issuing a fee for noncompliance with the original order. So I fully understand the approach the GRID Act takes to finally answer interconnection questions long held up in PSC working groups, finalize the rules, and get the queue moving for residents. But I am concerned that locking solar interconnection rules into law will leave DC in the same position we are today in a few years. Model interconnection rules from IREC, for example, are updated every 2 years. And if we lock the current regulations into law, we may find ourselves in the situation we are today in 2 years. So I would generally recommend an approach of laying out clear objectives for the commission with a deadline for rulemaking and detailed outcomes that define success to require the PSC to actually do their regulatory work rather than fully subsuming that responsibility due to their inaction. And so I would encourage a provision that requires the PSC to regularly update interconnection rules on a 2-year schedule to put us in line with industry best practices and ensure we're not unintentionally recreating our current problem for our future selves. That said, I hope the establishment of the Independent Ombuds Office in the GRID Act will help to ensure future implementation of rules and commend the inclusion of this practice that is common in other states. And CCAN Action Fund is thrilled to see the inclusion of plug-in solar in the GRID Act. I'll put it simply, in a world where electricity is controlled by monopoly utilities, opaque regulators, and baffling regional markets that drive all of our bills up, people are hungry for our own power. Luckily, as is so often the case, the sun provides. And plug-in solar is an easy stepping stone that unlocks hundreds of dollars in savings and opens the door to solar power for all by making solar more accessible to folks, particularly renters. So I'm excited for the GRID Act to pass and make DC a leader among the many states now moving in the same direction to expand access to plug-in solar. Now I'll turn to the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Programs Act. The skyrocketing utility bills of the last few months and really years make it more clear than ever that ensuring all residents who are eligible for utility assistance programs are able to access them. And yes, that comes with an added cost. But frankly, that cost pales in comparison to the cost of fossil fuel spending jacking up our gas bills as we speak, or the rate increases recently approved by the commission majority. If we have $150 million for fossil fuel infrastructure, we certainly have an extra $13 million to help those most impacted cover their bills. Automatic enrollment is a key step in the right direction that should absolutely be taken, and it's only a start. We need to expand funding for these programs and ensure that DOE has the budget required to implement them. Similarly, we strongly support passing the Utility Disconnection Protection Act. Defining shut-off moratorium periods by month rather than temperatures is much more comprehensible for DC residents, and the expansion of reporting requirements to include ward-level data is particularly important, including to guide targeting of programs that lower bills, like the Affordable Home Electrification Program, in places where they're most needed. And finally, for the TRUE Act, we're strongly supportive of the goal to expand tenants' rights and increase transparency about the real cost of their unit. This legislation is a good start in that direction, but we'd be in favor of moving more towards per unit metering so that residents have more knowledge of what energy they're using and can improve their energy efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Harrison Pyros, who I think is joining us virtually.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is, thank you for letting me testify. I'm ready to go whenever.
And we are ready for you whenever, so take it away.
Sorry, I'm on a lag. My apologies. Thank
No
you
problem.
for letting me testify this morning. I want to start off by saying that I am a Ward 4 renter, and I'm also an organizer with We Power DC, in case you recognize my name and my face in your inboxes. I want to start off also first by saying that the vast majority of the contents of these bills are fantastic. I am always in favor of bills that increase transparency and affordability for all DC residents, and in increasing transparency and affordability, especially around utilities, we're increasing trust in our local elected officials. So often, people in DC and across the country, honestly, need to jump through hoops in order to get the benefits that are guaranteed us. And these bills around transparency, around billing, about interconnection, shutoffs, and more really establish that our elected officials are looking out for us and showing that government can and should get things done in an efficient and cheap manner. So I really want to touch on a few of these bills because I only have so much time. I can put more in my written testimony. But these bills touch on, for example, the Grid Act. We do need local solar generation here and also through battery energy storage systems or BESS. However, these bills, I want to flag, only ever work if we have a public service commission that is interested in regulating. Right now, that is not the case. As Claire Mills touched on in her testimony, we have a very lax PSC that is more interested in giving slaps on the wrists to Pepco and Washington Gas than enforcement. I'll use the example of, I believe this was last week, formal case 1050. And instead of disciplining Pepco for not giving data on cost transparency with solar equipment and labor, that has been late for about, off the top of my head, about 5 months now. Instead, the PSC nicely asked Pepco to resubmit this data. So, in short, and I'm happy to answer questions after this, these bills are fantastic and they really do increase the trust here that DC government can look out for the finances and well-beings of our citizens. However, these bills can only really come to their true and full potential if we have regulators who are interested in regulating our monopoly utilities. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Alex, and I'm speaking on behalf of Pan-African Community Action, an organization organizing with residents across Southeast DC around housing stability, public health, and community power. We want to begin by stating plainly the existence of the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act of 2026 exposes a deeper failure in how housing and essential services are governed in Washington, D.C. Across the district, tenants are already paying the cost of water through rent or building fees passed down by landlords. Yet many residents cannot access the accounts tied to their own homes, cannot see arrears building up in those accounts, and cannot intervene before those problems escalate. Families are already struggling with rising rents, rising utility costs, and growing displacement pressures that are pushing longtime residents out of their neighborhoods. So when we talk about access to water bills, we are not simply talking about transparency. We're talking about a system where the people who depend on essential services have the least control over how those services operate. Pan-African Community Action recently released our community control platform for Washington, D.C., which states clearly that energy, water, sanitation, broadband, and other infrastructure must be treated as public goods governed through binding community oversights, not systems managed without meaningful resident authority. Our platform also calls for housing from speculative systems that drive displacement and instability from working class residents. From that perspective, this bill should be understood for what it is, a modest transparency measure that attempts to manage the symptoms of a much deeper problem. It does not address why tenants have so little power over essential systems in the first place, why basic necessities like housing and water are increasingly sources of crisis for residents across the city. Residents across Southeast DC are these questions right now because people understand that the current trajectory, rising costs, displacement, and accountability is not sustainable. If the district is serious about addressing affordability and displacement, it will require more than just incremental reforms. It will require confronting the fundamental question this bill raises. Who actually should have the power to govern the essential systems that shape the conditions of people's lives in this city? Thank you for the opportunity to testify and happy to answer any questions about anything I just laid out or the platform that we just released.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And then last for this panel, let me turn to Bethany Costello online. Good morning, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and council members. Thank you for being here and listening to us speak today. My name is Bethany. I live in Ward 1, and I'm one of the co-chairs of We Power DC, DC's campaign for a publicly owned, democratically controlled, and decarbonized utility system that would provide lower rates, community control, and investments in clean, reliable energy that would bring DC energy democracy and improve our city's independence. And while I know our vision for public power would erase the need for nearly all of the bills we're here to talk about today, I also know we need to materially improve people's lives to deal with the affordability and climate crises we're facing in the meantime. And We Power DC knows that while we would love for many of these bills to go even further in their proposed reforms, the Utility Disconnection Protection Act, the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Programs Act, the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act, and the Guiding Renewable Interconnection and Distribution Grid Amendment Act are all at least a good place to start. We've been hearing a lot recently about how many DC residents' Pepco bills climbed 100, 200% over this past winter. And I myself even sat in another hearing just a few weeks ago, sharing about the disappointing performance of our Public Service Commission majority in preventing the 93% increase DC has seen in our electricity rates over the past 5 years. What we've heard considerably less about, however, are the 16,981 disconnection notices issued to residential customers in January of this year and the 20,320 issued in February. While we were all struggling with weeks of snowcrete and one of the harshest winters DC has known in years, many of our neighbors were having to choose between groceries, rent, and keeping the heat on in 20-degree weather. While it's great that these months would be covered under the protections of the Utility Disconnection Protection Act with its proposed protected months from May 15th through September 15th and November 1st through February 29th, we also know that regardless of the time of year, utility disconnections are cruel and inhumane. Lacking access to power at home can result in a variety of health problems no matter the weather. For example, due to the inability to refrigerate medication or use medical equipment, heat water for proper hygiene, or adequately ventilate a home. In addition, lacking such a basic good and arguable human right creates an obviously stressful situation and can contribute to a negative feedback loop where these subsequent health issues and stressors make it harder to maintain a job and save enough money to make meaningful payments towards a bill or payment plan. These challenges are also not limited to previously established vulnerable or income qualified households, and instead can easily befall any number of DC residents who face sudden financial hardship, as so many federal workers and immigrant families have faced in our city in the last year. We Power DC believes no household should ever face a disconnection and would ask that this bill be even more ambitious in its protections by providing a year-round, non-means tested ban on shutoffs, but we are still supportive of the small steps being taken in the bill as written. One way to reduce the overall energy burden felt in our city is to expand distributed generation, and We Power DC is glad to support the Grid Act in making it easier for more people to benefit from technologies like rooftop solar, battery storage, and newly plug-in solar. We have known that Pepco's interconnection processes have been an expensive black box for years, and that the PSC has been far too lax with letting Pepco drag out timelines and pass along exorbitant upgrade fees with a complete lack of accountability or transparency. We are glad to see the Grid Act starting to tackle these issues, but caution that in this time of such rapid change in the US energy system, it may make more sense to legislate the PSC to develop regulations that achieve the specific outcomes we want to see, that can be updated more easily as the more best practices are established across the country, such as the growing use of flexible interconnection. Regardless, every additional step we can take to make DERs more accessible increases energy democracy in our city and reduces our dependence on fossil fuels. And We Power DC is glad to support the Grid Act. We Power also supports the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Programs Act and the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act, as both offer common sense reforms to increase transparency, increase tenant rights, and reduce the administrative burdens on households seeking utility assistance. In the case of all of these bills, however, it is frustrating to remember how incremental each of these reforms is when compared with the millions of dollars extracted annually from DC residents by the tireless, profit-seeking behavior of both Pepco and Washington Gas, a trait that is inherent and structural to their nature as investor-owned utilities. While we are glad to see action being taken on utility issues by the DC Council, we ask that you take measures that are actually matching the gravity of the situation and join us in dreaming of the energy system of the future, a publicly owned utility that puts DC residents first every time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody on this panel for your testimony. I do have a couple of questions. I'm going to turn to my colleagues as well. Commissioner Mine, you talked about, and you've been really a consistent voice on this, which I've appreciated, around submetering, and water utilities. And you talked about, held together by duct tape. But you also mentioned that you believe that the legislation should go further on submetering. Could you elaborate and let us know a little bit more what you were recommending?
Yeah, as I can currently understand it, there is almost no regulation on submetering of, multi-housing units. Right now, there is no way, for example, for me to challenge these bills I'm receiving from this company in Texas before the Public Service Commission. My relationship with this company, with this submetering relationship, is an entirely a landlord-tenant relationship. And so that, I've also, tried to use, for example, the process available through mediation at the OANC, I'm sorry, the OAG's office. And I know the OAG will be testifying later today. And I think you'll find many people are in the same situation as me, where there are these submeters. They're just basically things that the landlord has installed. There is no, as far as like the DC Water is basically not aware of them and doesn't even have any oversight over them. There's no monitoring by any DC Water, inspectors or anything like that. It's entirely under the control of the landlord, and the landlord is through this other third party billing tenants individually using figures that are easily disputable if only we could get the underlying DC Water bill that the landlord is receiving. And that part of the issue you are addressing with these bills, but what is not being addressed is what types of submeters are installed in these units, what are the certifications that they require, what are the transmissions, like the duct tape that I mentioned is because this submeter is attached to this signal generator, which apparently is being detected by another device somewhere in the apartment unit that transmits information to this company in Texas. And none of that is regulated by Department of Buildings. None of it is regulated by DC Water. And as far as I can tell, none of it is regulated by the Public Service Commission. So this is what's been happening in recent decades. More and more apartment units that used to have water as part of their rent are installing these and now charging the tenants through these third parties. And none of that, as far as I can see, is regulated.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Mills, I appreciated your testimony, and it's a tension we feel all the time around when do we put something into law compared to when do we look for something to be set forward in regulations. And typically, when we feel like those things in regulations are not moving fast enough or strong enough, we say, okay, then let's put it in legislation. But you rightly point out, we could find ourselves a couple of years from now locked into a piece of legislation that either needs to be amended because perhaps technology or regulations could improve it. So it is a constant tension that we feel around this of when we have to step in and do that. I am at a place of frustration where I feel like I do need to step in and do that, which is where we're coming from. But I absolutely take your point around the balance that we would seek. And oftentimes it's at least, it makes sense to set up something like that so that it can be reviewed or revisited every 2 years or something like that, so that you don't find yourself outdated very quickly. But I just wanted to note that I hear your point, and it's a tension we feel. When we look at some of the other elements here, are there any lessons learned from other jurisdictions that you would point to around interconnection timelines, or where you've seen a public service commission in another jurisdiction move in a different way, in a better way? I know when we look at other cities, a lot of these, permitting, for example, can be approved within 24 hours or within 5 days, whereas our average was 77 days at one point last year. We welcome any thoughts you have around just other best practices we've seen.
Yeah, I think actually what we see in DC is that some of what's on paper in DC is pretty good in comparison to other places, but we don't see it being followed through on, essentially. And so that's what's driving up, our timelines around interconnection are some of the highest in the country. So I think more granularity on some of those timelines to keep them in order is something that other states have that would help us. I think I would consider New Mexico to be one of the states that has the best interconnection proceedings. It's very closely modeled on what IREX recommendations are, but has some more specifics to it that I think have worked really well in New Mexico, and I think could be applied to DC. I think generally what we see in some of the best practices in best states is a lot more cost transparency up front, so that the utilities have to provide their. Right now, the process of you sort of get a cost estimate per interconnection after the fact, but you really have nothing to compare that against. It's like you get a bill, but you have no idea what that bill could be or should be. So that's something the Grid Act is addressing that I think is a really key best practice in many other states around the country. And I think going to what you mentioned as well around sort of the regulation versus legislation side of this, I think what we see in a lot of other states' legislatures is sort of regularly, maybe not every session, but every couple of years, pushing the commissions in those various states to issue XYZ update that achieve ABC outcome. Like there's a more regular practice of doing that in other states that we haven't had in the district, at least in recent years. So I think that's how we've seen better interconnection get into place in other states, mostly because the standards do change really rapidly. And so it's that regular pushing of the regulators to update them that I think is what has created like the great ones we see in New Mexico and some other states around the country.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Alex, I was going to ask, could you share a little bit more? You talked about the platform that was recently released. Could you talk a little bit more about what your organization recently adopted and how you believe, as we consider kind of this package of bills that are in front of us, they could be improved to go beyond what you said? Not, you were correct. We're trying to manage symptoms of a much larger problem. So welcome any additional feedback you have around how we don't just address the symptoms, but what are other recommendations that the organization laid out to address the problems?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So Community Control DC lays out 12 demands that aim at shifting power into the hands of the most impacted communities in DC, which would be Ward 7, Ward 8, Southeast DC. These communities are the most neglected, the most surveilled, the most over-policed. And what the platform lays out is how do we build institutions that prompt community governing over these resources. And so we appreciate these sort of attempts at reforming these current systematic issues, but Pan-African Community Action is attempting to institutions that prompt community participation in resources. And so, as was laid out before, water is a public good controlled by a private company, and so we want to realize a way that the community has direct control over that, rather than these corporations who end up exploiting the needs of these communities. And so specifically, what I can directly point to is demand number 4, which is the people shall control public resources, which states make participatory budgeting and binding non-reversible, mandate binding participatory budgeting administered through neighborhood assemblies over significant and clearly defined portions of DC's operating and capital budgets affecting Southeast DC, ensuring that residents directly determine how public resources impacting their communities are allocated. Community approval allocations shall carry the full force of law, and the mayor, CFO, and all districts agencies are prohibited from revising, delaying, or overturning adopted allocations. Any interference may trigger automatic public discourse, corrective action, and enforceable community remedies, including the suspension or reallocation of funds. Does that make sense?
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure I gave you a chance to help outline that. I know you'll have written testimony, but I want to make sure you're able to.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Ms. Costello, I was going to ask you a little bit. I appreciate that you've kind of supported, again, the suite of the package of bills that are in front of us. You mentioned that a more aggressive step should be taken on our DERs, or distributed energy, and that would also require action from the PSC broadly. What are some of the actions that you think the PSC's delayed, in your opinion, either on DERs or we have a PPA pilot that was supposed to be coordinated that seems to still be delayed. Could you talk more about where you see some of the delays that is frustrating our efforts?
Yeah, I would love to pass the mic to my co-organizer Harrison, who I think has more of the receipts on this particular question. But generally speaking, we know that PPAs are one of the things in particular that could be helping us reduce our dependence on the volatility of the PJM market and wholesale electricity prices, as well as moving us towards our actual climate goals. And we know that they have not been as ambitious as we would like to see, as we have legislated by our climate goals here in DC, and could go really far in helping us move towards those goals and improve our energy independence here in DC. Additionally, I think many of the things that you laid out in the GRID Act around interconnection are really important. We would love to see more government support for publicly owned renewables in addition, really helping our low-income residents and low-income neighbors also benefit from these technologies that can provide such meaningful benefits to households if they're able to access them. And so we think that the plug-in solar component is really exciting and will definitely lower some barriers, but programs like DC Solar for All and really making sure that those things get funded are really important. And then additionally, just having general commissioners who are actively trying to limit PEPCO and the ability that they have to slow down these processes is really important. And so I think you already know how we feel about that, but would love to give Harrison a chance to contribute to this question.
Absolutely. All right, Harrison.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a number of different ways that we can achieve local clean generation here, one of which is through this GRID Act and cleaning up that interconnection process. Those solar interconnections stay in private hands with either the community or with the residents. The other way that the PSC has really dropped the ball when it comes to lowering our energy costs and increasing our renewable energy here in DC is through those renewable PPAs. Those are power purchase agreements. We were at a 5% of our SOS a few years ago, and it should have been bumped up to a significant portion. So we, as DC and PEPCO, don't need to rely so much on that PJM interconnection market. It was only just recently bumped up to 25%, so we can procure green energy from localized wind farms and solar farms or battery energy storage systems. I do want to flag that Chairman Thompson tried to dissent and slow walk that, but was overruled. Another portion that has been really frustrating when it comes to achieving DC's energy independence and lowering our overall SOS is the deployment of virtual power plants, of EV charging, and battery energy storage systems here. Those SOPs, I believe, were finalized in 2021, and the majority of them still haven't been published as RFPs. I think it was last week, correct me if I'm wrong, that a partnership with EcoSuite was just released that helps with the deployment of DERs, but it's 2026 now? It's 5 years late. Our supply chain is so much more complex, so our costs have gone through the roof. And the people who are left holding the bag with all of this delay are, of course, DC households and businesses that are paying premiums on these energy prices. So those are some of the ways that the PSC has dropped the ball and the ways that we can move forward as a city. If we're interested in also procuring more energy and green energy outside of DC's borders, DC can create like there's a few terms for it across the country, but it's like a renewable energy authority or corporation. It essentially allows an authority of a state to finance clean energy projects and therefore have priority in the energy that they create that would be a lot lower than the volatile wholesale market. It can be financed through municipal bonds, but it can also be financed through a one-time revenue stream because once it's creating that energy that is then sold to the market, it creates a revenue stream of its own. So just kind of like a wonky or long-term solution. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I appreciate it. And certainly ripe for follow-up after the hearing as well. to keep talking and get more details on that. I know because we have a large number of witnesses, I want to be able to move on to our next panel, but I want to thank everybody on this panel for your testimony on all of these bills that are in front of us and for the continued action. So thank you. Let me move to our next panel of public witnesses. I'm going to call out names. Again, it's a mix of folks that are here in person as well as online. But I have Megan Browder, the Legal Director, Systemic Advocacy and Law Reform Program at Legal Aid DC. Patrick Cawthorn, who's the Policy Attorney with Children's Law Center. I have Dean Hunter, CEO of the Small Multifamily Owners Association. Eric Jones, Vice President of Government Affairs with the DC and Commercial at AOBA, the Apartment and Office Building Association, and Mr. Jones is joining us virtually. Maya Brennan, the Chief Housing Officer with the Coalition, who's also joining us virtually, and Mason Groh, who's a staff attorney with the Tenant Justice Program Rising for Justice, who is also joining us virtually. All right, so we've got 3 in person and 3 virtually. Ms. Browder, we'll start with you, and good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Megan Browder, and I'm the Legal Director for Systemic Advocacy and Law Reform at Legal Aid DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My testimony today focuses primarily on the tenant protections for water services. Legal Aid supports these bills. Last year, when DC Water began prioritizing multifamily buildings with delinquent water bills for disconnection, hundreds of DC tenants faced losing water service through no fault of their own. Legal Aid worked with DC OAG, DC Water, Children's Law Center to prevent water disconnections for tenants. Prioritizing multifamily buildings unfairly puts tenants at risk. Even though it's the landlord's obligation, if they don't pay DC Water, then the tenants, not the landlord, are left without water to bathe, cook, drink, or use the restroom. Legal Aid has seen several landlords take advantage of DC Water's policy to target multifamily built properties with delinquent water bills. Some landlords see it as a win-win situation when they want to clear buildings. If the water gets shut off, many tenants will leave themselves, or the Department of Buildings may condemn the building if the issue is not resolved quickly. The landlords get to both avoid paying the delinquent water bill and also displace tenants without going through the eviction process. Legal Aid urges the council to address this practice by requiring that water service be established in the name of a natural person, not a corporation, and requiring DC Water to file receivership actions before disconnecting water at multifamily master meter buildings. Legal Aid represents tenants like Alexander Hoskins, who came home from working one night to find his building's water shut off. His lease expressly said he was not responsible for water, yet the landlord told the tenants to either move out or take over the bill themselves. Mr. Hoskins and his children lived without water for weeks until Legal Aid intervened. This situation should never happen. We also have represented tenants like Miss S, whose water was shut off in April 2025. Once Legal Aid got involved, it turned out that the owner had not made any water payments since October 2020, despite charging tenants, including Miss S, for water. Miss S, who had just moved in late 2024 with her 3 kids, had paid her rent and additional money for the water bill, but the owner had not given that money to DC Water and her water was disconnected. The Improving Tenant Access to Water Bills Amendment of 2025 will allow tenants to have access to water bills for their home and deduct water payments from their rent. And the DC Water Billing Disconnection Modernization Amendment Act of 2025 will allow tenants to receive water services in their own name if they choose to. Legal Aid does note that these bills both intend to amend DC Code 342303 in potentially contradictory ways. We hope that the council will address these tensions and allow tenants access to their water bills, but not force them to place water in their own name if they don't choose to. Water is an essential service, and in multifamily residential buildings, water bills are the owner's responsibility, not tenants. Legal Aid DC urges the council to not only pass these bills, but to strengthen them so that access to water is protected, transparent, and fair. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Patrick Cawthorn.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Patrick Cawthorn. I'm a Ward 8 resident and a policy attorney at Children's Law Center, for whom I'm testifying today. Children's Law Center believes every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. To meet that vision, Children's Law Center regularly represents children and families facing housing instability, unsafe living conditions, and utility shutoffs. We have also initiated litigation on behalf of tenants affected by water shutoffs who are suffering the consequences of their landlord's arrears. These cases underscore the urgency of the legislation before you. We have seen firsthand how water shutoffs destabilize families. There's no safe drinking water, no ability to cook or bathe, toilets cannot flush, and health risks increase due to poor sanitation. Water shutoffs disrupt children's daily routines and schooling and place families at immediate risk of displacement. For these reasons, Children's Law Center strongly supports B 260443. We also support two related bills before the committee today, B 260105 and 0124. Taken together, these measures would ensure that tenants are no longer made the victims of utility disconnections and that landlords who jeopardize tenants' access to vital services are held accountable. My testimony today focuses primarily on water and Bill 0443, which of the three I've mentioned is the one that we believe is most urgently needed. Under current DC water policy, tenants were typically required to obtain property owner authorization before DC Water would open a tenant account. This is an often insurmountable obstacle when the owner is unresponsive or hostile to tenants. 0443 would eliminate this barrier by allowing tenants to take action to maintain water service. The bill would also prohibit property owners from interfering with or penalizing tenants for doing so. In short, 0443 provides tenants with an option to prevent water shutoffs and to preserve their units. Children's Law Center strongly supports this tenant empowerment provision. If 0443 had been law, the shutoffs our clients have encountered could have been avoided. By enabling tenants to assume service, the bill offers a proactive solution that allows families who are willing and able to pay for their ongoing water usage to do so independent of their landlord's actions. We also encourage the committee to consider supplementing this legislation with measures to better identify landlords who obscure ownership through shell entities. The recently introduced Housing with Integrity Act would address this concern. Children's Law Center supports that effort and urges continued exploration of mechanisms to ensure accountability where water non-payment and other violations persist. Our written testimony, which we will submit soon, will elaborate on our support for the other provisions of 0443, including the adjustments to the scope of appointed receivers. In addition to that bill, we support 0105, which overlaps with 0443 by doing some of the same things, and we support 0105 in the alternative. Finally, we support 0124, which would prohibit DC Water from shutting off water service during extreme temperatures. This is also a provision of 0443, and though it applies only to DC Water. And we appreciate that 0124 extends that requirement to all utility providers. For these reasons, Children's Law Center urges the Council to enact 0443 and to advance the complementary provisions contained in 0105 and 0124. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and we are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Hunter. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Councilmember Allen, staff. My name is Dean Hunter, founder of the Small Multifamily Owners Association. I'm here today in formal opposition to the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Act, the TRUE Act, and the GRID Act. I'll submit written testimony detailing our concerns with each of these proposals. However, I'd like to use my time today to address the broader issues these bills reflect. We are not dealing with isolated legislation here. We're operating within a policy environment that is not producing the intended outcomes. And that is no longer just the perspective of housing providers. We've been saying it a long time. But Monday, the Washington Post said it. They stated clearly that DC remains one of the most hostile jurisdictions in America to landlords. More importantly, identified the core problem. Current policy in the district is not improving affordability, it is contributing to deterioration. Housing costs remain high and affordability is under pressure. Key indicators in the market show clear signs of distress. Multifamily values have declined significantly. Sales are increasing under pressure, not strength. Foreclosures have risen. And in a recent survey of approximately 750 housing providers, 2/3 reported periods where income did not cover basic operating costs in 2025. At the same time, the district is struggling to attract investment, particularly for affordable housing. Capital is pulling back, lenders are tightening, investors are choosing other markets. This is not a stable environment, it is a contracting one, and the consequences are already visible. The district is losing naturally occurring affordable housing. Not because demand disappeared, but because the financial model to operate this housing is breaking down. And when operating conditions deteriorate, affordability does not improve, it disappears. This does not just affect housing providers, it affects tenants. Policies that introduce uncertainty, cost, and operational complexity into housing do not create stability, they produce the opposite. When providers can't manage costs, investment slows, maintenance deferred, and housing quality declines. This is how policies intended to protect tenants working against them. And in the District of Columbia, this burden falls disproportionately on small landlords. About 80% of the district housing providers are small landlords. They don't have reserves, they don't have compliance infrastructure. They depend on stable income to operate. Yet they're being regulated as if they're institutional operators. And this misalignment is a structural problem. And the bills before you today continue that problem. The Billing and Disconnection Act takes control of utilities away from owners while leaving them with the liability. The TRUE Act creates compliance traps that can restrict rent collection. The GRID Act adds new costs and risks tied directly to property operations. Individually and collectively, these proposals increase costs, reduce control, and introduce additional uncertainty in the housing operations. So the question is, how do you stabilize the system? First, slow this down. Proposals that can carry significant financial impact on housing providers should be evaluated thoroughly and independently. Each one of these bills should have its own hearing. Secondly, engage in real impact analysis independently. This policy should be grounded in financial modeling and economic reality. Third, differentiate small housing providers. They're not the same as large institutional providers. They can't bear they don't have the resources to deal with the compliance. Without this distinction, providers supplying naturally occurring affordable housing will continue to exit the market. Let me close with this. Housing costs are rising, affordable housing is being lost, investment is pulling back, and they're all connected. They're being shaped by policy. The greatest threat to affordability in the DC rental housing market is not the market, it's not landlords. It is this council. And if current trends continue, affordability will not improve. It will continue to erode. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and the council members at large, as well as staff. My name is Eric J. Jones, and I'm a fourth-generation Washingtonian who has the honor of serving as the Vice President of Government Affairs, DC Commercial for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington, or AOBA. As an organization, we will submit written statements on all the bills before us today. In a matter of time, however, I will highlight concerns with two pieces of legislation, the TRUE Act and the GRID Act, due to time. However, before we start, I will say this. This isn't about creating an honest dialogue and working to solve the problems of a district. If it was, AOBA would have been contacted before these bills went to hearing. They would have been contacted during the legislative drafting process. If it was, AOBA, who signed up fourth, according to LIMS, would not be in the teams when they testify, allowing those who signed up much later, who agree with the legislation, to all make their statements beforehand. It's time for us to stop having conversations about political issues and start impacting the district in a way that improves the lives of us all. With that in mind, I'll first speak to the TRUE Act. While the TRUE Act talks about the openness and transparency of the utility process, it creates several concerns with landlords. As Mr. Hunter recently pointed out, It creates traps and barriers that landlords don't always have a willingness to comply with. We all know that utility costs are going up for commercial, multifamily, and individual homeowners. What we don't always know is exactly why. This legislation specifically states that landlords are the reason that tenants don't know what's going on. And many times landlords have the same questions. What we need is to work with the council on policies that allow landlords to be open and transparent with their tenants while not setting traps that many landlords are unable to complete. This is a realistic way to go about this that we're not addressing, we're not approaching, and we're not dealing with. Unfortunately, this is the best way to deal with a policy issue that's negatively impacting our tenants. As it relates to overall cost and the conversation about giving us more sustainable and long-term tenants, one of the things we don't discuss is landlords are responsible for these costs. These costs have to be passed on, and once a tenant is in the property, we can't get rid of them for not paying their utilities. At the same time, we cannot increase rental costs at a way that allows us to absorb those costs that we're forced to pass on. But this legislation will require us to pay those bills even if we can't collect it from our tenants. This does nothing to provide sustainability in arguably one of the worst rental markets in the country when it deals with delinquencies. That is how we should be approaching this issue, as opposed to feel-good legislation that doesn't really move the needle, but deals with the concerns that we see on the front page of the paper. Now to the GRID Act. For many years, the council and the government at large has been looking to deal with utility costs, green sustainability. As a member of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility Advisory Board, I understand firsthand the work being done in the district. But what I will tell you is that this legislation offers concerns, not because landlords are against solar, but how this is being done does not address the issues that we have to deal with on a daily basis. There is no requirement that the individual or companies that actually attach these solar panels, small or large, to these balconies are licensed and bonded, which means any damage being done is the responsibility of the landlord. B, there's no requirement that the tenants have riders within their rental insurance that provide these same protections. C, there's no requirements that the electrical systems within these properties are evaluated by electricians to ensure that the actual item being installed complies with the requirements or the best services for those systems in those buildings. On top of that, there's no looking at the fact that some of the buildings, many of which in the district that are multifamily, are not as new. Some of them are older, have been remodeled, and looking at standards and requirements under things like Construction Course Coordinating Board and other areas that actually talk about integrity of these balconies could be severely damaged by just attaching things to the balcony without these understandings about engineering reviews and things of that nature. These costs will be put on the backs of landlords to take care of, without giving us the ability to increase rent to cover these costs, without allowing us to claw back any of this money, which in the long term only means we will be forced to forego maintenance to keep the upkeep and preserve these same properties, many of which are those naturally occurring affordable properties that Mr. Hunter previously talked about. If we're looking to deal with this issue, start by working with landlords who've done the right thing and done a good job, and stop trying to make political statements. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I had Maya Brennan from the Coalition, who's joining us virtually, and then after that, Mason Grow.
Hello, good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Maya Brennan. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition. I'm here to testify because our members recognize the importance of acting on utility costs and access. So we are very glad that the committee has scheduled this hearing. However, over the last several years, the district's rental housing has experienced severe threats from rising costs, unimaginably low rent revenue, and a lack of housing finance options to help restore a stable base. We feel fortunate that our elected officials have taken the rent arrears crisis seriously, and that conversations are also beginning to recognize the cost side of the crisis as well. In the written testimony that I will submit, I will detail a little bit more about the cost side of the crisis, but today we are here because we want to make sure that the committee is clear about the implications of the bills today for this crisis. Some of the bills before us could make rental housing instability in DC worse, while others offer a way to help tenants with high utility costs without putting their buildings at risk. Specifically, we oppose Bill 26-595, and Bill 26-105, support Bill 26-243, and believe that Bill 26-443 could be promising. I'll explain our positions briefly now. On Bill 26-595, Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act, we oppose this because although transparency about charges associated with a rental unit is essential, the information requirements in this bill are over the top. The bill creates onerous paperwork and property management staffing requirements for housing providers and adds complexity to leases beyond what is useful for any party involved. There are some specific lines that need to be drastically reduced about what would need to be added to the lease in order to make that clearer and more simple and straightforward. At lines 131 to 132, the type of information there about prior utility cost information is not a labor-free effort, nor will it actually tell the next tenant anything reliable about what their costs will be. So we oppose that for that reason. There are further segments of this bill that would draw property and management staff away from their core responsibilities simply to allow monthly inspections of submetering equipment by tenants upon request. That does not seem like a good use of property management time, considering all of the other things that an affordable housing property needs to do. For Bill 26-105, we recognize that this bill has a good rationale, but believe that Bill 26-443 offers a better approach to the same problem. So the Improving Tenant Access to Water Bills Amendment Act would allow a tenant to obtain a copy of the property owner's DC water bill and make a direct payment to DC Water in lieu of the same amount in rent. In theory, that could be useful to make sure that tenants don't face a water cutoff, but in practice, it's written far too broadly. If the DC water bill is not substantially delinquent, tenants should not have access to the bill or the ability to make a direct payment for it. This is why we oppose this bill, but we are open to working with council members on improvements that would reduce the intended consequences. And we do see Bill 26-443 as a potential avenue there. Unlike the prior bill, it only relates to delinquent water bills. We therefore see it as a promising approach. And in addition to only relating to delinquencies, it also offers some avenues to reduce the risk of disconnection in the first place. Finally, for Bill 26-243, Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Programs Act, we believe that this bill offers a very useful way to help DC's income qualified residents more easily access utility help through automatic enrollment. For both subsidized and unsubsidized affordable housing properties in DC, it is essential that the residents have access to all of the resources that they are permitted and that they are eligible for. So therefore, we support this bill and appreciate that it will help residents with affordability without imposing costs on the providers themselves. So thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your continued partnership in this vital work. As always, we stand ready to help with any further conversations.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And Mason Grow, let me turn to you next.
Yes. Good morning, Chairperson Allen, committee members, and council members. My name is Mason Grow, and I am a staff attorney with Rising for Justice, RFJ, a private nonprofit law firm that has provided free legal services to low-income DC residents since 1969. Through the Tenant Justice Program, I represent tenants facing eviction for unpaid rent and lease violations, including unpaid utilities. I'm here today to express RFJ's support for B 26-595, the True Amendment Act, with some proposed amendments. Utility bills are often unpredictable, and despite our best efforts, reducing them is difficult. However, access to water, electricity, and heat is essential. A home should be safe and clean, not just a shelter. These measures give tenants clear expectations about housing costs and offer stronger protections to help them remain stably housed. I urge the committee and the council to pass the True Amendment Act without delay to ensure DC tenants have the protections and transparency they deserve. Greater transparency is essential because tenants don't always understand what they're agreeing to. For example, many tenants assume that electricity for common areas like hallways and exterior lights is included in the rent. In reality, these charges are often listed as a separate common area electricity bill, which is passed along to tenants in addition to their individual PEPCO charges. This bill's approach of requiring transparency not just in the lease, but before payment of an application fee is simple and impactful. Informing tenants of the full cost, including all utilities, helps tenants apply only to apartments that are truly affordable for them. It sets a clear expectation from the outset, helping both the landlord and the tenant approach the contract with a genuine understanding. Second, the enforcement provisions in 2B are promising. Although rent increases are prohibited for non-compliant buildings, tenants may still face eviction for the undisclosed utilities. Introducing a penalty to render undisclosed charges unenforceable ensures that tenants are not penalized for costs they were not given a fair opportunity to understand. And finally, RFJ strongly supports most proposed changes to the court process for utility cases. Like non-payment of rent cases, utility cases are financial matters and should be redeemable with a filing threshold. Currently, because utility cases are filed as lease violations, they're not redeemable. Allowing redemption does not harm landlords, as they either recover payment or regain possession, both of which make them whole. Furthermore, payments to the landlord are usually applied to rent first, often leaving an outstanding utility balance even when tenants try to pay toward both. As a result, landlords can file for eviction over unpaid utilities with no minimum threshold. So even if a tenant owes only $50, they can still be evicted because the payments apply to rent first. The proposed filing threshold would prevent this and align with standards for non-payment of rent cases. So if utility cases are to mirror rent cases, RFJ would recommend one amendment, excluding late fees from the redemption amount. In landlord-tenant court, the redemption amount cannot include late fees. They're a separate discretionary measure that should not be the basis for eviction. That same logic applies to utility cases. The one way in which utility cases should not mirror rent cases, however, is in the notice period. RFJ opposes the language in Section D changing the pre-suit notice period from 30 days to 10. This is too short a time to expect tenants to come up with hundreds of dollars, especially when, unlike rent, utility bills fluctuate from month to month. RFJ also works with many tenants who have vouchers and are unaware they owe utilities because they believe the voucher covers it. Expecting them to pay within 10 days of the notice is inequitable. Tenants who fall behind on utilities aren't just holding that money in their pockets. They've lost their income, been injured, or had a crisis. So giving tenants adequate time to pay before bringing them to court also avoids unnecessary use of court resources. On a similar note, RFJ asks the committee to consider including language that would strengthen coordination between utility billing practices and district assistance programs. Because utilities paid to the landlord are not labeled as rent, housing choice vouchers often do not cover them. So DCHA pays the rent to keep the tenant housed, only for the tenant to get evicted for unpaid utility bills. Finally, while today's testimony focused on the true bill, I want to note RFJ's support for B26243, which would improve access to affordability programs and have a positive impact on tenants who qualify for multiple services but struggle to navigate the various application processes. RFJ also supports B26105, B26443, and B26124, each of which will help its clients fulfill their utility obligations. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody on this panel. All right, this is going to be a little bit of a meatier panel as we kind of get into some of these pieces. So thank you. I'm going to, by media, I mean going into some of the legal definitions that we have here. So for example, Ms. Browder, I'm going to start with you. You mentioned that these bills require a natural person to be named the primary account holder. Could you just say a little bit more about that? It's my understanding that this is the current requirement of DC Water, for example. And I'm aware that beneficial owner information is not always available in other DC databases, but DC Water should require an actual person, a natural person, to be listed as the primary account holder. Can you just kind of flesh that out a little bit more about why you think that's important and where you see the problem if it's not?
Sure. So I don't know if that is their actual rule or regulation that it has to be a natural person, but having done a lot of these cases, a lot of times in practice, what is listed is the owner, which could be an LLC. And so I think this ties back into the same issues with DLCP and having beneficial owners not be required to be natural persons, although that was my understanding of the 2020 law. I don't think that's how it's happening in practice. So when you are, you may have one beneficial owner that has 15 LLCs. And for us, it makes it difficult to, one, trace back and find an actual person to speak to and to say, hey, this water bill is outstanding. What are we going to do here? And then when we do have to file a case, also making that process more difficult of finding who we need to serve, having someone come to court, So having a natural person be on the hook will, one, allow both legal services providers and DC Water to look and to see, hey, I have 10 buildings with this one owner who is delinquent. We need to look into this issue, and maybe they can have some different remedial processes. And for us to look, we are doing systemic work, and so we're trying to look and see where can we have the biggest impact here? And again, if we see one natural person who is delinquent on 10 or 15 water bills, or their water bills are 50,000 among them, it just helps us to be able to help the most tenants.
Okay. Could you share a little more, based on the information that's in the temporary legislation that's in effect right now? Has legal aid worked with OAG, Office of People's Counsel, OTA, and been able to successfully assist residents avoiding disconnections with the language as it is in the temporary law?
Yes, that has been very helpful. I think DC Water, without, this is my speculation because I have not seen as many water disconnections come across my desk, that I think that they have changed because I think they heeded your admonition that, this is not what we want to be doing, particularly in the winter, and they have slowed down their process of multifamily disconnections.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Okay. Thank you. To Mr. Hunter, want to ask you around, I'm trying to wrap my head around your opposition to the GRID Act, which reduces red tape and lowers costs. And it sounds like part of what you have advocated for, and I think for a while, is trying to make it easier to do business in the city. So help me wrap my head around why you oppose cutting red tape and lowering costs.
Without going into the specific details of the bill, which we'll do in writing, it's my impression that the bill adds new costs and new risk tied directly to property operations.
How?
Again, I'd have to go into the bill line for line, which we'll do in writing, but it imposes additional burdens.
How?
Does it not give tenants the opportunity to impose or install solar without?
You mean, are you talking about the balcony solar?
Yes.
It does, although just like in Utah, which has also passed the same legislation, if a landlord wants to put in the lease that you can't put it in, they're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
The tenant isn't able to override a landlord's direction or lease. It's permissive. It allows it if the landlord approves it. If your landlord say in the lease, we explicitly prohibit any of this, that's the terms of the lease.
And we have to look at these bills. We also look at these bills in the totality of the impact of all of them. While each one little thing may seem like one little thing, the reality is that the cumulative impact, DC is an outlier right now. We agree, right? DC is unable to attract investors for their affordable housing. The whole purpose of us passing the Rental Act was to, in fact, make DC more attractive. And when we impose policies that are unique, that are novel, that are experimental, we discourage investment. The reality of the matter is we need to spend more time. I need to spend more time on each and every one of these proposals.
Well, but when you come in and say you oppose it,
we do
oppose it. We do understand it.
I do oppose it. We oppose everything here except the. And I misspoke when I first testified. We oppose every bill except.
But you can't tell me.
Except the access to utility assistance. That's the only measure. Yeah, I'm telling you why. Because right now the district's an outlier. Right now, landlords and providers are distressed. We've lost $1 billion in rent. We have another $1 billion at risk in the DC's affordable portfolio. We cannot get investment in the city. And now we want to impose unique model, novel laws on housing providers that are not being implemented anywhere else. And we're doing it in a manner which is not feasible or sensible. Perhaps if each one of these bills should have its own hearing. Each one of these bills should convene stakeholders. Each one of these bills should show in detail what the economic and physical impact is on housing providers and the market. And until that's done, yes, we oppose them.
Got it. Okay. I don't think of Utah as a bastion of experimentalism. It's a fairly conservative place. 24 states have introduced and are debating similar legislation. But I would hope if you come in to say you oppose something, you actually even know what's in it. So that's the part of
Very clear. I do oppose it. And,
all right, you've made it clear.
and you should, so clear. The one reason I oppose it is because you got to differentiate between small landlords and large housing providers. These burdens, these regulatory burdens, these imposition of these requirements without the landlord's approval or permission do not impact.
So, Mr. Hunter,
landlords are the same as large housing providers.
I encourage you to read the bill, because one of the things you're going to find is it reduces the regulatory burden, it reduces the red tape, and lowers the cost, which I think is consistent with what you have advocated for.
Let me be, perhaps, and again, why we should have the opportunity for an extended period of time. This should not be done. Anything that has any potential for any adverse impact to a housing provider should not be moved at this time.
Well, this is the hearing, so
it's a hearing on 3 different bills, and we get 5 minutes to discuss it. But we will put more in writing specifically on the objections to it. Because clear. Part of the problem we have with the housing industry right now is because of measures like this that were well intended that you pushed, right? That you pushed. That now we see
tape and lower.
No, we dismissed cases because they had technical errors. We sealed eviction records. We refused to contact tenants.
All right, Mr. Hunter, this legislation, when you get a chance to read it, I think you're going to find that it actually.
We're going to write it in very specific opposition to it, but again, it's the cumulative effect of these measures. The real problem, the real culprit is DC Water. Now, that's what we should be talking about. How do we control DC Water? How do we deal with DC Water like other jurisdictions deal with DC Water?
So what? All right.
Do you know that receivership?
Mr. Hunter, hold on. Please.
Yes.
So, I welcome you to read the bill so you can give us testimony, because it actually does a lot of what I think you do want. So, what do you recommend, rather than saying you oppose everything? What is it? What's your idea?
Well, you were talking when I was made recommendations, and the recommendations were, one, to slow it down. Slow this entire process down, the legislative process. So we have an opportunity to review these measures, look at the impact.
You've had a year.
Look at what best
introduced a year ago, Mr. Hunter. That's not fast.
These hearing combines all of these measures together. The housing community we just got through with the Rental Act, which dealt with eliminating protections that were put in place 5 years ago during the pandemic. Let me finish. Do you understand that when a receivership is put in place on a property, it triggers a foreclosure? It automatically triggers a foreclosure. And when you trigger a foreclosure, the landlords aren't paying their utilities because they don't have the ability to do so. They don't have the ability to do so because they could not collect rent. So again, it triggers a foreclosure. The property goes in foreclosure. The landlord can't pay the utilities. It further wells down. It is a vicious loop. What the recommendation is to slow it down. The recommendation is look at the fiscal and economic impact independently. And the recommendation is to differentiate small landlords from large institutional providers.
All right. I look forward to when you get a chance to read the bills on the hearing today to give us your feedback, because I think you'll actually find some alignment there.
Well, again,
no, I got to move. There's other folks. So when you get a chance, I would welcome.
I read the bill and we're opposed to the bill. Thank you.
But you can't tell me what's in it. So let me know when you have a chance. I welcome your testimony. So let me turn to Ms. Brennan for a second. One of the things that I heard you distinguish between is Bill 26105 and Bill 26443. So when we talk about specifically the water utility, and maybe I'm saying this because I authored Bill 26443, but it sounds like you support that approach to try to help protect for what information is necessary and how we go about any type of water disconnection. Did I hear your testimony the right way there?
Yes, that is indeed correct. The approach in Bill 443 felt like it was a very promising opportunity and idea where delinquency is really clearly defined. The approach is to make sure that there are opportunities to get that paid through either receivership, which we would definitely have some technical questions about that I'm sure we would be able to talk about and work through before this goes to markup, if it does. But that the approach in there really seemed like it was taking the issue, looking at it in a more fine-grained way, and finding a way to resolve it that would respect all the parties involved.
Got it. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And as we draw those different distinctions, I think that's important. And so we'll continue to look at that and welcome more feedback and recommendations you have there. Mr. Jones, I wanted to ask, it sounds like you might be similarly aligned with Ms. Brennan around the True Act and Bill 26443 when it comes to how to define and address water disconnections. Would that be fair, or let me give you a chance to respond if you think they're a little different there?
So thank you for the question. We need to see more detail on it, and that's our concern. We actually met with our regulatory group within AOBA, and these were the two bills we spoke about along with the GRID Act, and we had various members, both small and large, state the same thing. There's not enough clarity there, and one of the things we will outline, we will lay out in our written testimony, which you will have in the next few days, is specifically some of those details, because we do have some concerns about the specificities of how it's done. And that's the piece we're more worried about. It's not about the overarching idea, but the specificities. One thing, if I may have 10 seconds, it was mentioned that landlords can evict someone if rent is paid in whole and the utilities outlet is left available at an outlet cost of $50. That is legally incorrect. The district law under DC Code 42-3505 states that a landlord cannot file for eviction if a tenant does not owe at least $600. So as we talk about this and talk about how this is done, we have to also understand the other parts of district code, and that's what is in effect, so we know how this actually impacts landlords.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that was something you heard another witness share, and so that was your perspective there. Okay, and I'll let Ms. Grow, I'll come back to you, give you a chance to respond if you want to on that. The other piece, Mr. Jones, I was going to ask you about, so modeling this after legislation that's already passed in Utah, because you raised the concerns around, for example, I think you had said the integrity of the structure, balcony structures, and concern around that. The way that this was written in another state, which I think addresses those concerns, which is it preserves the landlord's ability. So for example, if the landlord says, I don't want balcony solar, I explicitly write that into the lease. This does not prohibit a landlord from saying, I don't want solar on my balcony. I don't want to have these things. It's permissive, but it still preserves the landlord's right if you say this is my property and we're not going to have solar, which models what other states have done. That, I think, addresses the concern you shared. We can certainly follow up to make sure you feel like there's greater clarity around it, but that's what I was hearing your concern around is any type of additional liability that a building owner might have to have, or any type of structural integrity concerns. But I just want to be clear, the legislation preserves the landlord's ability to disallow if they so choose.
Thank you for that question. The reason I brought that up is because we had no less than 3 different landlord-tenant lawyers state that they did not believe the bill specifically stated that. It wasn't clear to them. So they were very concerned about that. If that is in the law, we have no problem with that. We did not see that clearly stated in the law.
Got it. Okay. I believe it is, and also because it was passed in another state, but I'm happy to follow up with you separately to make sure, because I think that is the intent, is that while we want to be permissive and allow, it does not write over, for example, a property owner's ability to say this is what is or isn't allowed on a balcony. So we'll follow up with that.
Councilmember, what if the lease has already been written years ago and was not renewed? Leases are not automatically renewed in Disco Club. You don't have to, right? Because the tenancy continues. So the issue would be, why not give a landlord an affirmative ability to reject or accept it, rather than say he can put it in the lease. The lease could be already written, and this could be done years after the lease.
Now you're coming with an idea. I like it.
Well, we didn't like.
Sorry, let me turn to Ms. Groh so that you have a chance to respond to what Mr. Jones had said.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the DC code provision that the other witness referred to, DC code 42-3505.01A1, it specifically refers to non-payment of rent. And so the code section states that non-payment of rent cases cannot be filed if the unpaid rent is less than $600. We see that in cases all of the time. I handle both lease violation cases, which is where utility issues are filed, and eviction cases for non-payment of rent. And the $600 filing threshold only applies to the non-payment of rent. The TRUE Act would make that extend to the utility issues, which, since they're both financial matters, it makes sense. But utility cases currently have no filing threshold.
Okay. Well, I don't want our witnesses to go in a extended back and forth debate, but I do want to make sure I gave you a chance to respond to that, and I certainly follow up, Ms. Groh and Mr. Jones, on that so we can, as the committee can follow up. So I appreciate it. All right, this is a great panel. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. I know we've got more witnesses. I'm going to keep us rolling, but thank you all very much for your testimony. Our next panel, panel number 3, we have Mark Rodefer, public witness in person, Claire August with Sierra Club DC chapter joining us virtually, Barbara Briggs with Sierra Club DC chapter joining us virtually, Jean Stewart joining us virtually, Mateus Pastian joining us virtually, Pastor Michael Campbell joining us virtually, and Nicole Rentz, Director of Market Development and Policy with New Columbia Solar, who I think is in person. Yes, in person. So Mr. Rodefer, we've got you up first. So while we promote our panelists on Zoom, as Ms. Rentz makes her way up, I'll let you go ahead and get started. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen, for the opportunity to testify today about these important affordability bills. My name is Mark Rodefer. I'm a volunteer leader with the Sierra Club DC chapter, but Claire August, as you said, is giving the Sierra Club's official testimony at this hearing, and she'll be outlining our views on the GRID Act. The Sierra Club supports legislation to reduce utility rates in this time of rising costs. But we must note the underlying problem with gas and electric rates: poor regulation from the Public Service Commission and poor oversight of utilities for the 8 long years that Kenyon McDuffie had utility oversight in the DC Council. The poor regulation and poor oversight has made the utilities rich. While McDuffie sat by, Pepco and Washington Gas won massive rate increases that hurt DC families. Public Service Commission Chairman Emil Thompson told the Washington Post that the PSC has shaved off a small amount from each rate increase, but he defended huge infrastructure projects we agree are needed. The Sierra Club believes that the only people who agree with Washington Gas and Pepco that wasteful projects that raise rates on DC residents are needed are Emil Thompson and fellow Commissioner Ted Trabue. We don't think ratepayers agree that utility rate hikes needed. Chairman Thompson has stated via a press release and a LinkedIn post that he has little control over electric rates. It's true that issues within PJM, such as electricity demand from data centers, are a partial cause of higher rates. It's also true that DC's electricity rates have increased twice as much as rates in Virginia, which is considered the data center capital of the world. Analysis published in the 51st shows that DC's electric rates have increased twice the rate of Virginia and Pennsylvania, and 50% more than Maryland. So why is that? The answer is simple: poor utility regulation from Emil Thompson and Ted Trabue, and non-existent oversight from the DC Council under Kenyon McDuffie. The Sierra Club supports the energy affordability measures before this committee today, but we think it's time for the DC Council to address the significant underlying problem for gas and electric ratepayers: poor utility regulation by the PSC and non-existent DC Council oversight of utility regulators for nearly a decade. Councilmember Allen, it's time to stop these runaway rate increases.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Claire August, who is joining us online.
Hi, Councilmember Allen. Thanks for the opportunity to testify at this legislative hearing. I'm Claire August. I am a Ward 6 resident, and I'm representing the Sierra Club District of Columbia chapter today. We are America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization, and we have millions of members and supporters, including 7,000 DC residents. Today, I'm testifying on the GRID Act and the Utility Disconnect Protection Act. The Sierra Club is commending Councilmember Allen and the co-sponsors of the GRID Amendment Act of 2026 for recognizing and tackling the problem of unexpected costs and protracted delays in interconnecting solar arrays to the grid, and thus allowing residents to begin producing renewable energy. We also support the ability of DC residents to generate their own solar energy through what we colloquially call balcony solar. The Sierra Club supports the GRID Amendment Act as an important step in creating and growing more accessible and affordable options for our community to mitigate soaring energy bills while generating local zero-carbon electricity. First, residents and businesses should have a clear understanding of the costs and timelines of interconnecting newly installed solar arrays, and those costs and timelines should be reasonable. They should be fair, and they should be consistent. Solar owners should not be billed a much higher interconnection fee than originally estimated, and they should not have to shoulder the entire cost of an otherwise needed grid upgrade. These extra unexpected and unexplained costs disincentivize the growth of local solar electricity deployment in DC at a time when utility costs keep rising and residents and businesses may be choosing to control their costs through installing solar. By officially delegating the Public Service Commission to set up a fair system for PEPCO to, quote, explain and charge interconnection fees, the district is creating and enforcing fair rules of the road to ensure these fees aren't an undue burden on folks wanting to install solar and therefore reduce emissions and costs. And by requiring PEPCO to publish and maintain median interconnection costs online, anyone who is solar curious can better understand the full picture of the costs associated with installing solar from the start. We also appreciate that this bill addresses balcony solar, a growing energy source popular in Europe. Balcony solar can provide the financial and environmental benefits of solar energy to those who, for one or more reasons, can't install solar on their home. For those who rent their home, live in a condo or co-op building, or can't afford to pay upfront for or leasing solar on their home, or if they have a roof too shaded to install solar, traditional residential solar may not be accessible to them. Balcony solar is a solution that provides access to a smaller amount of locally generated renewable energy for a much lower upfront investment of as little as $600, with costs likely to drop as the market opens. In January of this year, the UL Solutions launched a testing and certification program for balcony solar systems, meaning that there's equipment in the US market that has met nationally recognized safety standards with features protecting against electrical malfunctions. In the US, only Utah has made balcony solar legal and exempt from utility interconnection fees, and Virginia is on the way with a bill sitting on Governor Spanberger's desk. DC should be the second state to do so, affirming that utilizing a small plug-in solar panel that can offset even a little bit of our daily energy use should not encounter the same interconnection and permitting process as a rooftop solar installation. With this bill, DC can empower residents with the most accessible and affordable form of renewable energy generation while reducing demand on the grid. We're also urging the Council to enact the Utility Disconnect Protection Act. This legislation will protect our most vulnerable citizens from loss of gas and electricity during the hottest and coldest months of the year. Energy is a basic necessity in today's world. Without energy, people can't heat or cool their homes, preserve or cook their food, carry on their lives after sunset, or use a phone or computer to perform any of the myriad business and personal tasks that must be handled online these days. Power outages are highly disruptive for the most fortunate of us. To people living on the edge, disconnection from energy can be anything from a major setback to a dangerous health impact. When someone can't sleep because their home is unheated or extremely hot, their work or schooling is compromised. The inability to eat at home because everything in the fridge has spoiled and you can't turn on the stove forces you to choose the costly option of eating out, putting you further into debt. It is under these circumstances that utilities expect the customer to pay all past due amounts before reconnecting. That is neither realistic nor conscionable. It could lead to prolonged disconnection or to borrowing money at excessive interest rates, putting a family even further behind. Far too many DC households are energy burdened. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify and all of your action on these important issues.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Barbara Briggs, who's also joining us online. And Ms. Briggs, we need you to accept the panelist request and we can get you on. So why don't we go, Gene Stewart, we'll have you go, and then we'll come right back to Ms. Briggs after that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members, and staff. My name is Jean Stewart, and I'm a 56-year resident of Ward 1, and I am a renter. I'm also a longtime advocate for environmental justice and for residents of our city and for DC's commitments to combating climate change by reducing the greenhouse gases emitted mainly by our buildings. As such, I am concerned about the rapidly rising rates of our electric and gas utilities. My own rent is going up effective next Wednesday, but I have no idea what part of that increase is because of gas and electric rate increases. For this reason, I'm speaking in support of the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act, or TRUE Act, which would provide me and all other renters in DC with the information we need to understand what may be exorbitant rate increases by Pepco for electricity and by Washington Gas for those of us renters that have gas stoves, heat, and hot water. Knowledge is power, and for we renters who want to challenge high rate increases, we need to know specifically what part of our rent payments are going to support electric and gas utilities, and how landlords determine and calculate these charges. Thanks to a recent court decision, Pepco's recent electric rate increases approved by DC's Public Service Commission was determined to be based on faulty and incomplete data. Further, the PSC keeps approving more rounds of funding for Washington Gas's expensive and wasteful project pipes. As more and more homeowners transition away from using gas, that would mean we renters are going to get stuck with higher and higher rates for gas. And those of us on fixed incomes would find that particularly challenging. We need to have, therefore, detailed information about what our landlords are charging us for electricity and gas. It'll give us the knowledge and power to push for properly based electricity rates, for obtaining electricity from clean and renewable sources instead of dirty fossil fuels, and for advocating that our residential buildings move away from using methane gas toward obtaining electricity from solar and other clean and renewable sources of energy. With the kind of specific information from my landlord as required by the True Act, as a renter, I'll have better data to advocate with the PSC for better and more just rate and fuel source decisions, and with the council to insist on the kinds of funding in the DC budget that will support the transition from fossil fuels to cleaner and much less expensive energy sources. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stewart. Barbara Briggs, I think we've got you on now, so let me turn back to you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. Sierra Club strongly supports the proposed automatic enrollment for Utility Affordability Programs Act, which would require that DC's Department of Human Services and Department of Healthcare Finance provide DOEE with enrollment data for their income qualified programs so that DOEE can enroll households in its own utility affordability programs. Other states have done this already. Maryland passed similar legislation in 2023, resulting in increased enrollment in Maryland's energy assistance programs. In other words, more eligible families are actually getting the assistance they need. B260243 will help address DC's high energy burden. Households that spend 6% or more of their income on energy are considered to have a high energy burden. A 2024 report by ACEEE found that in DC, half of low-income households spend over 8% of their income on energy, and 25% of low-income homeowners spend over 16% of their income on energy. This law will directly help low-income households by providing them with easy access to programs that lower household energy burdens. This bill will also reduce collateral damage caused by energy insecurity. Utility shutoffs create health risks, especially for the most vulnerable, including children, the elderly, and those with disabilities. Bill non-payment can create credit issues and be a major stressor for households who must juggle paying utilities and other household essentials. B26243 is also good policy in the context of DC's commitment to clean energy transition and achieving net zero emissions by 2045. Long term, moving to highly efficient clean energy systems will produce enormous energy cost savings. It will lower healthcare costs due to less exposure to pollutants and reduce climate-related damage to the ecosystem that we all rely on. But in the meantime, it's important that DC provide adequate support to help its residents weather this period of change. As more and more households move off clean energy, the cost of maintaining the gas system will fall to a dwindling number of ratepayers, so delivery charges will increase. Low-income households especially will need more help. DC has made a good proactive start by establishing programs to support home electrification and energy efficiency, but making sure that low-income households have access to the support they need while they still rely on gas is also crucial for a well-planned energy transition. There's more detail in our written testimony, but long story short, Sierra Club strongly supports the passage of B260243, which will provide immediate, just, and fair relief for low-income households, assistance that will be especially critical as DC navigates the transition from fossil fuels to clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me go to Mr. Pastian.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen. My name is Matthias Pastian, and I live in Ward 4. I testify today in strong support of the Grid Amendment Act of 2026. About 3 years ago, I personally installed a balcony solar system at my mother's house in Germany. The experience was fast and simple. I ordered the system online. I could have gone to the equivalent of Home Depot and got one and put it in my car. It arrived with the mail. And then I plugged it into a standard outlet of the balcony, and I started generating electricity the same day. There was no lengthy approval process. There was no engineering study needed. There was no uncertainty about timelines and costs. As a result of these features, more than 1 million households in Germany have adopted balcony solar systems. The systems are safe. They require little money up front. They lower utility bills within hours of deciding to go solar, and the initial investment is paid back in about 3 years. After that, they save money for another 20 years. This is exactly what your bill would begin to enable in the District of Columbia. The provisions allowing residents to install plug-in balcony solar without going through the full interconnection process is absolutely transformative. The bill recognizes that small solar systems mainly serve self-consumption and do not materially feed into the grid. For renters who have permissions from their landlords or for owners without rooftops that are suitable for solar, balcony solar is often the only way to benefit from clean energy and reduce monthly bills. Just as important, your bill fixes the interconnection process for larger systems. Right now, one of the biggest barriers to solar in the US is not the cost of the technology. It's the cost of the process. Lengthy delays, unclear costs, unpredictable timelines, they drive up prices and discourage people from installing solar. The GRID Act addresses this directly by setting clear deadlines, requiring timely utility responses, and improving cost transparency. It ensures that customers know what to expect and how long it will take and what it will cost. In my opinion, grid upgrade costs shouldn't even be the responsibility of individuals who apply for interconnection. It should be the responsibility of the utility and spread out across all ratepayers. That's because the benefits from grid upgrade costs are also go much beyond than just the individual applicant. Your GRID Act doesn't go that far, but it makes important improvements in the right direction by giving greater certainty about costs and interconnection timelines. I applaud you and your committee staff for drafting this legislation, and I strongly urge the Council to pass the GRID Act. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Pastor Campbell. I think Pastor Campbell's online. All right, I don't see him here right now. So Nicole Rentz, we'll turn to you in person here, and if we're able to get Pastor Campbell on, we'll bring him back.
Okay, now it's on. Thank you, Chairperson Allen and the committee for the opportunity to testify today in support of the GRID Act. I'm here today on behalf of CHESA, the Chesapeake Solar and Storage Association. I'm also a Ward 6 resident. CHESA represents over 100 member companies in the solar and storage industries operating in the district and in Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. Our purpose is to promote the mainstream adoption of solar and battery storage throughout the electric grid in order to realize a stable and affordable grid for all consumers. We're a recognized state affiliate of the Solar Energy Industries Association. We support the Grid Act's efforts to reduce the cost of solar in the district by setting utility permitting deadlines and increasing cost transparency, establishing an interconnection ombudsman at the Public Service Commission. CHESA member companies report that solar installation in the district costs almost $1 more per watt in the district than it does in Maryland, largely due to the soft costs of interconnection. CHESA has been raising the unpredictable interconnection timelines and high interconnection costs to the district's Public Service Commission for at least the past 5 years. We filed 3 Clean Grid advisor studies with the commission in 21, 22, and 23, outlining these concerns. The reports found millions in soft costs and significant lost solar generation potential in just the sample of projects that they reviewed. For example, the 2022 study detailed DC residential solar interconnection concerns, and across the sampling provided by 5 local installers, representing hundreds of interconnections over the previous year, 94 projects were found to have received requirements from the utility for downsizing or distribution system upgrades. The projects averaged a 5 kilowatt downsizing requirement per project and about a $10,000 upgrade cost per project. Extrapolating across the district's total annual volume, Clean Grid found that this represented about 500 kilowatts annually in lost solar system capacity and or over 1.6 million in required system upgrade costs. In 2024, CHESA filed a petition for rulemaking to make improvements to the Commission's interconnection rules in line with the recommendations in the reports and in rules in other jurisdictions. In response, the Commission established a technical conference on interconnection, which has been meeting now for over a year. PEPCO filed the group's first interim report in December 2025, but the Commission hasn't yet acted on it. For the past several years, the district has had strong solar incentive policies that, combined with the federal tax credits, have offset the increased soft costs here, growing local solar to about 5% of the district's energy mix. Now, with the sudden elimination of that decades-old federal solar tax credit in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act passed by Congress last July, addressing soft costs has become urgent. The one-year exception to that act expires in 3 months, and after that, the cost of solar will begin to increase by the amount of the sunsetting tax credit, 30%. If the district can improve interconnection soft costs over the next year, we could help offset the loss of that tax credit and potentially keep installation rates relatively stable despite the loss of the federal incentive. Given how long interconnection permitting has been driving up the cost of solar and the nearness of the elimination of the tax credit, we support this bill and offer a few recommendations aimed largely at increasing its impact and avoiding unintended consequences from processes that are working. Among these are amending cost-sharing provisions to establish a cap on interconnection fees for residential customers, along with a mandate for automatic installation approval for systems that pay the fee, and strong oversight mechanisms to monitor the expenditure of the funds collected. We also encourage adoption of other provisions that have reduced soft costs in Maryland, including limiting interconnection upgrade deposit costs to 50% of the cost estimate, and implementing consolidated billing for community solar. Finally, we recommend adding provisions aimed at catching the district up to other jurisdictions that are deploying batteries for the benefit of their ratepayers, beginning with a requirement for the PSC to implement a time of use rate aimed at providing benefits to all ratepayers, and a voluntary one, by the way, and a virtual power plant compensation mechanism aimed at coordinating deployment of distributed generation at the most impactful times for reducing rates for all customers. Distributed generation from solar is the primary form of in-state generation available in the district and the fastest to deploy, making it the first line of defense against rising PJM energy capacity prices for grid energy. Doing what we can now to generate more of our electricity here and reduce our reliance on PJM electricity will benefit ratepayers, the local economy, and the environment, returning benefits to district residents in spades over the coming years and decades. Thank you, Chairperson Allen and members and staff of the committee, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. August, I might start with you. I appreciated your testimony in support of the GRID Act. And kind of the way, picking on the word you used, which is just kind of like fair rules the road for helping install solar. from your perspective, what you hear from residents, why is it important just to have a more fair and consistent just rules of the road?
Yeah, installing solar is already a pretty large, if you're paying upfront for it, financial commitment. And so people who are making this decision are going into it knowing and expecting that they are prepared for that part of the financial commitment. But if the costs are increased both just because Pepco is charging a higher amount than otherwise expected, or because the costs from the service provider are increased because of time delays, that can really put a wrench in their, like any resident's decision to go solar, and could potentially lead people to just throw in the towel and decide not to go solar at all. So we really want to avoid that. And we also want to avoid the alternative where they do go solar and they get an unexpected, extremely high bill, because a lot of folks are going solar to manage their electricity costs. And that is just, that's not in line with that goal.
Got it. Okay. Well, that kind of makes me pivot a little bit to Ms. Rentz a little bit. One of the things that you advocated for the different policy positions, I think that will help manage costs. Just looking at where we are today, though, and what we've been seeing, one thing that I feel like I have heard pretty consistently is that the inconsistency of either timeline or costs or interconnection fees on a residential standpoint makes some people say, well, I'm going to get it, maybe I'll back out of it. But from a standpoint of new businesses, DC-based businesses, what has been the experience for our small or medium-sized firms? How much does that inconsistency challenge their ability to finance, to hire, to create jobs, to be able to be successful businesses?
I mean, it's a big impact, right? We, as I mentioned in my testimony, our members report that the soft costs add about $1, almost $1 more per watt for solar in the district. I mean, that directly impacts the benefits that we can provide the customers who install solar systems. It also impacts how many people we can hire, how many systems we can install overall, how much of our financing goes towards how many systems. So there are impacts across the board, from sort of lack of predictability that just drives up costs across the board. The unpredictability and potential for high costs, really it's the delay and timelines that can occur. One of the Clean Grid Advisors reports, the one from 2021, noted that some of the sort of small commercial and larger systems had seen delays from after they installed their system to receiving utility permit to operate of over 400 days. I mean, that's a huge lost revenue potential from energy generation, and also carrying construction loan costs and stuff like that. If we can improve those timelines and make them more reliable, which is really what's important, we can drastically reduce the soft cost of solar in the district and provide way more benefits to our residents and our businesses.
Yeah, I think part of the conversation throughout the day, rightly, is going to be on how is it that we can help lower costs, make it more affordable for the resident, for the working family, for the person who's just trying to pay the bills and pay the rent, put food on the table. And I think the legislation that we have in front of us, the package of bills, are getting at it in different ways. And that's part of the job today, is to kind of hear the pros and cons of each approach and how we're doing this. The other part that doesn't get talked about as much, I think, is around how uncertainty is the worst enemy for small businesses. And if we want to be part of a city that is growing, that is on the forefront, that is adding new businesses, creating new jobs, and being on the edge, the front edge of an industry, then we have to create greater sense of certainty. And the unpredictability and inconsistency of what it takes, who's going to get what surprise cost for interconnection, what's going to be the amount of time it takes. If we want to have a growth agenda, if we want to be a city that is growing, we're shooting ourselves in the foot constantly. And so I see that this legislation is not just about how do we help lower costs and just make it a little bit easier to be able to afford to live in DC. It's also about how do we help grow a business, and how do we help support those local businesses that are doing the things we want, creating new jobs and being successful. So I appreciate you kind of helping highlight that, because I I just don't want that to get lost in the mix of what we're also trying to create with this.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Pastian, I was going to ask you, at least as today, I think there's a pretty huge gulf between the experience you described with balcony solar on your mother's home and the interconnection process that exists for larger systems. Beyond the challenges of just the process or restrictions on balcony solar, are there any technical barriers to wider balcony solar adoption in the US? And what I'm kind of getting at here is there anything physically different about a European outlet that has the impact or impacts our reliability, for example, or safety for balcony solar projects? Or is the main difference just the regulatory environment in which we live?
I think it is mainly the regulatory environment. The outlets, look a little different. The the prongs are a little different, but the technology is basically the same. In either of those cases, outlets are rated for a certain, electricity voltage, and the system stays well below that. The main difference is really the attitude towards enabling a really widespread participation from folks who are normally not accessible to solar or who don't have access to solar. That really is a big deal and made a huge difference also in the way that people think about this resource. We sometimes think about this as something for folks with deep pockets. All of a sudden, it's accessible to a really wide set of people of all incomes.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. And would you, in the earlier panel, again, 24 states, I believe, have a balcony solar proposal in front of them. Utah's already moved forward and is moving towards implementation. In DC, for example, we've got buildings or, where a condo association has said you can't hang a DC flag on a balcony. They're prescriptive in terms of what is and is not allowed on balconies. And I don't see anything that would prohibit a landlord, should they choose, to say, this is part of our condo rules, this is part of our co-op rules about what you can and cannot put on your solar or put on your balcony. So it seems to me that what we're trying to create is the permission to be able to do it. We might still have some landlords that say, I don't want you to do this. They write it into the lease. It becomes part of maybe a co-op or condo association. I would hope and probably wager that the residents themselves will actively work with their condo or co-op board to maybe change those rules if they see the benefit to it. But anything you see different about that approach that a landlord could choose to say it's got to be explicitly in the lease or else you can't put it on the balcony?
Yeah, that was the case in Germany, where the original balcony law did not say anything specifically about it, but the rules of the game are that just because you're a renter doesn't mean you can do anything on the property of the owner, and you do need the consent, even if the original authorizing legislation was silent on it. It meant that the landlord would be able to point to existing, rules.
Yeah.
I can't do anything on a property that I rent that alters aspects, especially of the exterior, right? So basically the rule was, well, I can't also just without the, landlord's consent, just mount, who knows what, a painting on my exterior wall or something like that. I always need consent of the landlord whenever I do something with the property that I rent that is altering it. And so that was the case. And then years into the process, there was more clarity about guidance in the law that allowed renters by right to install that. That was a separate piece of legislation. That's, yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I think that's the take here too. I think back to the previous panel, I think one representative, had genuine questions around what does this look like? How do you structure this? But I also think another person, it's important to call out a red herring when you see it. And so I don't want people to walk away with that impression here. All right, I appreciate it. I know we're running a little behind on public witnesses, so I'm going to move us along and go to our next panel of public witnesses and appreciate this panel's testimony. So next, let me call panel number 4. I'm going to go ahead and start calling folks as we bring them up. We have Ann Du Bois, public witness, Jesse Tompkins, public witness, Keenan Rusk, public witness, Michael Daly, Director of Policy and Regulatory Affairs with Carbon Solutions Group. Suraya Jayanti, Public Witness. Jeffrey Barron, Public Witness. And Hannah Ellis, Policy and Legislative Coordinator with Bright Saver. All right, and I see that you're here and joining us virtually. So why don't I turn it over to you to kick us off, and we'll keep working on promoting the other folks onto the panel while we do that.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Good morning. My name is Ann DeBuise, and I live in Ward 3. I'd like to thank you, Chair Allen, for taking the initiative to originate the GRID Act, as well as thanking the other council members, Robert White, Zachary Parker, and Brianna Nadeau, who have introduced legislation that protects vulnerable residents who face heavy utility bill burdens. Regarding the GRID Act, I see two overarching considerations. One is that PEPCO wants to own all of the district's distributed energy resources and attempts to stifle competition, particularly as regards solar energy. And two is that the Public Service Commission has not moved forward with interconnection regulation or oversight at the pace it should have, thus the increasing need for the council to take action. We noticed that the Commission's formal case 1050 to consider the implementation of interconnection standards was opened 20 years ago. As one example, over the past year plus, the 1050 technical conferences have yet to fully take up the topic of an interconnection ombuds, which PEPCO has opposed, by the way, and which might or might not be discussed at the next conference on April 30th, but is already addressed in the GRID Act. Plug-in solar panels have proven their value, and this highly accessible technology, as enabled through the GRID Act, is a brilliant end run around PEPCO's often unreasonable interconnection delays and costs. I recognize that the Commission did take a necessary step to expedite the interconnection of distributed energy resources because of the sunsetting of the federal investment tax credits by creating the temporary conditional interconnection program. Thank you, Commissioner Beverly. But overall, the council finds itself in a position of needing to regulate the regulators. I can think of several policy and regulatory areas where the Commission has been slow to act and which the council could attend to under a future renewable energy omnibus bill, including incentivizing battery energy storage systems to maximize the benefits of solar power generation, mandating time of use rates, and instituting performance incentive mechanisms with built-in non-compliance penalties. In drafting legislation, it is advisable to consult closely with the excellent staff at DOEE as well as with other experts. DOEE can ably develop programs to support the deployment of distributed energy resources in the district. The council could then direct the Commission to conduct rulemaking and implement DER programs, establishing deadlines in law for the Commission to meet. Unfortunately, I'm out of time to speak to the other important legislation before the committee. Please see my written testimony. My sincere appreciation for holding this hearing today to hear statements from the concerned public.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Jesse Tompkins. I'm not sure if I have Jesse Tompkins here. All right, Keenan Rusk. Michael Daly. All right, Mr. Daly.
Chair, thank you, and thank you to the committee. My name is Michael Daly, representing Carbon Solutions Group, also known as CSG. CSG works to deploy rooftop solar and geothermal resources throughout the Mid-Atlantic. First off, let me say CSG supports this bill's goal. In that context, I'm here today to respectfully propose a very narrow amendment to lines 298 to 301 that we believe would further support this bill's objective of protecting DC ratepayers against volatile energy prices. The amendment, which is included in the written testimony, addresses the ability of geothermal systems to participate in the Renewable Portfolio Standard, also known as the RPS. I'd very quickly like to just tick through what current statute allows for geothermal, what the bill would do, and then how the proposed amendment might alter that. So currently, geothermal systems currently qualify for the RPS if those systems are connected to the regional grid that serves DC, known as PJM. Just for reference, DC imports about 98% of its power from PJM. The legislation, on the other hand, would limit geothermal participation in the RPS to only systems located within DC. So you're moving from the grid region to DC only. Importantly, neither the statute nor legislation distinguishes between the relative grid benefits of financing new system deployment and the benefits of financing legacy systems. The proposed amendment will seek to retain the current PJM qualification for geothermal systems, but limit that to only installed systems in order to better maintain grid benefits. So this is very technical. Why does this all matter? Notwithstanding some of the local issues mentioned today, the underlying challenge that this bill seeks to address is a fundamental supply-demand imbalance. As we all know, data centers are overwhelming the PJM regional grid that serves DC with new 24/7 demand, and existing supply is being outstripped. Geothermal heating and cooling technology is uniquely positioned to meet this challenge by virtue of its leveraging 24/7 renewable energy from underground. The core value of this technology is the grid value. Namely, geothermal reduces peak power demand and reduces seasonal power consumption. By reducing demand, geothermal can unlock more electric supply to serve the PJM grid that in turn serves DC. Unlocked power can help correct the supply-demand imbalance, negatively affecting DC ratepayers. Again, the bill, however, would constrict RPS participation to only geothermal systems located in DC. Our belief is this would lead to fewer systems coming online. So in that sense, we are opposed to constraining the number of systems that can help alleviate grid stress. However, again, the grid benefits of geothermal systems are largely premised on recent installs. So safeguards we believe are needed to ensure that RPS funds only support recently installed systems that support the grid. So once again, to recap, the proposed amendment, including my written testimony, would achieve two ends. One, support grid affordability by allowing the RPS to continue to incentivize systems located in the PJM region that serves DC. But two, ensure that those RPS funds only finance impactful systems, and this would be achieved by limiting qualifying systems to only recently installed systems. I realize this is technical, but it does have a material impact for the district. I thank the committee for considering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I don't believe Surya Jayanti was here online. So Mr. Barron, we're going to turn to you next. And then Ms. Ellis will come to you after that.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the proposed GRID Act. I am Jeffrey Barron. I am a retired social worker. I chose that profession because I care about people and that they be treated well. Now in retirement, I devote my energies to slowing climate change because I also care about the beautiful ecology of the earth and want to preserve its ability to nurture human and all life. So I started a climate action group at my synagogue, Temple Micah, here in town. We now have 125 people whom I engage with regularly, and I am also the co-facilitator of the DC chapter of Third Act, whose goal is to protect the climate and democracy with 500 DC members. Fossil fuels damage our health, pollute the environment, and are making our weather weird, dangerous, and destructive to our economy. Now, President Trump's war on Iran shows that fossil fuels are also unreliable and expensive. People all over the world are moving to solar. It saves money, doesn't pollute, and doesn't mess with the weather. Here in DC, people who want solar are running into roadblocks caused by PEPCO's slow processes and erratic and excessive charges to install it. It doesn't have to be this way. Other communities have figured this out. PEPCO is a big, profitable company. They can learn from other jurisdictions and figure it out too. I like the proposed GRID Act because it will demand and empower our local Public Service Commission to hold PEPCO to account. Under the Act, PEPCO will have to create more efficient and fair processes. I like that the Act will also have the Public Service Commission work with the People's Council to help smooth the way for customers who are trying to go solar. and the act will let DC citizens try out solar and save money by letting us buy a solar panel and simply plug it into the wall. DC residents, like people everywhere, want to move our health, our budgets, and our communities away from being shaped and controlled and damaged by the volatile and destructive forces of fossil fuels, and toward the savings, cleaner and healthier environments, and local control that solar power is ready to provide us. The GRID Act will help us to do that. I can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barron. And Ms. Ellis, let me turn to you online.
Thank you. Dear Chairperson Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment, my name is Hannah Ellis. I represent BrightSaver. We are a national nonprofit dedicated to building a plug-in solar movement in the United States, making solar ownership affordable and accessible to everyone. I'm testifying to encourage the committee to support the GRID Act and specifically its language supporting plug-in solar technology. Passing this legislation would allow the people of the District of Columbia to access plug-in solar, a technology used by millions of people in Germany, but restricted in the US due to outdated utility interconnection rules and a lack of regulatory clarity that treats small plug-in devices as the same as large rooftop solar arrays. This is a market-driven solution requiring no tax credits or public funds. It's just cutting red tape. This year, already 30 states have introduced legislation, with a few more expected to do so. And the district's neighbor, Virginia, has already introduced similar plug-in solar legislation that has passed both chambers and is on the governor's desk to be signed in the next few days. For far too long, apartment dwellers and those who couldn't afford rooftop array now have a way to access clean, renewable energy. Approximately 57 to 59% of households in the District of Columbia are renters, making it a renter-majority city with one of the highest rental rates in the country as well. This technology ensures that access to clean energy is not limited by housing status. In addition, plug-in solar reduces electricity bills and improves energy resilience. By directly supplying power to household appliances, these systems reduce the amount of electricity households must purchase from utilities. While we enthusiastically support the GRID Act, we also recommend including language on preventing unreasonable HOA, covenant, or landlord restrictions. In closing, the GRID Act represents an important step towards expanding access to affordable, safe, and consumer-driven clean energy in the District of Columbia. We respectfully urge the committee to support the GRID Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. All right, a couple of questions here. All right, Mr. Daly, wanted to ask, excuse me, sir. Let's not walk in front, please. Mr. Daly, I wanted to ask you, your proposal is what you're calling a narrow amendment on geothermal RPS language. I don't know if you've had a chance to take a look at testimony from DOEE and the Public Service Commission later on, but my understanding is they may be raising some of the same concerns. Are you aware that that's you may be in alignment with that?
I did see PSC spoke to that. Yes.
Okay. And we'll obviously go to this with PSC, but do you believe that your recommendation is in alignment with the concerns as you read it from the PSC, or is yours more narrow and you think maybe their perspective is broader than yours?
As I understand it, this proposed amendment from CSG would be more narrow. My understanding is PSC is simply saying we shouldn't address the geothermal qualification period, basically leave it as is. What we're saying is retain that PJM siting qualification as is, but create effectively a commercial operations date threshold for participation. So there's a little more delineation in that sense.
Got it. Okay. All right. We'll make sure we follow up on that. Okay, but I think it's definitely an issue I think we're going to hear come up a couple of times throughout the day, so we'll drill down on that a little bit more and take a look at your specific recommendation.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. But did I hear your testimony correct that as you look at the totality of the GRID Act, you're in support of the bill itself, but your focus or concern is on that narrow piece?
Absolutely. And I would know we're a member of CHESA and support their comments on the solar provisions. It's really just this specific geothermal issue that brings me here today.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Ms. Ellis, appreciated your testimony. One of the things you stated, and actually was curious because it came up earlier today. So Virginia, not an experimental state, passed balcony solar just a couple of weeks ago in both houses, and the governor's expected to sign it. I think you shared that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in looking through their legislation actually prohibits landlords from banning those devices, which our draft doesn't. Our draft is more permissive. But just want to highlight that perhaps for the colleagues from a previous panel so that they're aware of the law that might be in our region and might pay attention to that. They do seem to, and they put a cap, I believe, of up to 1,200 watts on their systems in Virginia. And didn't know if you had any thoughts around whether legislatively it's wise to put a cap on a certain size or not.
I think we're agnostic to the wattage cap, though just for the council's information, almost all legislation that is being introduced has a wattage cap.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I mean, to convert it to the general public, 1,200 watts is going to be dependent upon the size. Roughly 3 or 4 panels is the maximum allowed per dwelling.
Correct.
Do you know, and we can take a look at this, but do you know of other states do they define dwelling as a unit or as the building itself?
It really depends on the state. Some states include language that says per meter or per dwelling. So it really, each state defines it a little bit differently.
Got it. Okay. That's helpful. Let's see. And then, Ms. Du Bois, appreciated your testimony and also, encouraging us to continue to go further with incentivizing battery storage, DERs. I know you follow a lot of the PSC dockets closely. Anything else that you wanted to share around the concerns that we may be hearing from either Department of Energy and Environment or PSC later today on the GRID Act, in particular the geothermal elements?
I'm sorry, excuse me for interrupting. I'm not sure what concerns we're going to be hearing.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you had seen that before or not. If not, that's okay.
No, I haven't. There's a fine line in creating this legislation. I want to echo what Claire Mills has said, not to be too prescriptive. Setting deadlines feels like a good idea, and then requiring the commission to act on a timeline. And more to say in my written testimony on that.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate it. I know you ran out of time, so you have a lot more, so we'll make sure we read through the written testimony too.
Thank you.
All right. Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much to everybody on this panel, and we'll move to our next panel. All right. It's panel number 29. I have Paul Ramshaw. Oh, sorry, panel number 5, witness number 29. Paul Ramshaw, public witness. Brett Matalis, public witness. Gail Lelyveld, public witness online. Cody Austin, public witness online. Ava Morgan, public witness online. And Casa Bullock, public witness. And to Mr. Ramshaw, I understand that your testimony, you wanted to be able to play an instrument. We don't have a plug. So I invite you to say your testimony if you'd like, or if it is perhaps in a different format, we could work with you to make sure it gets submitted in the way you prefer, which we could do separately. But I just wanted to highlight I don't have a plug at the desk. It is your 3 minutes, and so if you want to do it a cappella, we can do that. If you just go around, sir. Sure. If you'll push the button so the red light comes on. There you go.
Thank you. I'm testifying in favor of the GRID Act with a song that I learned on the web by Googling folk song, climate change, fossil fuels. And this is a song by Sawan Dutta, who lives in India. Are your summers getting hotter, your winters more extreme? In the floods and forest fires, do you hear the planet scream? The disappearing ice caps, tsunamis, and the droughts. Are we on a dying planet with no way out? Tell us who decided this and why, who pulled the trigger, condemned us all to die. How did this happen? Who decided this and why? Who pulled the trigger, condemned us all to die? Global warming, can you feel the planet change? We're killing our future. Don't you think it's strange? This is a warning. Can you feel the planet change? We're burning our home down. Don't you think it's strange? When the last living humans are crying out loud, will they flaunt their GDP under their killer carbon shroud? When every living creature around us has died, too late to feel regret that we never really tried. Could we have changed the way we lived and learned to share, reduced our carbon footprint through recycle and repair, ditched the fossil fuels and switched to other ways? Did we consume the earth in our mad consume? Global warming, can you feel the planet change? We're killing our future. Don't you think it's strange? This is a warning. Can you feel the planet change? We're burning our home down. Don't you think it's strange?
All right, thank you very much, sir. Next, let me turn to Brett Matulis. Did I pronounce that right, Brett?
Matulis.
Matulis. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for allowing me to speak in favor of the GRID Act today. My name is Brett Matulis. I'm a resident of Ward 6. The interconnection issues addressed by the GRID Act are extremely important, but I want to use my allocated time today to speak specifically about the plug-in solar provisions within this bill. As you know, plug-in solar panels are small portable systems that can be easily installed by just about anybody. If you can plug in a television, you can plug these panels in. No professional installer is required, and this makes them by far the cheapest way to get clean energy quickly. The simplicity and the portability of these panels also makes them accessible to renters and to families that can't afford the major investment of rooftop solar. With the cost of living rising every day, this is one of the quickest, most immediate ways to reduce energy bills for families right now. Another reason that this bill matters to me is that clean energy is the foundation of a healthy future. As climate changes and we see more frequent health disasters such as wildfire pollution and extreme heat, we need to transition to a clean energy economy rapidly so that we can improve our community's health and well-being. Finally, in the time that I have left, I want to touch on the safety considerations of these panels because I'm aware that the Public Service Commission has raised concerns in their testimony. I believe these concerns to be unfounded and demonstrate that the Commission is yet again placing the interests of utilities ahead of affordability and the interests of DC residents. The fact is, this technology has an impeccable safety track record with millions of units installed around the world. And in fact, safety is precisely the reason we need this legislation to ensure that only safe certified products are on the market. Passing this law and regulating manufacturers is precisely the way to prevent unsafe products from being installed in homes. What we can be sure of is that unregulated, uncertified products will continue to be placed in service without the standards that this law could put in place. Passing this legislation will ensure that plug-in solar is safe, not the other way around. So I urge the council to pass the GRID Act, and thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Next, let me turn to Cody Austin, who's joining us online. There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. My name is Cody Austin. I'm a DC resident in Ward 3, tenant and environmental advocate. Today, I'm expressing my support for the GRID Act and the Utility Disconnection Protection Act. These bills would increase, or the GRID Act would increase access to plug-in solar by removing outdated interconnection and permitting requirements and streamline the district's solar interconnection process. Currently, PEPCO's unpredictable and costly process is slowing down local solar deployment. In DC, PEPCO's average last year for interconnection was 77 days to interconnect small solar systems, while states like Nevada and Texas take less than 30 days. PEPCO charges exorbitant amounts of money to install rooftop panels, sometimes as much as $100,000, while needlessly dragging their feet in interconnecting them. This discourages DC residents from pursuing clean, affordable energy, resulting in abandoned projects and wasted resources. DC tenants deserve far more protections against the price gouging carried out by private utilities and landlords. Unlike DC homeowners, we tenants are forced to pay outrageous rent and utility prices that skyrocket every year. Even in my rent-controlled unit, my rent has increased by $500 per month in just 5 years. The GRID Act would allow residents to bypass the cumbersome process of getting approval for rooftop solar, instead providing portable panels that can be easily plugged in. This plug-in solar technology will save renters 10 to 30% on their electric bills. This would allow more electricity demand to be met and lowered with privately funded, clean, and local generation. As a result, our grid would be less overwhelmed, and we would save all ratepayers money, as PEPCO wouldn't need to invest as much capital into gas-fired power plants or expensive grid upgrades. Further, plug-in solar is better suited to improve energy equity. These small resources can be localized in the communities that need them the most, particularly Black, Brown, and income-eligible communities. These resources can transform the lives of the 64% of low-income families in the district that are currently energy burdened. Regarding the Utility Disconnection Protection Act, I support safeguarding the protected households from disconnection. However, I would urge the council to go a step further and prohibit utility providers from disconnecting residential service for any residents at any time of the year, rather than restricting it to specific types of residents at specific times of the year. Since climate change is making our weather more volatile and difficult to predict, we should ensure all DC residents are protected year-round. Utilities should be treated as a basic human right. We must transition to a public utility governed by district residents for district residents. But until this is done, these bills would improve tenant access to more affordable renewable energy while reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Austin. And then I don't believe we have Ava Morgan, just double checking. And I don't believe we have Casa Bullock. All right, just double checking there. All right. Thank you all very much. Brett, say your last name again for me, because I messed it up.
It's all right. It's Matulis.
Matulis. I keep wanting to get back to Modulus. Matulis. All right. Brett, I really appreciate you highlighting the safety issues. Because here's the thing. While you were testifying, I just jumped on Amazon. I can buy an entire system and having it shipped to my house right now for a pretty big system for $1,400. If I believe the advertising, plug and play, it's going to save me about 40% on my electric bills. I think it was a 80-watt system. I can do that right now. I have no idea from a safety standard perspective. It's not dissimilar to actions that this council and this committee is taking, for example, around lithium-ion battery standards. So we have micromobility devices that have batteries, and where we saw in other cities, some of those batteries actually caught fire because they were poor quality, they were not standardized, they didn't create a regulatory system to say, yeah, we're going to have batteries, but it's got to meet these safety standards to be acceptable. There is nothing stopping somebody from going out and getting one of these right now, but I don't have safety standards to it. And that's part of what this legislation does. So I guess to some degree, you need to maybe let the secret out. You could put plug-in solar on your balcony right now, but we have no way to make sure we have a regulatory system to keep and make sure those are safe systems. That's a little bit different than what we heard from others who were just saying, hey, this is a great way that people could help generate some electricity, save some money with existing systems and technology. Anything I'm saying out of line? Does that make sense?
That makes absolute sense. I appreciate that you've looked into that. It is a little bit of the Wild West right now. And by authorizing this, setting the standards, certified products come onto the market, they'll be safer than the conditions that we have right now. People are installing these. That's the fact of the matter. By passing this law, setting those standards, we ensure that the products will be safer.
Yeah, I agree. And again, the Commonwealth of Virginia, not known as a experimental place, Utah, not known as an experimental place. Like, they've already passed laws around this. I wish that we were actually on the front edge. Turns out we're not as much on the front edge as I thought. So I don't want to play catch up, but I think that is a distinct and important argument that you've laid out, is that we need to be able to ensure the regulatory framework around these, because we have an inherent interest in making sure that they are safe. So I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the advocacy you've had around this to make sure this gets brought to our attention so that we can provide this option for folks, which again, especially for renters or others, may not be able to put a solar system on the roof of their home, but this is a way that they can actually help cut costs and do so in a way that they can become their own little power plant by having a little bit of energy generation on site. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, for Mr. Austin, you talked about, I think part of what you're calling for is a little bit different than what's in these bills, and that is you're advocating that we should be transitioning to a public utility overall. Is that correct?
As a long-term policy goal, yes, but I am
Okay.
also acknowledging that these bills would be a step in the right direction.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that I heard your testimony correct. You're supportive of these efforts and the legislation that's in front of us at the hearing today. Your testimony is say, hey, go even further and laying out recommendations of what you think should go further.
Exactly. I think a lot of the problems stem with PEPCO's profit motive, and that leading to the subsequent rate hikes we've seen in the past years for lots of DC residents.
Got it. Okay. All right. That's helpful. All right. Well, I really appreciate everybody's testimony today and your advocacy for these efforts that help push to make sure that they're part of the introduced version, and look forward to continuing to work to get this over the finish line. So thank you all very much. Thank you. All right. Let me move to our last panel of public witnesses. And then after that, we've got a number of other witnesses that we'll turn to representing different government or agencies. But let me turn to Daniel Klimmer, public witness. David Dickinson, public witness. Elizabeth Akinwande, public witness. George Hubbard, public witness. Karen Gladding, public witness. Katie Reese, public witness. Selah Goodson Bell with Solar United Neighbors Action. And Chris Sewell, Managing Director and Founder of Uprise Solar. I saw him here earlier, but he may have had to go. All right, so I think we have Karen Gladding, Katie Reese, and Selah Goodson Bell. Okay, all right. Karen Gladding, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair Allen, for this opportunity to testify in favor of the proposed GRID Act. I am Karen Gladding, and I'm here as a 13-year resident of DC with a commitment to make this city a better, easier, more affordable, and more sustainable place for all to live. I'm very excited about all the provisions of the GRID Act and enabling residents to lower their utility bills and move us toward our communal clean energy future. As you know, the ending of federal tax credits for rooftop solar installations has significantly impacted the adoption of solar energy. So it is more important than ever that we make all other requirements for solar installation as easy, quick, and predictable as possible as a way of encouraging residents to continue to adopt this clean energy source. Interconnection fees and wait times have been unacceptably long, opaque, and unpredictable. The GRID Act will go a long way to addressing these costly, time-consuming problems. Although I might add that some jurisdictions are moving toward instant permitting through the NRL's Solar App Plus. As a condo owner, I'm particularly excited about the plug-in solar provision in this legislation. We are a dense urban area with a significant number of renters, apartment dwellers, condo and co-op owners, and residents of multi-unit buildings. They make up the 70% of Americans who cannot install rooftop solar. But installation of this simple device will save households about $330 annually. Plug-in solar offers a way for residents to lower utility bills and expand energy options in a city already experiencing the fastest growth in utility rates in the country. At the same time, plug-in solar will help us move toward our 2045 carbon neutrality goal. I do have to say that giving landlords complete authority to prohibit plug-in devices will significantly slow adoption of this clean energy source. It was only when Germany limited landlords' ability to prohibit installation that the adoption really took off. I hope that the committee, indeed the entire council, will agree with me that the GRID Act is essential legislation to help DC residents lower utility bills, provide much greater speed, transparency, and predictability in solar installations, and to help our city move more quickly toward our 2045 carbon neutral goal. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak in favor of this excellent legislation. And I would also like to thank the other witnesses and their testimony for enlightening me as to the other worthy bills before the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see, next, Katie Reese.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am testifying on behalf of an organization here in DC. I'm sorry if there was a little bit of a mix-up there, but I hope you'll give me a little bit of latitude for perhaps an extra minute. I'm Katie Reese. I'm a longtime resident of Ward 1, been here for 35 years, and I'm also currently the co-chair of the DC chapter of Third Act. Third Act is a national organization of elders 60 and above who are fighting to protect our climate and democracy. And at the national level, Third Act is working to accelerate the transition to renewable energy with a particular focus on advancing solar power and democratizing energy production. Our 500 Third Act members in DC share these goals, and we urge the DC Council to pass the GRID Act to make plug-in solar legal for renters, to streamline the permitting process and make it affordable to connect solar panels to the power grid. Our Third Act co-founder, Bill McKibben, in his book, Here Comes the Sun, writes that solar panels are no longer an experimental activity. They're the cheapest way to produce power. They're essentially the Costco of energy, inexpensive and available in bulk. It's actually cheaper now than fossil fuels, making solar power an economic imperative rather than just an environmental choice. And yet access to it across this country and right here in DC is expensive, lengthy, and confusing. And energy affordability is a big issue in this city. A recent Washington Post article discussed how DC residents' average gas and electric bills have increased about 36% just in the past couple of years. And reasons include the Public Service Commission's approval of PEPCO and Washington Gas to make rate hike increases to cover the massive costs to build new gas line pipe infrastructure. This locks us into a future of fossil fuel dependence and does not make any sense given that DC is a national leader moving toward electrification and carbon neutrality goals. We simply cannot meet those goals without better access to solar power. If we want to lower utility costs, then we need more energy generation, but there are still too many regulatory hurdles that keep people from easily accessing it affordably here in DC, which this legislation will help overcome. For rooftop solar, it's amazing. Americans still pay 3 or 4 times as much as people in Australia and in the European Union. And it only has a small bit to do with tariffs and the cost of hardware. It's the soft costs, especially the expense and difficulty of getting licenses and permits and interconnection fees. On a personal level, I just signed a contract to get solar panels on my roof. I'm really concerned about climate change. That's why I'm a member and a leader in Third Act. And I want to reduce my own home's dependence on gas and decrease the pollution that comes with it. And it's already a very hefty investment that not many people can afford. And I was alarmed to find out that the average time to connect solar is 77 days, and that if the infrastructure on my block is not sufficient, that I could be charged anywhere from $20,000 to $100,000 to expand that infrastructure. No homeowner in this city should be subjected to charges like that, which could force them to turn away from clean solar power due to the financial difficulties. And neither should renters. 60% of the households in this city are renters. They should have access to plug-in solar. It's, as many have already testified, it's easy to set up, it's portable, can be placed on any accessible flat surface like yards or balconies. And we also particularly like the equity aspect of it, that homeowners who have not traditionally had access to this kind of technology would be able to enjoy some of the financial benefits of going solar. This is the democratization of energy. The sun shines on all of us. Everyone should have access to its power. So we know that Utah has done this. We know that Virginia is just on the cusp. Let's try to beat Virginia. This is what we need in DC. Let's be the second in the nation to make it happen through the passage of the GRID Act and allow more Washingtonians to easily and affordably harness the power of the sun. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And then Selah Goodson-Bell.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. On behalf of my organization, Solar United Neighbors Action, I urge you all to pass the GRID Act of 2026 out of the Transportation and Environment Committee. The GRID Act removes roadblocks to local solar deployment and ensures all Washingtonians, as has been previously stated, can harness the power of the sun. Just for some background, Sun Action is a 501c4 nonprofit organization that represents the needs and interests of solar owners and supporters in the district and across the country. Sun, our 501c3 affiliate, has helped more than 1,100 households in DC add 7.5 megawatts of solar to their homes and businesses, and we represent nearly 9,800 solar owners and supporters across the district. So my comments today, though, are on behalf of Sun Action. As has been stated earlier, PEPCO has been squeezing DC residents with ridiculously high energy bills over the past several years. Electricity costs in the district have gone up 93% since 2020, outpacing all of those states in that time frame. Meanwhile, PEPCO's profits have increased by $304 million, a 61% increase in just 5 years. Increased energy bills will make life even harder for the 64% of low-income families in the district that are already energy burdened. As PEPCO's executives and shareholders line their pockets, more families are being forced to choose between putting food on the table or keeping their homes warm during the past winter. And in that past winter, countless customers saw their energy bills double or even quadruple compared to the year before, even though they weren't using more electricity. This is primarily due to regional factors like hyperscale data center growth, solar interconnection delays, and an over-reliance on fossil fuels. Fully unlocking local solar and storage can protect Washingtonians from the worst of these impacts by minimizing energy bills for participating customers. They also reduce system-wide energy costs by lowering demand and deferring investments into expensive distribution infrastructure at the local level, as well as generation and transmission infrastructure at the regional level. Despite these benefits, PEPCO has obstructed the deployment of local solar with interconnection delays, unpredictable and arbitrarily high project cost estimates, and the neglectful management of community solar credits. The GRID Act restrains some of this harmful behavior and begins to maximize the full potential of local solar by strengthening the district solar interconnection process and expanding access to plug-in solar. The bill's interconnection reforms, particularly the data publication requirements and development of an independent ombuds office and more standardized and clear timelines, will minimize disputes, limit costly project delays, and provide much-needed transparency to solar developers and customers. This strongly complements its plug-in solar provision, which could allow renters, co-op dwellers, and others who struggle to access rooftop solar save between $110 and even as much as $330 per year. But despite some of these transformative promises, we do have several recommended changes in our written comments to ensure that none of the bill's measures backfire or unintentionally cause longer or more costly interconnection delays. For plug-in solar, we ask that the bill set the maximum power output of the system at 1,200 watts, as was mentioned earlier, to align with best practices around the country. And we also ask that we find a way to actually prohibit any attempts by landlords or homeowners associations to block residents' access to this technology. As you mentioned in Virginia, there are ways to do this while still giving landlords ability to have reasonable restrictions on the size or placement of the system. For the other interconnection reform measures, we strongly defer to the recommendations made by CCAN and CHESA, and similarly think that there are certain tweaks that need to be made to the cost sharing methodology and some of the other parts of the interconnection process. Overall, we just want to say that we think it's best to explicitly demand that the PSC speed up and standardize these processes without being overly prescriptive in the actual law so that we can continue to maintain flexibility and adhere to best practices nationwide as technology develops. And also to avoid unnecessary opportunities to re-legislate. So we encourage council members and their staff to work with us, other partner organizations, industry experts, as well as public stakeholders to talk through these details and nuances of those suggestions even further. Overall, we believe that this is an urgently needed bill that can provide immediate financial relief to the district's ratepayers and put us on track to meet our ambitious and nation-leading local solar goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. So the danger of being the last panel is that you're testifying and a lot of what's already been said, what you said has been said. But I really appreciate the fact that you're here and advocating for this. And your testimony is kind of focused a lot on our on the GRID Act. And I'll be honest, I didn't know that Virginia had passed this when I began the day, and now I do. I did not hear a gnashing of teeth and a hue and cry from Virginia when this was done. And so I believe that Virginia, again, I don't think most people would think of Virginia as, you know, a really extreme experimental state. So they clearly, both their House and Senate and the governor's about to sign legislation that does this. I'm going to wager, I'm going to give you a chance, would love to hear your take on this. They view it for two reasons. One, this is just for people who cannot afford an entire solar array on their rooftop or the expense of that, this is a relatively affordable way to immediately decrease energy costs. It may not generate 100% of the bill, but it's a way to immediately start lowering costs. Two, a state does need to create a regulatory framework for something so that you know what you're purchasing and what's legal to be sold in a state meet certain safety standards. Am I missing something?
I can go first. I don't think you're missing anything. And yeah, I want to clarify it is waiting the signature for the governor. So I guess technically hasn't fully passed, but yeah, passed both chambers. And one of the important provisions you all included, and again, is best practices across the state, is that the systems have to adhere to the National Underwriters Laboratory Standards or other similar safety standards like the National Electric Code. And also in Virginia, it removes liability from the landlords to have to cover any damages that come from the system. And so we actually care about this, you know, being a tool for energy equity and not just lowering energy burdens, but making sure that everyone can actually participate in energy democracy, can benefit from from access to solar. We shouldn't really leave it in the hands of landlords because just historically we know that they just haven't been fully aligned with the actual interests of their tenants. There's definitely a way to split it down the middle where we're making sure we protect some of their valid interests, making sure that again they aren't liable for any tenant who's unresponsibly using this technology, while making sure that they can't be overly restrictive.
Right, and I think that's the responsible approach to take as well, because from a landlord perspective or a property owner, just like any other thing, renters aren't allowed just to do whatever they want inside a property that they're leasing or renting. So this creates protections, the right type of protections, reasonable, smart, thoughtful protections for the property owner, especially from that liability perspective you talked about, but then also allows it to move forward. Karen, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to add for the state that is famous for don't tread on me. Energy independence might be part of the motivation there as well.
Yeah.
It should be for all of us.
Yeah, no, I hear you. All right, so I think I your testimony is just going to help drive home that point over and over again. I really appreciate it. It's important, though, also for us to build out that record for legislation as we're moving it forward. So thank you. One of the issues I think will come up is going to be around, can a landlord prohibit balcony solar? So our legislation is drafted, allows a landlord to be able to say, I don't want this, or maybe it's a co-op or condo board or association says that. And I'll be honest, we've had this issue come up not too long ago, as a lot of people wanted to show their pride in the District of Columbia, wanted to hang DC flags off their balcony. And we had condo associations that said, appreciate and love it, it's against the rules, you can't be hanging flags off the balcony, right? In those situations, what happened is the residents actually worked with their condo association and their co-op boards and, got an exception to that. If I'm reading the Virginia law, again, waiting signature, but if I'm reading it correctly, it prohibits a landlord from prohibiting balcony solar. Do you have a strong recommendation about what we should be considering here? Should a property owner or should a condo or co-op board be allowed to prohibit? In the same way that they're allowed to prohibit what you hang, what banners or political speech off a banner, or what things you can hang off the banner, or we have some places where you're not allowed to put trees, and big planters on your balcony. Like, we have different type of ways that we manage what is and is not allowed on a balcony.
Yeah, just to reiterate, this technology didn't really take off in Germany until legislation was passed that limited landlords' ability to do that. Mm-hmm. So although I appreciate that there may be aesthetic reasons to limit what residents can do, I personally think that in terms of clean energy, the time has come that we can't allow aesthetics to get in the way. That's my own personal resident opinion, but I'm sure Selah has some important things to say around that.
I don't have much else new to that, honestly. I think as long as you address the liability concern, I think that's the only valid concern. Like Karen just said, aesthetics should not be a reason for us not to do everything we can to fully beat this affordability crisis and throw all the solutions at the table. Again, and we know also historically with rooftop solar, people seeing other people have rooftop solar is one of the biggest drivers of more adoption. And so it would also just be a great way for us to maximize adoption, continue to get costs low, and also open the door in the future for maybe even the district having like a government program for there to be rebates to make this even more affordable for folks. So it's the promise of this technology far outweighs any of the concerns that landlords are raising, as long as you address the damage liability question. And they do well in Virginia.
Would the damage and liability, so for example, we heard the representative from AOBA raised a concern around if a balcony, let's pretend, for the sake of argument here, a balcony railing is constructed and it was constructed and designed with the intent not to hang anything off of it. And then a tenant hangs something on. I don't know exactly how much these systems weigh. I can't imagine they're that much, but let's just, for the sake of this example, and it does damage the balcony. Like, I don't think that's an unreasonable concern for a property owner of like, I don't want my balcony to get damaged from something. That's a reasonable concern.
Exactly.
The way that you are laying out that the liability or damage is on the person that put it on the railing, is that the way you're saying that the language was drafted? You believe in a way that would cover that, so that if there is damage, it's very clear on the tenant, not on the property owner.
Exactly. And there would be on other parts of the premises, like if there was like a public space with more balconies and it's like a shared space, like the tenants would not be able to put balcony solar there, according to Virginia legislation. And so I do think that's a good way to, like, again, keep landlords happy without unnecessarily stifling this important technology.
But I will go a little further. I don't think just making them happy. I think those are reasonable concerns. I actually don't think that's an unreasonable concern is around what would be the damage to a balcony or a part of that building that you own.
Are there not already existing building safety codes that specify what a balcony must be able to support? I mean, usually the railing around a terrace or such would support a small child, for instance, from falling, right? So I don't know what the building regulations are, but I would imagine that they should support the plug-in system. Some plug-in systems are incredibly light as well. There are options around plug-in solar. There's not just one kind of
Yeah.
panel. There are also smaller, more flexible ones.
Absolutely. And I do not sit here being an expert on the construction code of balconies. So I just note that to say that to me is not an unreasonable thing that a property owner would say is if there's damage to my balcony, if there's damage here, that's on the renter. So it sounds like the Virginia law is one I want to make sure we take a look at to see how it balances the liability or potential for damage, but still allows. So I think that's worthy of us taking a look at. So
I don't know if Hannah Ellis is still attending the hearing remotely, but she would have a very good overview of what is happening in other states around this.
well, we will be able to follow up with her so we can make sure that we do that. Yes,
And
Maurice.
I would, just one last thought that's occurred to me in hearing the comments so far, is there seems like there's plenty of room for some big education that needs to be done.
Absolutely, yeah.
Both, for around these issues that have just been discussed, but also the benefits, because I think even for, property owners and people who own buildings and so forth, to have them better understand the benefits that this can bring overall, not just to the individual renters, which is much bigger than, does this look bad on my balcony?
Agreed completely. And I think there's a lot of space to work with things like the sustainable energy utility. If you're going to give me a rebate for making a smart decision to have a programmable thermostat, or if there's a rebate available for an Energy Star appliance, seems this could be a really great way to also help find some ways to create some type of a rebate or an incentive that helps knock off the cost a little bit and help get more people to be able to afford to purchase this.
As long as we don't have a mayor who raids that fund.
I hear you. Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions for this panel, but I very much appreciate all your testimony. So thank you all very much. All right, so we are going to transition to the next part of our hearing, which are government witnesses, which is including a couple of different panels. What I'm going to do is take just a 5-minute recess and we'll catch our breath, change up the room. And then what we'll do is we will switch gears and move to our government witnesses, where we're going to begin with DC Water and Kristen Williams, followed by the Office of the Attorney General, where we have Beth Mellon and Emily Barth testifying. Then we have the Director of the Department of Energy and Environment, Director Jackson, and Emil Thompson, the Chair of the Public Service Commission. And then panel 4 will be the Office of People's Counsel, where we have 4 representatives, Karen Sistrunk, Lawrence Daniels, Adam Carlesco, and Nia Tanner. So we'll take about a 5-minute recess, and then we will transition over for that portion of the hearing. So thank you all very much. Just for the record, the time is now 1:30, and we'll take about a 5-minute recess. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are back from a brief recess. Just for the record, the time is 1:40. And we finished up our witnesses with our public witnesses. We're now switching over to our government witnesses. What I'm going to do before we get started is do our quick swearing in an oath. Now, DC Water are not government employees, so you don't have to be sworn in here. I'm going to read out those that are. You can tell me, just so that it's on the record, I am going to assume that you are going to tell me the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in all of your answers, but I technically can't swear you in. So I'm going to do this for all the panels just all at once, so we don't have to do this repeatedly here, but this is for Beth Mellon with the AG's office, Emily Farth, AG's office, Richard Jackson, DOEE, Emil Thompson, Public Service Commission, Karen Sistrunk, Lawrence Daniels, Adam Carlesco, and Nia Tanner from the Office of People's Counsel. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the penalty of perjury the testimony you have to give to the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you all very much. And Ms. Williams, you promise you're just going to, even though I can't swear you in, you agree?
I do agree.
I assumed as
That
much.
should get me some easier questions.
I assumed as much. I assumed as much. All right, Kirsten Williams is the Executive Vice President and Chief Administration Officer with the DC Water and Sewer Authority. I know you have some colleagues at the table. If you would help introduce them, and then I'm going to turn it over to you for your testimony.
Fantastic. That's great. I have with me to my right, Ms. Lola Oyemi, who is our Acting Chief Financial Officer. And I know you're used to Matt Brown, but Lola is Matt's protege. So she's equally as capable. And then to my left, we have Kelly Fisher, who is our Deputy General Counsel. So with that, I will get started. So good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. As noted, my name is Kirsten Williams, and I'm the Chief Administrative Officer at DC Water. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify today and to be able to discuss all the matters before the committee. My remarks will really focus, however, on Bill 26443, which is the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Amendment Act. I would really like to thank, before we start, you and your staff for the continued engagement we've had about these measures. Your effort to try to strike the right balance between consumer protections and thoughtful approaches to managing the high arrears that we have is really commendable, and certainly something that is a testament to what you're trying to do to address all ratepayer challenges. With respect to the remaining bills impacting DC Water, we will provide additional written submissions for the legislative record. But I do want to note today that we believe automatic enrollment is a common sense approach to reduce barriers and connect to more eligible households to that assistance. We have looked at the testimony of the Public Service Commission and the Department of Energy and the Environment, and will continue to work through the challenges that they note. We'll also continue to work with DOEE to ensure implementation is accurate, protects customer privacy, and most importantly, is easy to understand. We also support measures like Councilmember Robert White's bill that seek to improve tenant access to billing information and assistance programs in situations where housing providers provide inaction and create barriers. Now, turning to the foundation of our remarks, I would like to begin by acknowledging a principle that we all share. Water is an essential service. We have a collective responsibility to ensure that it remains both accessible and affordable, particularly for our most vulnerable residents. That responsibility, however, requires a careful balance between strong customer protections and the long-term financial sustainability of the system that provides these services. DC Water has consistently demonstrated its commitment to protecting customers, particularly during periods of hardship. As we all know, at the onset of the COVID pandemic, DC Water made a deliberate decision to pause disconnections and restore service to customers who had previously been disconnected. We took these actions proactively based on our independent assessment of the public health emergency and the needs of our customers. And this was done prior to the implementation of the district-wide mandates. At the same time, we expanded customer support significantly by partnering with the district to deploy local and federal relief resources and by strengthening flexible payment arrangements and outreach efforts. These actions reflect a broader commitment not only to maintain service, but to expand how and to whom support is delivered. However, these efforts have also had severe financial consequences. While we prioritized keeping customers connected, arrears have grown and now total approximately $32.8 million. This context is very important in today's discussion. The question before the committee is not whether customers should be protected. The question is how to do so in a manner that does not unintentionally shift the cost of non-payment onto other ratepayers or undermine the financial stability and independence required to operate and maintain the district's water system. As currently drafted, Bill 26443 introduces a series of changes to DC Water's billing, collection, and customer account management processes that, when coupled, create significant operational, financial, and legal challenges. First, the bill would require DC Water to provide water and sewer service for extended periods without payment. Under existing law, service may be discontinued after approximately 30 days of non-payment. Under the proposed legislation, that timeline appears to extend to a minimum of approximately 121 days, and in certain cases, up to 181 days or longer, depending on additional protections and conditions. This represents a fundamental shift in the timing of revenue collection and introduces substantial delays in addressing delinquent accounts. This also places the customer in a more difficult financial situation. As we have seen in practice, the longer non-payment periods continue without intervention, the less likely customers are able to address arrears once DC Water is able to take action for non-payment. Second, the bill would significantly delay DC Water's ability to secure and recover unpaid debt through the lien process. As proposed, a minimum of approximately 7 months would elapse between the issuance of a bill and the earliest point at which a lien could be enforced, with additional time required for administrative processes. This delay weakens one of the primary tools available to secure outstanding debt and manage long-term arrears. Several provisions of the bill also present significant implementation challenges. Most notably, the submetering and tenant billing provisions would require costly system overhauls. As drafted, the bill would require DC Water to waive a portion of an owner's outstanding balance for any expenditures made by the owner to improve water service, including expenditures to repair a leak or to submeter units in the property. Not only is this provision costly, but it also requires verification that would be difficult to implement. Furthermore, if tenants elect, as drafted in the bill, to receive a bill in their own name, DC Water's bill management would increase substantially as well. For context, suppose there are between 3,000 and 4,000 multifamily properties in the district, let's say servicing 300,000 to 350,000 residents. If these multifamily residents elected to receive their own bill, which would also require the property to install a submeter for each unit, DC Water's multifamily billing system would increase by a rate of up to 85 to 100 times more. Moreover, the receivership provisions introduce additional complexity into a process we believe that is already available and may ultimately make it more difficult rather than easier to utilize receiverships as a viable tool to reduce arrears and prevent disconnection. As we've talked about already, there are several aspects that we have concerns about, but we also want to discuss the new mandates listed in this bill. These include the establishment of an amnesty program that would require the waiver of fees, interest, and portions of outstanding balances, the expanded notification and reporting requirements listed in the bill, and lastly, the new account management processes that would result in the management for us to implement this bill. These requirements impose significant administrative burdens while simultaneously reducing or delaying revenue collection. We estimate that implementation of this bill would require approximately 40 additional full-time employees, extensive capital investment, and increased operating expenses that would total ranging from approximately $108 million to $122 million. Let's translate that into something more realistic. These costs would estimate a residential customer's bill approximately by 34 to 38%, or $51 to $56 per month if we were to implement the bill as drafted. These impacts must be considered within the context of DC Water's financial structure. We operate as an independent authority with fiscal autonomy established by Congress. This independence is foundational to our ability to maintain strong bond ratings, finance critical infrastructure, and most importantly, deliver reliable service. I should also note, for the record, that the district law includes a statutory pledge that it will not limit or alter DC Water's ability to fulfill its obligations to bondholders or impair the rights of these bondholders. A reduction in revenue stability, combined with increased cost and potential litigation risk, could negatively impact DC Water's credit profile, thereby increasing our borrowing cost. Those costs would ultimately be borne by district ratepayers. DC Water's approach to collections are designed to avoid service interruptions whenever possible. We've come before you at performance oversight hearings and other things to talk through all of the steps that we take. So we do want to re-emphasize that we prioritize early outreach, clear communications, and as we have been doing most recently, communications in multiple languages to the tenants impacted, and flexible payment arrangements tailored to customer circumstances. Within that framework, Disconnection Authority, which is a last effort for us, serves as an important component, unlike no other utility in the nation, of an overall engagement strategy. It is not the starting point, but rather it is a mechanism that helps prompt resolution when prior efforts have not resulted in customer response. And we want to note, as you asked us to several months ago, actually probably a year ago, the notice provisions and things that we're doing within our multifamily buildings has resulted in reducing some of those, the arrears that we have. So we want to just continue to stress that we are partnership in as we try to stress the challenges that we have before us. Restricting this authority, however, does not eliminate non-payment. Instead, it allows unpaid balances to accumulate over time and ultimately shifts those costs to other customers. Similarly, our lien authority is not a punitive measure. Rather, it is a mechanism that allows for a measured and patient approach to collections. It's important to know that a lien does not immediately result in a sale. Without it, however, DC Water would have limited ability to secure outstanding debt over time, which would reduce flexibility and increase reliance on more immediate enforcement actions. Within the context of this bill, I would be remiss if I did not talk about the robust customer assistance programs that we have in the country. They're highlighted a lot by our customer advocates, notably, and we've done a lot to increase those over the years based upon the needs of district residents. These programs are independently funded through a combination of DC Water resources, district support, federal funding, and we're proud of SPLASH, which is a voluntary contribution support. They're designed to provide targeted assistance while maintaining financial stability and the independence that we need. The proposed legislation differs fundamentally with those programs in that its costs would be borne directly by districts, DC Water's general revenues, and ultimately by ratepayers, rather through independently funded assistance mechanisms. In addition, mandating specific programs, such as the amnesty one listed in the bill, removes our board of directors' ability to evaluate financial conditions and deploy these tools responsibly. DC Water's board of directors are charged with balancing affordability, operational needs, and the long-term financial success of the authority. That flexibility has been critical to the success of our customer assistance programs and to the authority in general over the years. Turning to last, our legal considerations. DC Water is required under its governing bond documents to fix, charge, and collect rates sufficient to cover operating expenses and debt service obligations. If revenues fall short, DC Water is obligated to increase rates to meet those requirements. The combination of extended service without payment, delayed lien enforcement, and reduced collections could be construed as impairing DC Water's ability to meet these obligations, and as such, potentially exposing the district to bondholder litigation and to challenges in the validity of this legislation. If revenue losses resulting from the bill require increased rates on paying customers, those increases could be subject to legal challenge as an improper redistribution of these costs. In closing, DC Water shares the committee's goal of protecting district residents in a bill collection process that ultimately begins with the housing provider and ensuring continued access to essential services. We have demonstrated that commitment through our actions, particularly as of late, as I've noted, when we have collectively partnered on addressing notably the multifamily challenges in our arrears and how we manage that and how we communicate that to protect tenants. However, protecting consumers requires both compassion and practical tools. Policies that remove these tools risk creating unintended consequences that may increase costs, reduce system stability, and ultimately impact the very residents we are trying to protect. We remain committed to working with the committee to identify a path forward that strengthens customer protections while preserving the financial integrity of the system. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. My colleagues and I, again, Lola Oyemi, who is our acting chief financial officer, and Kelly Fisher, our associate general counsel, are happy to answer any questions that you, and now I know we're joined by Councilmember Lewis George or others that may join us, may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I was going to note we've been joined by Councilmember Lewis George, who is here. And so we'll do 8-minute rounds for questions here. And let me thank you for your comment at the very top. And my commitment is to continue to work in collaboration with you as well on trying to find a bill that moves forward to both protect our residents and strikes the balance that we have to. You know, one of the things that is clear from my conversations with yourself and colleagues at DC Water, the sheer amount of arrearages is significant, and it has an impact on DC Water. I think that we noted this in our oversight hearing, current arrears are around $32.8 million cumulatively. Previously, it was around $35 million. That's trending in the right direction, but at that pace, it would take us another 30 years to go through that. So what do you account for some of the improvement? And by improvement, I mean being able to lower the amount of arrearages that DC Water has to carry.
That is a perfect question to start off with, because I think it highlights the collaboration that we have done in partnership. We do understand that protecting the residents of the District of Columbia in relation to the essential services we provide is not, something to be done in a silo. And as we have, listened to the feedback, we've heard from some council members who said, how do we get here? We need to be addressing disconnection sooner and not letting the arrears grow. While others have said, like yourself, let's make sure we can ensure that the tenants have awareness. So I do think the one effort and tool that really has worked is the postings on the doors. That effort has ensured that the tenants have an ability to understand that there are some challenges going on. We had one instance just this week where the posting of the notice, we were not planning to disconnect, spurred a payment of, almost $90,000 that we had been going through all of the efforts over years at that point to try to address. So working in partnership, This measure does require us to, I'd love to call it a task force or something else with the Department of Buildings, HCMA, all of the offices of tenant advocate, OPC, of course, Children's Law Center and others, the Attorney General's office, to continue to work in partnership. And I do think by sharing that information ahead of time, as we've been doing to all of the impacted council member offices and those impacted agencies, I think it has helped to put some spotlight on what we know is a major issue.
Okay. When you look at the trends that we have, where do we believe that our disconnections, based on the data we have, where are our arrearages and our disconnection notices concentrated? And what I mean by that is kind of twofold. One is both geographically, and then the other part of this question is, what type of housing do you see it concentrated in?
That is a great question. One of the things we have been doing is trying to look at the information grouped by wards. And I know that was a question that Councilmember Parker asked during the performance oversight hearing, notably because we don't want to have a misnomer that these are east of the river or west of the river, or to suggest that this is not a citywide issue. And I do want to highlight that while Ward 7 is our greatest impact, and you will recall that when we started to address these challenges post-COVID, so to speak, we focused on the smaller unit buildings, the 4 to 6, and then it grew. So when you think of the larger buildings, you also have to think about where they're concentrated in those wards. So it is a mix, and I don't want anyone to take away today that this is an east of the river issue. It is not. It is one that goes, across all 8 wards, and certainly it does range in size of the multifamily providers. But right now, Ward 7 is our highest arrears.
Okay. And
for multifamily, I'm sorry, let me clarify.
And that's in multifamily?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then I wanted to ask as well, and you or your team might have heard some of the conversation we had on a previous panel with the public. How many of our DC water rate payers, and I could say tenants, and I'm going to kind of say accounts, are in their own names versus, or how do we phrase it? Versus being the name of an LLC or being in a different name, a corporation structure?
That we will have to come back. That was a great question that was raised. One of the things kind of historically that we've been looking at is really trying to understand, why haven't we, had individual customer accounts? Of course, it's, tied back to the construction codes and all of those things, but as an aside from that, it's always been attached to the property owner. So when you think about buildings, it's whoever is owning or managing that building. And in some instances, those are LLCs. So we will take a look at that information. It was a good, notation to have, as we heard earlier in the testimony.
Right, because the question is if we are trying to also think about ways in which we are providing utility assistance to the person, having something in the name of a natural person versus a random LLC incorporated in Delaware, the challenge of being able to link that assistance can be harder. So how do we do that now? I mean, so currently I've worked with DC Water. We've created some really good, consumer benefit type of protections that exist, some type of utility assistance programs. How does that work currently with an account holder who the account may be in their personal name, or it could be not, and it's in an LLC structure?
Right. We, from a multifamily perspective, and for the record, certainly we did, and we were one of only, I keep searching for other water utilities who tried to implement a multifamily assistance program during COVID. We didn't have a lot of success with that. There were some implementation challenges, of course. We have partnered with our housing providers to really understand what some of those aspects were. But our customer assistance programs really are targeted to our residential customers. So it is hard to kind of delineate your question from a perspective of how do we get to protecting tenants inside a building that is a single account holder. We always are open to ideas and suggestions, and certainly want to continue to look for programs that could benefit tenants in the multifamily.
Yeah.
But right now, our traditional customer assistance programs have been targeted to individual residential customer accounts. And then, of course, with our CREAC, which we thank you for, that nonprofit relief is for those organizations.
Yeah, and that's why we're trying to come up with different legislative ideas. It's why we're trying to work on this. because we can get into a much longer conversation around master meters and sub-meters, but if we are seeing the majority of your rearages concentrated in one area, concentrated in multifamily buildings, yet that building may be in the name of an LLC or something else that is not a natural person, it makes our customer assistance programs that much harder to be able to get to the person it is that we're trying to help. And so I think that part of what I see these bills, and there's a variety of them that we're talking through today. I think that they really are. There's a common thread through them is trying to figure out how do we get to that person in a multi-unit building who is struggling to make ends meet, and if they are essentially unable to access some of our different utility assistance programs, we've got to figure out how do we do a better job of connecting them. And that's what I think the spirit of the bills are. The mechanics are part of what we work out. It's part of what we have to work out with you and many others, but that's what we're really trying to go at.
If I could just add one, aspect for the discussion, I do think we must work together to identify that. When you start to think about, we have no idea of the sheer magnitude of the number of tenants in those buildings. So the dilemma for us would be how to attach it. Is it an income-based eligibility for customer assistance programs? Those spark a wide range of conversations. Again, looking at the testimony of the government entities following us, there are challenges that we need to think through financially with the adoption of those programs. Who's paying for that? When you think about our DC Water customer assistance programs, having the flexibility with a myriad of those resources does, again, approved by our board of directors, gives us the flexibility to attach those programs to where we're most in need. And that's where I think, having a task force, having more of our housing providers in the conversation too, to understand some of the conversations we've been having, again, in silos. We understand that housing providers also faced, significant challenges post-COVID. So all of us as a platform have engaged in some need to address the post-COVID challenges that we have. Yeah. So I would just encourage you and the committee to put us all together to work through those strategies.
All right, I'm going to kind of continue this thread in my next round, but let me turn to Councilor Lewis George.
Thank you. And thank you, good afternoon, Chair Allen, and thank you for holding the hearing today. I also wanted just to thank the many public witnesses who took the time to come forward and to speak on the range of legislations before us. As Ward 4 council member, I hear from constituents every single day about the rising cost of utilities and the fear of cutoffs. And at a moment when too many people are facing job loss, rents continue to climb, and the overall cost of living has surged, these increases are simply not sustainable for families across the district. And for many households, this is no longer just a strain, but it's a breaking point. And we have an obligation to respond with urgency and with focus. In difficult economic times like these, we need to be doing everything we can to provide relief, protect residents, and ensure that basic necessities remain accessible and affordable. And that is what all of these legislations are trying to aim at today. And I look forward to working through conversation with our government witnesses, how we reach and attain the goal that I think we all agree on is the ultimate goal for DC families. With that in mind, Ms. Williams, for DC Water, I just wanted to start out asking about how our water shutoffs, particularly around our multifamily buildings, sort of what has DC Water done historically to ensure that tenants in multifamily buildings are not unduly burdened when the non-payment is not their fault? And can you walk me through that current process in receivership cases for multifamily properties?
Yes, and I will answer in part and then turn to my colleague. And certainly I would be remiss if I did not highlight all of our legal partners. Kelly Fisher is probably the most passionate person that you'll find in our authority on trying to work to prevent and help tenants when they are in need. And certainly we worked with numerous offices when you all have reached out about those moments. So I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge her before, really addressing your first question. This was something new for us as an authority. We were not previously in the pattern of having to disconnect multifamily properties. We certainly understood the challenge, the transparency aspect, ensuring that, again, we have just, less than, 20 years ago established classes of which we account. So, a commercial account, a residential account, that's even new to us. So when you think about how we move the authority forward, this is something where the partnership about the notices and postings, we previously had, our typical practice, which is, the outbound calls, the letters, the engagement through that as our traditional approaches. And then when we recognized that was really inept for the challenges that you said, putting that notice together in partnership and working with all of the offices to make sure the language was appropriate, making sure that we had something translated. We do know there are 13 accessible languages in the district. That's important for residents to understand. Now, we'll tell you, as soon as we post them, a lot of times the agencies or the entities are taking them down, but enough tenants have seen it to spark conversation. And that has helped, because certainly what we have found is when that notice gets posted, those property managers or, housing providers are making payment arrangements with us. They're not paying in totality, which is why, to Councilmember Allen's point, we're seeing the numbers, come down incrementally. But it's a testament to the fact that our other efforts were not really as effective.
Yeah.
And the threat of disconnection, I hate the carrot versus the stick, dynamic here, but that has worked. I think just historically, some housing providers, as we've heard, are challenged with their financial situations and are saying, well, if you're not going to disconnect me, I can put you in the list of things that I have to prioritize to pay. That's unfair to tenants. The access and knowledge of tenants having to understand that complexity is something that I do think the spirit of these bills, is seeking to do. We're just trying to make sure, we don't have a price tag on that transparency that then is borne by others. But Kelly, if you want to speak to the receivership pieces.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I file most of DC Water's receiverships.
Okay.
I have trained somebody else to help me with that. So hopefully going forward, we'll be able to file more of them. With our receiverships, we try to keep it as a very streamlined process. So our receiver, unlike other receivers, gets paid a monthly flat rate. So it's not hourly. She does not take over management of the property. She focuses on payment of utility bills. So she pays the DC water bill, electrical bill, gas bill. And then after all that's done, she looks at the remaining rents, and a portion of that goes to the delinquent balance. We try to keep it very streamlined because by doing that, we can go in front of judge and chambers, which means we get hearings very quickly.
Yeah.
And our hearings are very short. And because it's low cost, judges are very quick to appoint a receiver when one needs to be appointed. I say all the time in DC Water, the goal of receivership when I file it is not a receiver. My goal is a payment plan.
That's right.
And it's just another tool similar to disconnection that eventually, I would say probably 2/3 of the petitions we file never go to a receiver. They're just payment plans. Now, the process isn't perfect. We have some issues with subsidy money and transferring the subsidy funds to the receiver. And there are also some issues, probably not surprising, to uncooperative landlords not providing us information. And I think in those two pieces particularly, I could see the council helping to make those two pieces more effective so we can be more productive with receivership, so that I'm not going a year and I still haven't gotten any payment of a water bill.
Yeah. What does, and I appreciate the work that you all are doing here. I think this is effective and has been effective, and I'm really appreciative that you all have taken these steps. What does partnership with the residents look like during receivership? I feel like that's a big part of what this legislation is trying to get at. And so I'm wondering, do you partner with anyone to ensure that residents are aware that these kinds of demands are legitimate?
So I'm say two things. One, when our receiver is appointed, she walks the property and tries to make direct outreach to every single tenant. It is also, and she posts a copy of the order. And I can tell you it is not uncommon for a tenant to reach out to me and have questions. They particularly often have questions about who they pay because they want to make sure they're paying the right person. The other thing that we do is keep in open communication with a group that I call our community partners.
Okay.
And some of that starts even before receivership, and I'm going to give you a recent example. We're going to be filing a receivership petition on a property next week that I got a phone call from Bread for the City about, and OAG, who we provide a list of disconnection postings every week to, called me about. And they said, hey, this is low income, low affordable housing subsidy property. And I said, well, that's great because it's subsidy money. I know there's money to pay the water bill. So between that discussion with Bread for the City, I also have identified other properties that they think are in a similar situation. So now we can prioritize those for receivership because they're most likely to be successful.
That's right. Okay, great. Thank you
Can
so
I
much.
add one other point that I should have noted when Councilmember Allen asked this question, so I'm going to slide it in because I think it's appropriate here. One of the opportunities of the partnership that we have also realized is how often we don't have notification in our customer information system of a district property or a district subsidized property or, one that's affordable housing. So all of those additional pieces now, as a result of this partnership, we have a better relationship with Department of Housing and Community Development and DMPED even to say, when you all are considering, putting district resources into these properties to rehabilitate or assist in some ways or take over in some ways, it's really critical that you let us know, because what is happening is that notice is then provided. Again, because there are arrears or there are challenges, and there were buckets of monies. There's sometimes delays in those monies, getting to the right department to be paid, for us to be paid on time. So just going through this, I'm just trying to ensure that you all have a clear picture of what we have realized, that this breadth of housing challenges, and one of the other areas is when we know there are resources, as Kelly mentioned, that should be there or there, just haven't been paid on time, and thereby we haven't been paid on time.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. What are the barriers that currently prevent tenants from accessing water billing information or payment assistance programs when the water account is held in the landlord's name?
Oh, gosh. I can probably take that. I will say, before I came to when I first came to DC Water, I questioned why we had steps that we required tenants to take before we gave them information. And I have since learned that we have had landlords call us up very angry because we provided certain information. One of the things we did when we started multifamily disconnections is we created a declaration that a tenant can sign that basically says, I'm a tenant, I am a lawful tenant, you can provide me information about the property. That was a way to make things easier and give us a written document that protected us. I know we had the tenant assistance, or can't remember the exact name of the bill, thank you, which I think is a great idea. Obviously, I love it from a DC Water perspective because it provides us some assurances on the liability portion if somebody calls and we give them information, we don't have to worry about a landlord calling up after the fact and telling us that was a squatter and they shouldn't have that information.
Okay. Let's assume the bill passes. Are there cases you think where a landlord could actively block tenants from being able to access information about the water bill?
I don't think so. Not unless they have a court order. I think, if they have a court order that says this person has no lawful right to be at the property, that I think changes the situation.
Right.
Absent that, I can't.
It's going to add there's a lot of other things going on if that's the point we're at.
Exactly. So I can't really see that being an issue.
Okay. In the written testimony, you state that if DC Water needed to account for all multifamily households receiving their own bill, that would increase DC Water's billing systems 85 to 100 times. What I think we're talking about is if you had to overnight submeter the whole city, essentially for a multifamily buildings, right?
Not exactly.
Not over.
So, and certainly I think that's, one complexity. The other is just this sheer access. So as we are interpreting the language in the bill to be, that individual would be able to go in and create an account. So that ability means we have to then have same documentation that Kelly noted or other information. I'm not one to suggest, I used to wear an old hat at AOBA to understand, how frequently tenants are moving in and out of buildings. So there's that complexity of, who's in, apartment 101 today versus who's in 102 tomorrow. Creating those systems again where the tenant has access only information versus being able to pay, because those presently our customer information is established by the accounts that we have, which have always been a tied to 1 meter. So being able to really have no breadth of understanding of how many tenants is that, back in my college days, it was 5 of us in a, apartment. So is that all 5 of those individuals having access to that customer information system? So that's what we're noting, the sheer magnitude that we believe based upon, information we have on the number of people who are tenants in the District of Columbia versus how many account holders we have, that would require us to have a true CIS system overhaul.
Yeah. All right. That helps clarify for me a little bit. And it also is, I believe, different than the intent, but it's helpful to understand where you're coming from. So you're interpreting this not of the household has an account. You are interpreting this that every single person. So if your example, 5 20-somethings are sharing a house, there's now 5 separate accounts. That's how I'm hearing you interpret that?
Absolutely. So our interpretation is that if those tenants elect, because the legislation does say that they could elect to have access to that account, then there's still one account. We'd have to figure out how to, again, give whomever has legal access, if they elect, access to that account information. That transparency would require us to have additional.
So there's 4 people who live in my house. So you're interpreting that all 4, you'd have to create a system that all 4 can account.
Well, in some instances, yes. Because what would suggest, and I know you have children, I have children, certainly. I would love to have my 9-year-old, understand getting in and out of the shower a little bit quicker to reduce my water bill. But certainly, that's another discussion.
I finally bought a timer.
Listen, thought Alexa would work. It doesn't.
No, it works. Timer works. It's counting down. He hates it when it goes off, and so it works.
But all jokes aside, I think the point is you would have to think through the complexity of who would have a right to that.
I don't discount that there's complexity. I think you are interpreting this in such a broad way.
Okay.
That I don't believe that the intent is, because how would you distinguish between my wife and 2 kids and I as 4 people inside a home versus 5 20-somethings that are in a house, but there's one bill for that household. So we can certainly follow up after the hearing, but I think your interpretation is overly broad in terms of what is here, but that's why we have a hearing, so that we can work that out. What I don't want is a situation which we often find ourselves in where anything that legislation is seeking to do, I get a lovely fiscal impact statement that tells me they're going to need to hire dozens of FTEs and all these other positions, that the interpretation is often the most broad one to not want to have to be able to put something into place. If there are absolute, hey, we need clarity, we need to know for sure, happy to work with you on that.
And just to add for the, let's call it, research as we're looking at that, we have talked to other water utilities to understand, is anyone that we know of, we have, awareness through our various trade associations, et cetera, who have a customer information that's set up in that way. We've yet to be able to find one who does for those same reasons. It does present some challenges that I think we want to further discuss, which is, at one point we could hold that housing provider, or let's say whoever is the account holder responsible. We hate to have them show up in Kelly's court, but ultimately there is that step. So what happens in developing that system where you have a, read-only perspective, or are you interpreting that the tenant is also eligible to make a payment? So we just need clarity again on how do we ultimately hold someone
Yeah.
responsible in
All right,
that sense.
my time is ticking away. So
Okay.
I will, I hear you. All right, on the subject of liens. So in your testimony, you talked about how delayed lien enforcement would affect potentially bond ratings.
Yeah.
And you also talked about the delay in, extending when a shutoff can take place or when a lien gets placed. It does not ever say there's never a pathway that you end up in that place. It's trying to say, what is the timeline? What is the fair process? What's the engagement process look like? What's the magic number or days that we're switching into this now affects our bond rating? Because I would like to help understand the legal argument of saying, we're not saying you can't ever get there. We're just saying these are the steps that have to get there. These are the timelines. So it feels like there's some magic timeline that says, well, now this trips up our bond rating. Help me understand that one.
I may have to defer on the bond rating timeline, but with liens, I think it's important to remember the purpose of a lien is to secure our debt. And without that secure debt, if the property's sold, if it goes into bankruptcy, we're now not going to get paid back for that amount of debt.
I hear you on that.
Right.
But the legislation doesn't say you can't ever get to it. And that's what I'm trying to make the connection. If your argument to me is, we believe this jeopardizes bond rating and our fiduciary responsibility to operate DC Water in the right way, but it doesn't actually ever say you can't get to that point. It just tries to create a different process.
So what I'll say is, if we look at liens, if we can't put a lien on a property until $25,000, which is currently what's in the bill, we did the math, and for end of February, you're about $32 million of delinquent charges. $16.4 million of that is unsecured debt, because that is the amount of debt where each of those account owes less than $25,000.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's not the dollar amount threshold is what you'd be concerned with.
Yes.
Because you can still get to a lien process. And that's, if I'm trying to understand it, that's the piece where you say, okay, that now becomes a pathway that is less than 25,000 in arrearages overall for that account, which means now I can't get to a lien, which that now means it trips up the potential for a bond rating. That's what that's the flow I'm trying to make sure I understand from your side where the pushback is.
But the other part of when you expand the time until we can place the lien, for a single family home, it's probably not an issue, right? It's relatively small usage, but you can talk about a huge apartment building, and that could be a lot of money. So every month you could be talking about $50,000 going up, going up, going up. And now we can't lien. I forget what the exact, but that's a concern.
And I agree with you. And that was something we looked at and struggled from a drafting perspective is a single family home arrearage amount is going to be different than a multifamily building. Okay. I know I'm well over time, so let me turn back to Councilor Lewis George.
Chair Allen, you asked and answered all the remaining questions I have for DC Water. So I'm giving you back time and thanking DC Water.
Well, thank you. Well, I know we have a lot of other witnesses, so I'm just going to ask maybe one or two more quick questions and then be able to move to others. All right, so then let me finish my thought there because the dollar amount was very helpful. So thank you to help explain that one. From a timing perspective, though, that's where, again, the legislation doesn't say you can't ever get to these spaces. It does extend the time, and it lays out a different time rubric than you currently exist under. So I struggle with how that timing, I realize you may not like a longer time frame, but it doesn't preclude you from getting to that destination. And so having that say that impacts our bond rating, I'm struggling with that through line. You help me be able to understand the dollar amount, and as I acknowledge, that's a distinction we have between different property types.
So if I can go back to let's call it the COVID continuum, the same process that we experienced during COVID, which was in most instances, we got here because some customers were electing to not make a payment. So that same perspective of the continuum is exacerbated. So I think where we're trying to walk you through is that if we have delays in being able to get to the processes we need to, which is trying to secure the debt, or most importantly, trying to prevent a disconnection, get that customer on a payment plan, and thereby ensure that we, as we have so many capital intensive processes or projects, as you know about, that we can do that and pay back that bond in the manner which we prescribed. That's where we're saying that continuum of challenges exacerbates what we believe could be a challenge. And Lola, I'm going to speak to you.
You said it perfectly. Lolo Yemi here. What we're saying is that, having a mandate that extends the timeline limits our ability to be able to meet our debt obligations, which is all tied to the bond covenant.
The bond covenant speaks specifically to a specific time frame?
No, it speaks to our ability. So what we've done is, as part of our, we issue debt as an authority to be able to make the investments in the authority. And we have a commitment to our bondholders, right? Based on the revenue projections that we will be able to disconnect, not that we want to disconnect, but within the timeline, having the ability to secure the debt based on the lien, right? We're guaranteed a stream of revenue to be able to meet that payment. So what we're saying is, if you have an extended timeline, from, I believe, 30 days to as long as 4 months. And then part of the bill also talks about waiving late fees as well as interest and probably outstanding balances. That's going to reduce the revenue requirement in order for us to be able to meet our bond obligations.
Okay. Did your bond rating go down during COVID?
It did not.
No,
Okay.
It did not go down during COVID.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I know that you're leaning in that way of saying if we were not, being able to secure these things, I will tell you that certainly under Mr. Gaddis's leadership and Matt Brown, there were multiple levers that were pulled during that moment to ensure that where we were not receiving revenues in one area, we were able to still meet those obligations in others. So I don't want you to immediately draw the one. I know that all these lawyers up here, our brains are going to where I suppose you may be going with that thought. So I just wanted to clarify.
It's not your first rodeo.
No,
It's
not.
All right. I appreciate it. I know we have several more panels of other agencies I want to make sure we get to as well. Again, I know you're always accessible and we can reach out. We'll have definitely some follow-up questions and I might have my colleagues ask some additional questions as well. So we'll make sure we follow up with you and your team. Appreciate your testimony today on the legislation in front of us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so next we're going to move and let me call up Beth Mellon, the Senior Counsel for Housing Protection and Affordability with the Office of the Attorney General, as well as Emily Barth, the Director of Consumer and Tenant Response with the Office of the Attorney General. And we already swore you in, so we took care of that. And if you have any other colleagues that you want to join you, of course, feel free. But what I'll do is turn it over to you. And once you're situated, feel free to go ahead and start your testimony. If you can push the buttons, the red light comes on.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and Councilmember Lewis George. My name is Emily Barth. I am an attorney at the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, OAG, and I serve as the director of OAG's Consumer and Tenant Response Program, or CTR. This program was previously known as OAG Mediation and was renamed last month to emphasize OAG's growing role in responding to landlord-tenant disputes. CTR tries to resolve consumer and tenant complaints outside of court, including complaints about tenant fees and utility billing practices. I have worked with this program since 2022 and have also served as an Assistant Attorney General in OAG's Office of Consumer Protection. I am here with my colleague Beth Mellon, Assistant Deputy Attorney General of OAG's Public Advocacy Division and Senior Counsel for Housing Protection and Affordability. My testimony today focuses on B260595, the Transportation Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act of 2026, or the TRUE Act. On behalf of OAG, I want to express our support for this bill and offer a recommendation for its implementation in the district. An essential part of rent and utility affordability for district tenants is transparent billing practices. This is especially essential when housing providers use ratio utility billing systems, or RUBS. For too long, third-party utility billing practices, especially RUBS, have not had specific legislative guardrails in the district. Without targeted legislation to address the problem, RUBS billing practices have consistently frustrated and will continue to frustrate district tenants. The inability to meaningfully budget in the face of unpredictable utility bills and hidden tenant utility fees is especially frustrating for tenants as day-to-day costs increase. Lack of upfront, transparent billing practices are also a real risk for district tenants that are on fixed incomes or receive a housing subsidy and consequently face non-payment of rent cases when they cannot afford unexpected charges. And we know eviction is costly to both tenants and landlords. It is no secret that affordability challenges in the district, as well as across the country, are top of mind for tenants and housing providers alike. The Truax protections make affordability more than a buzzword by creating clear requirements for housing providers and their contractors and clear expectations for tenants. The Truax creates direct, easy to follow protections and clarifies the existing law about tenant fee billing practices. CTR routinely receives tenant complaints about tenant billing issues, including complaints about hidden fees and RUBS billing practices. Since 2022, OAG has received approximately 780 complaints about tenant billing issues, approximately 300 of which are complaints about RUBS billing practices. Since tenant fees and RUBS billing practices are such a problematic issue in DC, OAG has also issued consumer and business alerts about both. The Truax provisions address the concerns that OAG hears from tenants, especially about RUBS billing practices. Although housing providers often disclose that the property uses RUBS and a third-party contractor in the lease, these generalized, non-specific disclosures are hard to understand and do not detail what the actual out-of-pocket costs will be for tenants from month to month. Tenants routinely express that this type of billing is confusing because it is not keyed to direct tenant use of the utility, like in submetering or direct metering. And even when OAG engages with housing providers and third-party utility providers through our complaint resolution process, the explanations and records shared do not always directly answer tenants' billing questions. The Truax requirements that housing providers make clear, direct disclosures at the leasing application stage, including providing the last 12 months of bills by utility for review, are necessary protections to ensure that tenants understand what their out-of-pocket costs will be and whether they can actually afford to live at the property, especially as utility supply costs increase overall and tenants see their monthly utility bills go up. This is especially true for residents who receive subsidies, such as Housing Choice Voucher recipients, who are generally responsible for utility costs, as well as residents on fixed incomes. The Truax creates clear, consistent disclosure requirements for all housing providers, which in turn creates increased fairness and understanding for tenants before tenants are locked into a lease agreement. The Truax also clarifies existing legal protections for tenants, namely that tenants cannot be charged additional fees, including administrative or service fees associated with third-party utility billing. This is consistent with the plain language of DC Code 42350510B21, part of the district's tenant screening protections, which bars housing providers from charging any fees to maintain a tenant's unit in compliance with the existing provisions of the Housing and Property Maintenance Codes. Because district housing regulations require landlords to provide and maintain access to utilities, it is unlawful, for example, for landlords to charge an additional mandatory fee associated with the provision of utilities. Tenants want to understand the actual cost of living at a property at the time they apply. When tenants see a rental price advertised, that should be the price they pay, and they shouldn't have to worry about hidden mandatory fees that the landlord adds on later. And OAG understands that housing providers also need to make sure their costs are covered. The TRUE Act achieves this balance by requiring transparent disclosure of utility billing practices at the earliest stage possible. While OAG supports the TRUE Act, we recommend enhancing the enforceability provisions, namely removing the language that allows a housing provider to comply within 10 business days of written notice of any violation. Rather, OAG recommends that Council adopt enforcement language like the existing Maryland RUBS protections that have been in place for almost 4 years, which state that if a housing provider fails to comply with the tenant disclosure requirements, the utility charges or fees shall be unenforceable, period. This creates a very real incentive for housing providers to provide the required transparent disclosures prior to a lease contract as the bill intends, and ensures that tenants have all the information they need to understand whether they can afford to live at the property. Allowing landlords an opportunity to correct a failure to provide required disclosures does not fix the problem for tenants who may be far along in the application or moving process. Tenants who have already paid the leasing application fee and moving costs and have not received the benefit of the upfront utility and fee disclosures may end up in a unit that they cannot afford, a situation that is not good for the tenant or the housing provider. Further, the existing provision that the rent shall not be increased does not prevent the tenant harm that the TRUE Act seeks to address and could have unintended consequences for housing providers. It is the variable utility fees that drive up the out-of-pocket costs and harm tenants. Where these utility fees are not disclosed up front, the housing provider should not be allowed to charge them. Any lack of upfront disclosure is especially harmful to housing choice voucher or other subsidy recipients that have limited market mobility, as they must follow what is often a time-consuming process to get approved by the issuing agency and must receive issuing agency approval to try to move or get out of a lease agreement. At a minimum, district tenants should be afforded the same protections as tenants that live miles from the district. And we know housing providers can comply, as many of the same housing providers operating in Maryland and have complied with the Maryland disclosure requirements since June of 2022. In sum, OAG supports the increased transparency and accessibility for utility and tenant fee billing practices that the TRUE Act lays out. Neither tenants nor housing providers want to end up in court, which is an expensive and time-consuming process, and a court-ordered eviction has long-lasting negative impacts on tenants and their families. It is also burdensome for housing providers to expend resources to unexpectedly fill vacant units. The TRUE Act protects both tenants and housing providers. By increasing rental fee and utility billing transparency on the front end, as early as the initial tenant application stage, Council is saving money and time for tenants and housing providers alike, as well as keeping the court system free of non-payment of rent cases or non-payment cases that can be prevented in the first place. OAG supports these changes, along with the related protections in Bill 260126, the Fair Housing Practices Amendment Act of 2025. We welcome your questions about the TRUE Act, as well as questions related to the other bills under consideration today.
Thank you very much. All right, you mentioned, I think, 780 complaints received by OAG and almost all about RUBS billing practice. So should I take that to mean that, is there a correlation between properties that are the target for enforcement activities by OAG on and whether they use RUBS? Like, help me know, when you talk about the complaints, how strong is that correlation?
When I talk about complaints, I'm talking about complaints that we receive to our consumer and tenant response program.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they are indicative of the broader issue in the district, and we try to resolve them through our consumer and tenant resolution, complaint resolution process outside of court.
Okay. Are all RUBS methodologies the same? In other words, is the formula different based on different housing providers, or are they all is the same thing?
No, it can be different methodologies. I think the issue now is that there's not clear requirements about what methodology may be used, but the more common, I think, ways to calculate it are based on the size of the unit, like the square footage, the number of rooms, the number of tenants residing in each unit, and sometimes special amenities that may be featured in a unit.
Okay. Is there a national or regional model of how to create a more fair RUBS calculation?
I think that there are jurisdictions that have adopted RUBS legislation. I think Maryland State is one of them. They enacted RUBS legislation in 2022. Montgomery County has had even more specific RUBS legislation specifically for water for over 20 years. I don't remember the exact date. And so there are certainly models to look for that have worked and continue to work. Is
Got it.
there one magic method?
Right.
Probably not.
Okay. Is there a formula or formula components that the OAG recommends? I mean, you mentioned a couple of things like, square footage, number of tenants, special features. Is there kind of now that you've had a lot of experience with it, is there a model that you recommend for us, not necessarily a specific formula, but the type of features we should consider?
I think you should focus on the features that the TRUE Act emphasizes, which is clear, specific disclosures. Our goal is not to micromanage, there is no magic method, but I think the disclosures must be clear, in plain language that's easy to understand for all tenants, and that is uniformly applied across the building.
Okay. Does the OAG ever require the implementation of or a specific definition of how to calculate RUBS as part of a settlement agreement?
So Chairman Allen, I can say no is the short answer. In our housing conditions cases, I will tell you it's pretty rare for us to encounter properties that are using RUBS. I could only speculate about why that is, but we there, of course, are just focused on what the conditions are with respect to utilities. If there are utility bills that are unpaid, we would want those paid as part of a housing conditions settlement. If there are components of the utility system that are not working, that would really be our focus. I think from a consumer protection perspective, if we had a case that involved RUBS, frankly, we would be focused on disclosures and the kinds of things in this bill. So making sure under the Consumer Protection Procedures Act that those items are clear to tenants.
Okay. Is there ever, part of what we're doing is creating these ratios to kind of get around the fact that we don't have submetering in many cases. Is there ever been a condition of a settlement that a building or property owner installs and does submetering?
Not that we are aware of.
Okay. Obviously, part of what is driving a lot of the conversations is we're in the midst of a huge increase in just utility costs overall, and increases that many property owners may not have expected or anticipated or planned for. Do you think the TRUE Act would help build in adequate protections for unanticipated increase in utility costs? So let's say I'm a property owner and I'm giving you a sheet at the beginning of a lease. I'm giving you what I believe the costs to be, or what the costs are, for that upcoming year. If there's a spike in energy costs mid-year, do you feel that this protects against that, or provides, for a property owner who may have to now figure out how to absorb a spike in energy costs, how best to be able to allocate those costs to the users?
It provides accurate historical data for that property by utility, which is valuable information that tenants don't currently have and can make a more informed decision, right, about whether their budget fits into the budget that they would need to remain in this unit. Just using the recent cold snap we had in January, right? It doesn't anticipate, increased utility costs for those sorts of issues, but it does provide then clear disclosures on how a bill is allocated amongst tenants. I think part of the frustration that we hear from tenants is there's a lack of trust that housing providers are allocating the bills correctly because the specific methodology is not disclosed in plain language that tenants understand. And I think we've seen this come up at properties across the district. So it doesn't, it's not a cure-all, right? Just like a homeowner, you rely on historical data, but if the supply costs go up, your costs go up. Same is true with tenants.
Got it. So it's not perfect, but it's more informed.
Yes.
Okay. In your testimony, you mentioned the Maryland law that defines and limits how utility charges can be assessed under RUBS, including rendering charges unenforceable if they are not compliant with the law's disclosure requirements. Are there any legal concerns around who would be responsible for those charges if they were not lawfully assessed by the housing provider? I think we'll hear testimony in a little bit that expresses some concerns about how electric and gas utility would be able to collect those charges if they are not paid at all.
I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I think the Maryland law, when it says shall not be enforced, contemplates that those costs would then be passed on to the housing provider. And so,
And I can make a comparison to rent control if that's helpful. So if a landlord does not disclose their exempt status, they're not considered exempt. For example, they can't charge the higher rent. That might harm the housing provider. The point of that, of course, is to incentivize the housing provider on the front end to make all of these required disclosures. I view this bill as very similar to the kinds of disclosures that are required for rent control. Or if you don't give proper notice of a rent control increase as a landlord, you can't enforce it, and you may have to wait to be able to then increase the rent. And so I understand the concern. I think what we are doing is really trying to provide a system where those incentives are in place. And so in the rent control system, just broadly speaking, larger housing providers who, have buildings and have been in that system for years, they have their way of making sure that they give the right notices, they give the right disclosures, they keep their status up. And it's the same concept, I think, here.
there's not an effective cure for tenants on the back end if the disclosures aren't made. Like a provision that would say a tenant could then break their lease without financial penalty is, an easier solution on paper than in practice, right? Breaking a lease requires a lot of effort. Moving costs are very expensive. You have to then go through the application process again. And it's even more challenging, as we talked about in our testimony, for housing choice voucher recipients or other subsidy recipients who are dependent on issuing agency approval.
Okay. And then last quick question, I'm going to turn to Councilor Lewis George. In terms of that, sharing the historical data, in practice, do you view the housing provider as needing to update this every month? So when it's saying the previous 12 months, is, from an implementation standpoint, is the expectation you think as drafted that the housing provider on the first of the month, we'll use an example, has to do the 12 look back, and the next month they have to update for the next 12-month look back? And for the next month, is that how you think the bill is drafted and the right approach?
I do think that's the way the bill is drafted. I think it's the right approach because the most current historical data will be the most relevant.
Okay.
If it allows housing providers to depend on data like after, right, or before supply or rate increase happened, then it's not as powerful or useful to tenants.
Okay, that's helpful. Councilor Lewis George, let me turn to you.
Thank you. First, I want to start by thanking you all for all you do to protect DC residents from unfair practices in our housing market. I do have some questions based on the testimony provided about this work and sort of how you see the legislation proposed impacting it. I'm similarly concerned with the lack of transparency in utility bill. And I appreciate your testimony regarding the need for clear protections in how tenants are charged. I'm wondering if you could speak specifically to the ratio utility billing system proposed in the TRUE Act and how you expect this will directly respond to the concerns you all have raised, and how does this differ from RUBS that you currently see tenants struggling with now?
I think it's the same practice. I think it's the RUBS that we see now, but better regulated and with clear requirements of housing providers that then tenants can depend on. And I think that requiring that these disclosures are made prior to the lease application is also extremely helpful. It's important that these are made at the earliest possible time, because just the cost of applying for a lease or applying to lease a property, right? The $53 adds up quickly.
Yeah.
And I think, it's the same practice. It's just with the guardrails that haven't been in place.
Yeah. I agree. And how can RUBS be implemented in a way that is fair and responsive to spiking utility rates? So, for instance, as rates increase, families are trying to decrease their usage to cut down on their bills. But if RUBS uses a calculation that is based on anticipated usage, on square footage, and not actual usage, that could be regressive in nature. What would be a more equitable formula?
I mean, I think that's always going to be part of the challenge with RUBS. I mean, if housing providers, some utilities cannot be easily directly metered or sub-metered. It would be very cost prohibitive, right, to sub-meter water for every unit so that tenants could then rely on their actual use. I think that the TRUE Act protects tenants even from rising utility rate costs or rising costs in general, because it gives them more information just to determine whether that unit is within their budget as a whole, or whether they want to seek out a property that doesn't use RUBS billings. Right now, the lease disclosures that we're seeing are so generalized that some folks just don't understand what it means. And having clear, consistent requirements for all housing providers in the district, I think, is a step in the right direction to making sure that tenants can stay and remain and thrive at a unit and not burden themselves.
Yeah. I know your testimony focused on the TRUE Act, but I am curious your perspective on the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Amendment Act. Does your office get contacted by tenants dealing with water shutoffs that are the fault of their landlord's non-payment?
Yes. We receive calls from tenants, OAGs. Our Consumer and Tenant Response Hotline is listed on the disconnection notices that DC Water posts at the property. That was the result of a partnership, our working relationship with DC Water to make that happen. We also receive the lists that DC Water referred to in their testimony weekly about properties that are facing shutoff or have received a disconnection notice.
And how does OAG respond to these issues and for tenants who reach out?
Well, quickly. When we hear from a tenant, we would treat it as a priority matter within our consumer and tenant response team. And we do that with all utility disconnections or like loss of heat or air conditioning. And so we try to identify the beneficial owner, and then we would try to reach out by letter the same day, depending on when the disconnection's happening. When we receive the list from DC Water, the disconnection, we usually receive them close around the 30-day window. And so there's some time to work, but we send out the letters the same week that we receive the list from DC Water, as long as we can identify who the beneficial owner is from the addresses we receive.
Okay. And so overall, do you see this legislation as potentially helping reduce instances of tenants seeing their water shut off due to a landlord's non-payment?
Yeah.
I think that's hard for our office to say. It's a little outside our lane, council member. The work that we have done, we hope, are helping to contribute. The steps we've taken, including working with DC Water on the notice, including responding to the disconnection list, we hope that that is helping bring that number down. So I know Chairman Allen spoke earlier about the kind of $2 million reduction in the balance. And I think that's what I can say about that is we are trying to do what we can do to contribute to bringing that balance down.
Understood. One more in your lane, outside your lane. We've seen Pepco at the center of a lot of public discussion recently for increases in their electric bills. And since your office is a vital resource for residents who have questions about utility billing practices, I'm wondering if you all can speak to whether costs to your office have increased over the past several months as rates have spiked. And what is your advice or what kind of guidance should be given right now as customers are sort of waiting to see what happens as a result of the current case law decision that just came down recently?
Yeah, so what I can say about that, there was, as you may be aware, there was appeal to the DC Court of Appeals, and the case was sent back to the Public Service Commission. We had not been involved in the appeal, but we had worked with AOBA, the Office of People's Counsel, that case in challenging the rates, and we will certainly be involved in the hearing that we expect is going to happen on remand at the Public Service Commission.
And that is part of broader work we do in front of the Public Service Commission on rate making cases and other cases. We're also involved in a utility discount program working group to get the word out. And I can tell you that for our office and Attorney General Schwab, affordability, housing affordability, utility affordability, these are top priorities. It's part of why we created the housing initiative that I help lead. And so we very much are looking at that work and anything else we can do, more consumer alerts, for example, on utility discount programs. And I do think the council making that process for residents, low-income residents, easier to qualify for all of those programs obviously is a helpful step in that direction as well.
Great, awesome. All right, thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, just a couple more quick questions, and then we'll move to our next panel. So Bill 26-443 tries to build on the existing emergency to require that DC Water send information on disconnections and arrearages to OAG, among other district agencies. Is there any additional or more granular information you think that would help the OAG in being responsive to or prevent service disconnections? Or is the information that you're getting the right information?
I think the information provided for is helpful. And the information we're getting right now, as we spoke to, we act on and, you know, hopefully it results. And I mean, I think Ms. Barth didn't say this, and I'll just shout her out for a minute, if that's okay, that she engages then with landlords. Landlords respond to the letters. They may tell us we're working on a payment plan with DC Water. We follow up and try to verify that. And so I think DC Water and OAG and OPC and OTA and all these and legal service providers all kind of attacking this problem from multiple angles is part of why we're starting to see that slow progress that we hope will grow over time.
Okay. The legislation also looks to make some adjustments to the receivership process. Has OAG, or how often has OAG petitioned for receivership on behalf of tenants?
So I want to separate here utility receiverships and tenant receivership, meaning the Tenant Receivership Act. So utility receiverships, our office is not involved in directly. I will say there are times when a property has a utility receivership and we are either investigating or in litigation with that same property for housing conditions. And when that happens, it's usually because the owner, there's a broader pattern of neglect, deferred maintenance, not paying utility bills. It's all kind of going hand in hand. And so there, I think coordination is just key. And so, for example, when the cases are in court and we become aware of that, we might try to consolidate 2 cases or 3 cases. So they're all in front of one judge. That judge can handle the water bill issues, potentially electric bill issues or gas bill issues, and the conditions that we are raising, and have a coordinated response. If it's outside of court, we would try to take that same approach of just making sure whatever we are doing is not going to undermine the receivership, that we are all kind of working together and sharing information. So that's utility receiverships. Our Tenant Receivership Act, we may have properties there that have also water bill arrearages or other types of utility arrearages. But as I think you know, the statutory standard there and kind of our involvement is a pretty gross pattern and practice of neglect at a property. It's usually not that utilities are off altogether. We would treat that as an emergency and try to take care of it kind of in a more nimble way. And so I hope that's responsive to the question that tenant receivership is kind of over here in a different process. Utility receiverships we're generally not directly involved in.
Okay, that's helpful. And then last question I wanted to ask is an earlier public witness that we had today, we heard from a small residential housing provider who noted that allowing tenants to have service placed in their name could create scenarios where the tenants don't pay for the utility, in this case, let's take a water and sewer charge, which potentially would allow DC Water to come after that housing provider through a lien process or even a tax sale. Did you hear that testimony? And do you have any concerns about what that would actually look like if it's placed into the tenant's name and then the property itself then gets placed into a lien when the landlord did not want it to be placed into the customer's name?
So I think this is outside of OAG's area of expertise. I can say from my personal experience, I mean, that's a situation where a landlord has the full panoply of eviction notice court process. And That process has its issues right now, as I know you are well aware, but that would be the way for the owner to try to deal with in any situation where the tenant's responsible for paying the utilities, and is not, you have that remedy of being able to take them to court and potentially remove them. Ideally, get them back into compliance with their lease so you don't have an issue. And that is an issue I've certainly seen in my past life.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions at this point. So thank you both very much. Appreciate it. And we know we can follow up if we have additional questions. All right, next then, let's invite Richard Jackson, who's the Director of the Department of Energy and Environment, and Emil Thompson, who's the Chairman of the Public Service Commission, to come on up. All right, and thank you both very much for being here. They're getting cozy on one side of the table, so that's good. All right, we already did our swearing in, so I will just go ahead and let you take it away with your testimony. So Director Jackson, I think we'll do first, then Mr. Thompson after that. Yeah, sure.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. She left. Okay. So good morning, Councilmember Allen, member of the committee and staff. Richard A. Jackson, Director of Department of Energy and Environment, commonly referred to as DOE. I'm here today to present testimony on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser on 3 bills. Bill 260243, the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Program, Act of 2025, and Bill 260124, the Utility Disconnection Act of 2025, and Bill 260602, the Guiding Renewable Interconnection Distribution, commonly called GRID, Amendment Act of 2026. District residents have seen their utility bills raise a lot recently. The average resident's Pepco bill has gone up 26% in the past couple of years, and gas bills have gone up by 13%. Utility costs are rising for multiple reasons. Inflation has been high over the past 5 years, and we've seen the impact of that cost pressure in utility rates. The Public Service Commission has approved rate increases for both utilities. Rates increase for Pepco, for example, have supported investments in reliability, and DC now has one of the most reliable grids in the country. However, in a time of high costs, we need to look for ways to make investments more efficiently. Outside of DC, regional costs have risen sharply due to demand from data centers and regional transmission projects, and the cold winter has exacerbated rising rates, pushing the utility bills up further. While the proposed legislation could be helpful for helping vulnerable populations, we also need to ensure we can drive down the cost for everyone. So I'll begin by discussing Bill B 260243, the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Act of 2025. This bill will require DOE to launch a system to automatically enroll eligible households into DOE's Utility Affordability Program a year after the bill's effective date. Eligibility will be limited to household enrolled in income-eligible programs administered by the Department of Human Services and Department of Health Care Finance. The legislation requires DHS and DHCF to provide information related to their enrolled households on DOE's request for the purpose of automatic enrollment. Additionally, the automatic enrollment system will need to meet certain criteria and perform specific functions. We estimate automatic enrollment into utility discount programs, also known as UDP, could increase enrollment in Pepco's discount program from 19,000 residents up to 50,000 residents. However, the bill acknowledges it may not be possible to enroll all eligible households for such utility assistance programs due to funding limitations for those programs. I must underscore the importance of considering the overall cost of these discount programs and the impact that they have on other ratepayers. Pepco's discount program is funded through surcharges on all ratepayers who are not enrolled in the program. Increasing the number of residents receiving discounts through UDP means all other ratepayers will see their bills increase. As we have all seen these past few months, utility bills are already high. Average residential electricity costs rose 26% from 2024 to 2025. Electricity bills are projected to continue to rise. Many district residents are struggling with high unpaid utility bills that accumulated during the disconnection moratorium, established during the pandemic and also dealing with overall financial strain. Additionally, federal funding for some assistance programs have been uncertain. Expanding enrollment in discount programs is well-intentioned, but we must acknowledge that it can add to the financial strains our residents are facing from rising utility bills. Additionally, I want to raise several operational realities that will impact this legislation feasibility if it isn't enacted and funded. These concerns are informed by our experience with administering UDP eligibility determinations, as well as our research and conversations about automatic enrollment. First is a factual clarification. DOE does not enroll households in the UDP. DOE identifies eligible households, and then it is utilities' responsibility to enroll the household in their respective programs. Second, the bill would potentially apply to all of DOE's utility affordability programs like LIHEAP and the Weatherization Assistance Program, but LIHEAP and the Weather Assistance Program face unique funding pressures, and we do not support them being included in any automatic enrollment program. In recent years, DOE has used its full allocation of LIHEAP funds before the end of a fiscal year, so there was not enough funding to provide assistance to all eligible applicants. If it's being established anyway, the automatic enrollment process could also benefit residents by easing the burden of applying for other DOE programs like Solar for All, the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, and the Affordable Housing Electrification Program. It would be beneficial to have the flexibility to automatically identify eligible households for enrollment in these types of programs. Third, as I referenced earlier, the bill allows DOE to prioritize household enrollment based on income and energy burden if funding is limited. However, there may be limitations on enrolling all eligible households other than lack of funding. For example, Solar for All may not have enough available capacity for all eligible households to be enrolled. DOE needs the flexibility to develop other criteria demonstrating a need for assistance beside income and energy burden while prioritizing automatic identification of eligible households. Fourth, DOE views its work on automatic enrollment as one process that is a component of a larger system. The term system emphasizes the scope of the work involved and associated costs across multiple entities beyond DOE. Some components of the system need to be implemented by those other entities. The legislation should ensure that the executive has flexibility in implementation, including the determination in which agencies take on which responsibilities. Additionally, the entity responsible for enrollment, for example, the utilities in UDP cases, should notify households of enrollment and associated benefits and allow people to opt out of UDP or other programs after enrollment. Finally, I'm concerned about the bill's envisioned implementation timeline. Giving funding straits and the time needed to get such a program up and running, DOE, for example, would need funding for software to run the automatic matching process used to determine household eligibility for automatic enrollment, and would need funding for staff to carry out the agency's responsibility in the broader automatic enrollment system. If enacted, the bill will require automatic enrollment to launch a year after the bill becomes effective, but a successful launch will require coordination across multiple agencies on the individual pieces that need to be in place. In addition, there are federal dimensions that would require to be navigated. I will now turn my attention to the Utility Disconnection Protection Act of 2025. This legislation will prohibit utility providers from disconnecting gas and electric services for protected households for 8 months out of the year. DOE would be required to verify on an annual basis which households qualify as protected and communicate this to utilities within 15 days after the verification. Being disconnected from electric and gas utility, especially in the cold winter months or hot summers, is a harrowing experience. We agree that it's critical to help vulnerable populations address high utility bills so they can keep the utilities on. One of my agency's goals is to help ease energy burdens for vulnerable residents. DOE has a number of programs in place to improve utility affordability, and we are actively evaluating and developing other initiatives to reduce utility costs. We are concerned that this bill will not provide a sustainable long-term solution for high utility bills and will exacerbate accumulated utility bills, which we often refer to as arrearages, and increase administrative costs for the district government. The legislation's definition of protected household is broad in scope and is defined as a household that includes a senior, a minor, someone with a disability, someone who is pregnant or 12 months postpartum, or someone who receives specific types of public assistance. If DOE determines that a household met the definition of protected household under this legislation, the household will not have to pay to have their gas and or electric utilities on during the 8 months or 2/3 of a year, during which they will be protected from disconnection. If households do not have to pay, they may not actually pay at all or even part of their monthly billing during this time, and then arrearages will build up. This is something the executive has seen happen in the housing market over the past several years, especially the affordable housing market. During the time of the COVID era disconnection moratorium was in effect, utility arrears grew substantially, increased by almost 250% from February 2020 to February 2023. During the 4 months of a year where disconnection would not be prohibited for protective households, those households, if they met income criteria, may turn to DOE's low-income housing energy assistance program for assistance with paying outstanding bills that are inflated due to the disconnection prohibition. This would add even more pressure to LIHEAP, as I stated earlier, would add more pressure, even more pressure to LIHEAP. As I stated earlier, in recent years, DOE has exhausted its full allocation of LIHEAP funds before the end of the fiscal year, so there was not enough funding to provide assistance to our eligible LIHEAP applicants. Last year's LIHEAP funding was exhausted by March 2025, halfway through the fiscal year. Additionally, this legislation would add significant administrative costs to a very tight budget environment. The requirement for DOE to verify that households meet the definition of protected household would increase our agency's workload and costs. While in theory it may be possible to automate the verification of some criteria, it would be very difficult or even impossible to automate the verification of others, including age, disability, and pregnancy. Privacy laws restrict information about other agencies could share with DOE for purposes other than manual verification. Where manual verification is possible, additional staffing will be necessary to conduct those verifications. Current staff are already at maximum capacity processing applications for the existing utility assistance programs administered by DOE. There are alternatives to the approach in the legislation that could mitigate the issues just described and still help vulnerable populations keep the electricity and our gas on with more affordable bills. DOE and OPC recently worked with Washington Gas to approve the utilities arrearages management program, which included raising the maximum arrearage balance that can be forgiven after successful participation in the program from $3,000 to $4,000. Additionally, a recent DOE study found that residential customers of third-party suppliers paid on average 70% more for their supply of electricity than they would have paid on Pepco's default standard offer service. Low-income households receiving energy assistance paid even more, averaging 80% more for their supply of electricity on plans provided by third-party suppliers. Relative to Pepco's standard offer service, reforms to the third-party supplier would help lower energy costs for many residential customers and would therefore lower arrearages and address the fundamental problems of energy burden. DOE is working on legislation to address this issue along with other measures related to energy affordability. These efforts are in addition to our bedrock work of helping households through administering LIHEAP and weatherization assistance, as well as our Solar for All and other programs we run or oversee through the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Continuing these existing programs and implementing initiatives that address energy burden to help reduce high utility bills and therefore disconnections. We strongly encourage council to ensure that legislation meant to reduce utility disconnections do not inadvertently increase unpaid utility bills for district residents and increase costs for the district government. Finally, turning to the Grid Amendment Act of 2026. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to share our perspective on this legislation. This is an important bill and DOE supports it with some requested changes. I'll begin by noting that our staff has identified some technical changes that need to be made in this bill, which we will share with you in writing after the hearing regarding definitions and other specific matters. Before going into the content of the bill, I recommend one additional topic for consideration in this legislation: how to manage microgrids. This is an important issue, particularly for Gallaudet University, which has an active microgrid despite the legal and regulatory uncertainty in the district. Other microgrid projects are in development as well, and the district will benefit from greater clarity in the regulatory environment. As this issue is relevant to the Grid Amendment Act, it is important to address it here by removing the confusion in the DC Code and erecting a Public Service Commission to regulate microgrids separately from their own tariff structure and published regulations as other states have done. Our team would share proposed language with you to address this issue in the bill. Again, while I'm generally supportive of this bill's focus on solar interconnection, DOE is concerned about a few of the bill's prescriptive requirements. We recommend the council consider a different approach, directing the Public Service Commission to finalize its ongoing work on streamlining processes. In general, there are risks from over-legislating in a complicated technical area like solar interconnection. when legislation prescribes the exact method of cost sharing for interconnection upgrades, for example, it can bind the hands of regulators, the utility, and the local government in ways not envisioned when the legislation was drafted. In several areas of the proposed bill, we recommend limiting the legislation to establishing objectives and deadlines. This will leave flexibility on the technical details and allow processes and programs to be developed and refined over time in response to lessons learned. As an example, the compensation mechanism of the bill to share the cost of grid upgrades across residential solar customers draws from a plan PEPCO proposed to the Public Service Commission several years ago. So far, the Commission hasn't acted on that proposal. Rather than attempting to legislate the details of how a cost share framework should work, a better approach that preserves flexibility would be to establish a deadline for the Commission to create such a framework with some guidance on its scope. We will share some proposed language for how to address this issue. Similarly, some of the interconnection timeline proposals included in the bill would be better addressed by the Commission itself. We recommend this approach based on successful implementation of this model in Hawaii. Electric utilities can achieve many efficiencies beyond what are set, what any set of regulations can envision, particularly if the utility is properly incentivized to do so. For example, small residential local systems in Hawaii are included as part of an interconnection performance mechanism. This provides financial rewards and penalties tied to targets for the utility to ensure interconnection approvals. Due to the introduction of their performance incentive program in 2018, utilities have reduced interconnection times for the steps that are within their control. One finding from Hawaii is that their approach didn't significantly change costs. Here in the district, requiring the Commission to tighten the timeline for interconnection under its regulations and create such a performance scheme with incentives and penalties would accomplish the goal of the legislation while preserving flexibility for the Commission to further increase performance or address novel issues in the future without requiring additional legislative action. We also increased the inclusion of an interconnection ombudsman role in this bill to help ensure resolution of interconnection disputes. These roles are becoming a standard best practice in other states. We also support the bill's requirement for transparency in PJM's voting by the electric company, which also follows reforms by Maryland. This transparency will help improve the governance process at PJM, which is no longer effectively protecting ratepayers across the region. DOE also notes the inclusion of provisions to better enable balcony solar installations, which will make solar energy more accessible and affordable for more district residents. We may offer some minor technical edits for your consideration for this section of the legislation. Finally, it would be helpful to have more dialogue about the goals of the proposed changes to the renewable portfolio standard that are included in this bill. DOE is looking at the RPS to determine whether potential changes make sense, including some changes that are similar to what the bill proposes. We also want to determine if the incentives can work more efficiently following the model of some other states. Working with the Office of the City Administrator and other district government agencies, we're in the early stages of this analysis and suggest that as an alternative to immediately prescribing changes, DOE will report back to you in at least 3 months on what we found with an analysis of options for reforms to the RPS. This is a complicated topic, and changes to the standard can have unexpected impacts if we don't analyze the changes carefully. Thank you for the work that you and your team have put into developing this legislation at an important time in the development of solar in district. The loss of federal tax credits for solar installations further highlights the district's need to make process improvements to help lower costs for residents looking to save money with solar, which is ever more popular in light of the major increases in electricity rates that the district experienced in the last year for residential customers. I look forward to continuing to work with you and your team. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My team and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much. And then Chairman Thompson.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Allen, Councilmember Lewis George, other members who may be listening virtually. I'm Emil C. Thompson, Chairman of the DC Public Service Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on the bills pending before the committee relating to utilities in the district. My testimony will address the 4 bills that pertain to electric and gas utilities under the purview of the commission, Bill 26-0124, Utility Disconnection Protection Act, the Automatic Enrollment in Utility Affordable Programs Act, and the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act of 2026, and then finally, the Guiding Renewable Interconnection and Distribution Amendment Act of 2026. Taken together, these bills reflect a clear attempt to strengthen consumer protections, improve affordability for certain customers, and enhance transparency in the district's utility framework. Before I dive into my comments for each bill, I would like to note that, to varying degrees, each of the 4 bills will have an impact on utility rates. While there may be some cost savings and protections to certain customers, the resulting costs will be shifted to other customers. The council must be cautious in enacting legislation such that a fix does not create an additional problem. By statute, a utility is allowed to reasonably recover the cost of the services it provides. Therefore, when widespread disconnection prohibitions, auto-enrollment into utility discount programs, or other provisions in these bills are considered, other customers will have to pay that cost. In other words, non-participating customers will have higher bills. Now, in some instances, that may be appropriate, but the council must understand the practical and financial effect of the legislation. As such, the council should request a fiscal impact statement that examines the impact of each of these proposed acts on customer utility bills, not just to district government, prior to voting on them. This is not to say the commission does not support these acts, but it would benefit everyone to perform this analysis so the council fully understands the impact of the legislation. I would also note that I provided more fulsome testimony on the record, and this is just an abbreviated version. First, I want to highlight the disconnection protections that the Commission already has in place in Chapter 3 of the Title 15 of the DCMR, which governs consumer rights and responsibilities. Specifically, it prohibits electric and natural gas utilities from disconnecting service when extreme temperatures are forecast in the district. For electric service, this includes very hot days, 95 degrees or higher, and very cold days, 32 degrees or below. For natural gas, the protection applies during freezing temperatures. This restriction also extends to the day before extreme weather is expected, as well as weekends and holidays connected to those events. Overall, the intent is to ensure that residents are not left without heating or cooling when it is most critical to their health or safety. Turning to the bill itself, there are concerns related to protected categories, the shutoff prohibition, and payment plan structure. The bill defines a very broad set of protected household categories and also raises practical implementation questions about how eligibility would be verified and sensitive personal information would be safeguarded. Prohibiting disconnections for 8 months of the year raises concerns around cost recovery, as increased uncollectible balances may ultimately be shifted to other ratepayers through mechanisms like the SOS administrative charge. Similar dynamics were observed during the COVID-19 disconnection moratorium, when recovery of uncollectibles contributed to higher customer costs. The basis for the bill's requirement that utilities offer payment plans of at least 2 years and caps payments for certain customers at 6% of the monthly income is also unclear. These provisions could, again, shift costs to other ratepayers if the utilities seek recovery, and the 6% threshold may need supporting analysis or an additional arrearage mitigation to be effective. I would note that the Commission requires Pepco and Washington Gas to report detailed periodic data on arrearages, disconnections, payment arrangements, and participant and assistance programs to monitor affordability and consumer protections. This bill increases the amount of data that the utilities must report to the Commission, as well as the frequency of that reporting from quarterly to monthly. I would also note that the Commission, as stated by Director Jackson, currently has an approved arrearage management program, which is implemented through the utilities. The AMP is designed to help income-eligible customers reduce or eliminate past due utility debt over time while maintaining ongoing service. Debt forgiveness is tied to on-time payments with the goal of preventing disconnections, stabilizing accounts, and reducing long-term debt burdens. The Commission directed Pepco and Washington Gas to implement AMPs during the pandemic through formal case number 1164, and the programs were later approved and refined through subsequent orders. In this program, customers can participate for 12 months, and this has been a positive step in handling arrearages. Turning next to the Automatic Enrollment and Utility Affordability Programs Act of 2025. I believe this bill serves an important purpose by ensuring that vulnerable customers are better identified and supported, reducing the risk of service disruptions while connecting eligible households to available assistance more efficiently. And generally speaking, I believe that the district, because it's one level of government, is the ideal jurisdiction for auto enrollment. I would like to note that the Commission's Utility Discount Program Education Working Group, which many of the people who've testified today are part of, has been considering the issue of categorical eligibility to allow easier enrollment into utility affordability programs. The legislation would address this matter. However, the impact on non-participating customers needs to be examined. The UDPEWG filed a report with the Commission on July 31st, 2025, showing the potentially significant cost impact on non-participating customers. According to estimates provided by PEPCO and analyzed by AOBA, a 150% expansion in the RAD class will more than double the current cost of the RAD program from approximately $11 million to $24.4 million, which must be paid by other RAD customers. In addition to analyzing how a massive influx of participants will affect the bills of non-participating ratepayers, to ensure overall grid affordability, the Commission must also ensure that the RAD and RES surcharges are adjusted fairly. Next, Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Amendment Act of 2026. I applaud the bill's goal of increasing transparency in utility costs and rate design, which can strengthen public confidence. However, while the Commission does not regulate housing providers, the provision makes utility charges unenforceable by landlords for landlord noncompliance raises concerns, as it's unclear where the accountability could result if uncollectible costs are being shifted to other ratepayers. Guiding Renewable Interconnection and Distribution Amendment Act of 2026. While the goals of the GRID Act are important, the Commission believes that the improvements to solar interconnection process are better addressed through rulemaking, which provides greater flexibility, speed, and the ability to incorporate technical expertise as conditions evolve. Many of the issues in the bill, such as interconnection timelines, cost estimates, and cost sharing, are already being actively addressed in Formal Case 1050 and the RM40 working groups, where stakeholders can engage in detailed technical discussions. Given the complexity of the issues, a regulatory approach allows for iterative steps without requiring additional legislation, and the Commission therefore urges caution in codifying these changes at this time. I also have concerns about other provisions in this bill, which I lay out in greater detail in the testimony I submitted for the record. In short, there are portions of the bill that codify rules and procedures that are already laid out in 15 DCMR 40, which covers small generator interconnection rules. The bill also includes several definitions that are inconsistent with those in Title 15 of the DCMR, creating potential confusion about the interpretation and application, which would require regulatory revisions and potentially affect prior Commission precedent. Next, there are several interconnection issues that warrant clarification, such as the misplaced citation of Section 4007 for initial review and other undefined terms which differ from existing regulatory terminology and may create ambiguity. The bill also proposes changes to consumer cost protections that were recently updated through a final rulemaking in October of 2025, and the Commission recommends allowing time to assess those changes before making further modifications. And the bill's requirement to establish an interconnection ombudsman office, while supported, certainly raises jurisdictional and practical concerns, as the Commission already handles these issues through its consumer services staff, and mandated consultation with DOE and OPC could complicate time-sensitive matters and potentially raise conflict with the Commission's role as an independent decision maker. Turning to hosting capacity fees, the bill presents a new cost-sharing framework for grid upgrades by shifting towards shared costs rather than solar customers bearing full upgrade costs. An electric company can charge customers a fee proportional to their use of new grid capacity created by upgrades. It seems appropriate at this juncture to note that when a homeowner installs solar on their property, the primary financial benefits, such as SREC revenues and net energy metering credits, accrue directly to that individual customer or the business that installed them, rather than to the broader customer base. With that in mind, questions of equity arise when new interconnections trigger system upgrades, but the interconnecting customer is responsible only for a portion of these costs and gains the majority of the benefits. Though not clearly prescribed in this legislation, presumably the remaining portion of this upgrade cost would end up in a regulatory asset that is then recovered by the utility later. With respect to portable solar generation, an initial problem is that this is not actually defined in the bill. I assume that's the balcony solar concept discussed on page 2 of the bill's statement of introduction, but the bill doesn't explicitly define what a portable solar generation device is. I would note that there are probably some safety and compliance concerns here, and those are addressed in my full testimony. The commission does support and sees the benefit of the bill's requirement that the electric company report annually to the commission on its votes at PJM. This is a positive step to enhance transparency and accountability in regional decision-making. The commission will be happy to engage with the council in other ways to increase transparency and discussions at the RTO level. Finally, amendments to the RPS program. The commission has several concerns about the RPS amendments in the bill, specifically the limitation that air and geothermal RECs must originate in the district by removing eligibility for geothermal systems located outside the district to generate RECs after the 6 months from the effect of the act. As you're probably aware, there's a recent study, or not so recent study, it's a study from 2024 from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab that states the DC's RPS program accounts for 15% of our electricity bill. This increase every year as RPS mandate goes up. And so any bill restricting REC eligibility could increase cost to customers. The council already imposes geographic limitations on where RECs can be purchased, and given the district's urban dense environment, further restricting renewable development within the district does not necessarily incentivize local generation. Further restricting eligible REC types creates a favoritism for one type of renewable source rather than encouraging a diverse mix of renewable energy. Without corresponding changes modifying the solar expansion carve-out, these added constraints are likely to drive up REC prices. The more the prices increase, the more the costs get passed on to the customers. In closing, I hope the comments I have provided in my testimony, particularly the longer version that we submitted for the hearing record, prove useful to the committee as it considers these bills. Thank you for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Excellent. All right. Thank you all very much. And Chairman Thompson, I know your full testimony is about 9 pages. So all of that's entered for the record. I know you give a slightly abridged version of that, but to make sure you know the full amount's in the record.
Thank you.
All right, let me try to jump in, Director Jackson, with you a little bit. I hear basically pretty universal support for the auto enrollment legislation, trying to say if we've got 20% of eligible people enrolled in these programs, they're eligible, so we need to get people in. But I also hear you saying, hey, watch out, if everybody who's actually eligible gets into these programs, we're gonna run out of money. Or using our other programs, some other ratepayers may actually see a portion of their bill go up because that's what helps subsidize these assistance programs. Is that fair?
Yes, sir, that's fair.
Okay. So a little of me feels like, and this is not directed at you, this is the global we're not being very honest with folks in that we say, all right, all these folks are eligible, but we're kind of banking on only 25% maybe actually getting able to jump through the hoops to get enrolled. And then we kind of build budgets around that, which doesn't feel very fair. It may balance the budget, but if we're saying this is our eligibility, these are the people that we know, this is the criteria that we know people need this help. And if everybody actually got the help we say that we want them to, it might actually mean that there's some other cost realignment that takes place. So I think we need to stop the practice of having people just having to kind of jump through so many hoops and prove their poverty over and over and over again and get the help they need. But I do think we will be clear-eyed about it, that to do that, we need more LIHEAP support federally to be able to do that. We've got to continue our local investment, but also that the utility assistance program as a portion of bills could potentially mean that those folks who aren't eligible, so the folks that have the highest means, might end up actually paying a little bit more. Is that a correct assessment of the situation?
I mean, I think the way you described it is very clear, right? The way the systems, and not just this system, a lot of these types of systems are set up hedges towards, say, not max coverage.
It feels
That's
like
just-
it's more than hedging. It feels like it counts on it.
Well, I wouldn't use the word count. I would say, but it is hedged. It is not by design, but you're always kind of looking at it from that perspective. So I think the way you describe it as a whole, universally, I would say that's a fairly accurate description of how the process works. But I think there's also some nuances that we could do to push it in a more positive direction. We do our outreach, we do all those kind of things. Is there more that could be done? Not necessarily with outreach. I think that may have been maxed out, but there may be other things that could be done to ensure that the universe that we're trying to attract actually gets that information. And it goes similar to the lead service line, same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
It's in that same
I
kind of-
agree with you. We could do a better job of outreach. And we could go from 25% of eligible people enrolled to 50% of eligible people enrolled, and we'd call that a success and pat ourselves on the back, but that meant 50% of the people who were eligible didn't get in. So either, like, we really do mean it when we say this is who's eligible, who we really need to help get this assistance to.
I think it's a goal we should always-
I respect the word hedging. I feel like we've created a system that that says people are eligible when we're kind of counting on the fact that they won't get in. And that's the part I'm trying to help figure out. And again, if we need to be clear-eyed and sober about this is what the impact is going to really look like to be able to reach 100% of enrollment, which I think we all say we want, then we got to be clear-eyed about it.
I agree, we need to be clear at it, but I think also the approach may need to be an approach that looks at it at their, going to where they're at. I don't think all of our approaches always takes into consideration where the other party is, not seeing it from their side of the coin, as I always say. When we're interacting with the residents, are we really interacting where they actually are hearing and understanding and seeing that we really care, versus saying this is how we need to do it because we feel this is the right way. We need to come, we need to meet them at their level, whatever that level may be. I don't think we always do that. It's something I think is a challenge that we as an agency are always trying to evolve so that we can always strive towards a higher number. I mean, I would never pat myself on the back for 50. I would just always say we got to get better because there's always room to grow. That's how I would approach it.
I just think we got to be transparent around, we don't have enough federal resources. And remember last year, Secretary Kennedy held up our LIHEAP dollars, which hurt folks. So I don't know, I don't feel like we've got a reliable partner on the federal side, which makes it all harder.
That's, well, you mean the last
Can you answer
years.
that? Don't answer that.
Okay.
That's for me to say.
All right.
Okay. So,
I'm on a roll.
try to help everybody out a little bit. All right. All right. Let me spend a second on the Grid Amendment Act. By the way, your testimony as well, all 17 minutes of it. It was very comprehensive, so we got all that in the record as well. So you answered some of my questions in your testimony. All right. Chairman Thompson, I wanted to ask you a little bit about, I absolutely appreciate your point. It was echoed by one of our public witnesses earlier, this tension we feel around what do we need to put in legislation? What do we want to rely on rulemaking? There is an impatience a legislative body is going to have that says, I'm not seeing the rulemaking, I'm not seeing this being done, so I need to write into legislation. The risk to that is we put it in, and then when it needs to change or when it needs to be updated, we have to go back and change the law versus go through a rulemaking process. So that's a fair thing to wrestle with. And I think you understand where we're coming from around it, right? You've got these technical conferences that are going on solar interconnection. What is your expectation of when that the FC 1050 working group completes? When is it done? When does it lay out its recommendations? In other words, can that be done in a way that informs legislation by having that working group completed? Or is that a 12 months from now, a working group completes?
So I certainly think it does. If you recall, I believe we sent over your office a copy of the interim report in the fall. They are scheduled to wrap up in, I believe, this summer. And I understand it takes time. What I would note, though, is we've had 2 emergency rulemakings that came out of that. And the process hadn't finished, one around the cost estimate letter, which you talk about in your legislation, as well as around collars for DERs, collars for meters. Those 2 We did midstream because there was a clear need for this. We heard what people were saying. We don't have to wait to the end. I think as things have come up, we've tried to be very responsive. We also implemented the TCIP at the end of last year based off some of the conversations that were behind. That was a temporary conditional interconnection program to help people get interconnected prior to the end of the year so they could still take advantage of some of the tax credits. And so I think that the commission, we are trying to straddle that side of being thorough, giving appropriate voices to all people involved, while also being thorough in what we do and being nimble. And so I certainly hear your concern. I hear your concern.
Well, I think part of where we're trying to come from is the commission moved the emergency order helping PEPCO clear out essentially the interconnection backlog back in December. But we still have interconnections issues that kind of keep plaguing solar projects of all sizes, whether it's Solar for All or others. And so I'm going to keep wrestling with it. I think that the action that was taken late last year helped clear the backlog and helped get interconnection moving more quickly. But I also feel like there is a role to work on. So I'll continue to work with the PSC and DOE and others to think about what that looks like. But I wanted to acknowledge the tension, and I hear it, around what should be legislated, what should be left to the rulemaking and regulatory process. But the legislative body frequently gets impatient and starts putting in law.
And I certainly understand. I just want to give you a few data points. For the end of the quarter last year, PEPCO issued almost 1,500 authority to installs, which was at 89.93% of approvals within the required time frame. That was that's total. For level 1, it was above 90%, and that was 1,300. And for level 2, which are ones that need upgrades, they did 88.49%. And so I give you those numbers because I think sometimes the belief is that the sky is falling, nobody's getting interconnected. Is it perfect? No, but we're at 90%, or they're at 90% in terms of ATI. And so we will continue to enforce and work with them to improve their process, but the sky is not falling.
Okay. One quick follow-up question, Councilor Lewis George, and I know I'm over my time on this round. So OPC had reported that for level 2 applications, we're at 60%, not at the 88.74, I think you said, if I had that number correct. And 75% for level 1.
I don't know what their data source is, but okay, I would be more than happy to look at it and figure it out. I know sometimes, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. 90% is what we're aiming for. I mean, we're aiming for 100, but 90% is your performance metric.
Correct.
So has the Public Service Commission ever had to take out an enforcement action or a corrective action plan when they don't hit 90%?
So we have asked for corrective action plans because I believe this time last year there were problems. They weren't hitting the marks. A lot of it is caused by increased wanting of solar, which is what we want. If you look at numbers year over year, every year we're having more and more systems coming onto the system, and so PEPCO has had to step up and increase our team that's looking at this. Like you, I wish they were here to answer this question, but yes.
Yes, thank you. Heard. All right, Councilor Lewis George.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jackson, Chair Thompson, and all who are seated for joining us today. Both of your testimonies spoke about the automatic enrollment for utility affordability program. So I appreciated the concerns you raised. I guess like my colleague, Councilmember Allen, I'm struggling to understand how we are balancing the universe of people eligible for public benefits, the universe of people who access them, and then the universe of people who actually get the help that they need, right? And so, for instance, we had a resident in Ward 4 who reached out to our office last week. She uses a housing voucher. She's on disability benefits. She has a child. Her electricity bill is higher than her rent portion. And so she simply cannot pay it. She received $700 from LIHEAP, but the funds are delayed. And now, because they've been delayed, they are not sufficient to cover the cost to keep her electric on. And that's just for this month, I want to note. So as we're thinking about people impact and we talk about assistance programs, particularly negatively impacting ratepayers, we also have to think holistically, right? Because this is also about housing stability. It's also about keeping families safe and healthy. And I get that there's a balance, but I really do want to understand your perspective on how, with so many residents struggling, do you propose we do you propose we do to get relief to the people who need it? I'm thinking especially about those who we target relief to help low income renters who have less power over their ability to reduce utility costs via solar. So both of you all spoke about it. I don't think there was a real, you spoke about your concerns, but I didn't hear a real solution on and understanding the full spectrum of human beings and the lives that we are impacting as a result of that. So I wanted to hear your solution to that, if it's not what I think we have aptly proposed as the legislative branch, to do the automatic enrollment for utility affordability programs, especially for this vulnerable group of DC residents.
Go first.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay. I'm getting hit from both sides. But so first off, I'll be remiss. This is my backup team, the guys that run the show. So this is Mr. Charles Sagerfield, who's our Utility Affordability Deputy Director, and Nick Berger, who's our Deputy Director for the Energy Administration. So because that's the topics we're talking about, that's why I invited them with me today. They can provide an answer. Also, did that constituent that contacted you, have you contacted our office?
I'm going to say yes. Yes, actually.
So we'll definitely follow up because
yes, we
like
do.
I said, those kind of things I definitely want to do. I'm going to let Mr. Satterfield kind of answer that question that you just posed in terms of a possible solution.
We also reached out to OPC and PEPCO and also you all, just to be clear.
That's why I definitely will follow up with the team on that. But Mr. Satterfield.
Yeah, Councilmember Lewis George. Would you please restate the question?
All right. You all, in both of your responses to the automatic enrollment for utility program, you talked about your concerns and balancing. What I did not hear was the human balance there, which is the fact that it's not just about these individuals getting this support they need, but it's also about housing stability and keeping families safe and healthy as well. And so I guess what I'm struggling with is, what do you propose we do to get relief to the people who need it? Especially I'm thinking about how we target relief to help low income renters who have less power over their ability to actually reduce utility costs via solar.
Okay. Yes, it is a delicate balance. And first I'll say that we do our best to serve all that we can, but at the same time, there is a responsibility on the resident to also keep up with their bill. So we take it on a case-by-case basis. This is one of the reasons why we have to ensure that people are actually qualified for the program, and we take it on an individual basis. So we do the best that we can to have that human approach as well.
What I'll add to that for the Samil talk is like the case you brought up, right? Start off with that case you brought up, right? That's always a personal thing. And it's always something that when those individual cases come in, we need to be, my team needs to get involved so that they can actually touch base with that person, work with OCP, work with all the other sister agencies, but also then get with PEPCO and come up with a solution for each individual, because sometimes the solutions are individually based. And so it requires a team that's dedicated to doing that. And again, I don't deal with the pat on the back, but I know that my team that works with LIHEAP, with the utility assistants, they're very concerned about all the individuals that contact them, because a lot of them came from that same background. They walked in those same steps. And so the solutions we're looking for in these unique cases become very personal, that we're trying to get somewhere with them. Sometimes we can solve it, sometimes we can't.
I hear you, but to me, it's not personal because it's systemic at this point. Like, this isn't an outlier case. This is something that low-income residents are struggling with every single day. And so this legislation is specifically intended to help folks like the one I referenced, in a systemic way, because the one-off personal individuals is not working at all. And I don't see how we continue to do it on a one-off basis, because everybody doesn't have the opportunity to reach out, and they shouldn't have to reach out to their council member, who then has to reach out to 5 different other agencies. Like, we're trying to take what is systemic and use it to actually treat the problem with what I think is a good solution. And I hear you all with the concerns, but I don't hear you say you have a better solution for what we have proposed here today.
This is more of a statement, because I want to make sure we're clear what the utility discount programs do. They pay for the distribution portion of the bill.
Right.
27% of the bill. So even if you have a utility discount program, you still have to pay the rest of the bill. And so I think when we start talking about fixing the systemic problem, we need to look at the entirety of the bill, not just 27% that's controlled by the PSC, but the entirety of the bill. Because without being able to reduce those costs, even if you give somebody a 27% discount on their bill, they're still not going to be able to pay. So I hear you, but I think this is more of a collective issue about how we get to the root issue here, which is high costs across the board, some that I regulate, some that you control, some that the council control, and some that are controlled by outside forces.
I still think, I hear you. I think it's about looking at the entirety of the bill as well, though. And I think what I'm asking for is, what's your proposal on what we do? Because one-off solutions isn't working, because we now have a systemic problem. And I hear the concerns about rates rising, but we have to find a real solution. I think we can't speak about folks like this resident as they are their one-offs, because they're not. I hear you on that this isn't enough, but the targeting distribution isn't enough as well. And so that light heap isn't enough, and we know that.
I agree wholeheartedly. I had something I was going to say, and it escaped me just that quickly. But I hear you.
Okay. I'm over.
Councilmember Lewis George, we would like to follow up with your office, though, to ensure that the resident that you
Yes.
speak about, that we do get them help.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I did have something, and now it came back to. I apologize. I think both of us started and I don't want to speak for Director Jackson, but we both said this is the right direction, but I think we all have to just be aware of what the cost is, right? And so if that's what the legislature has decided is going to be the case, then that's fine. We'll implement it. We want to make sure that everybody knows the result. I know myself personally, there have been times probably when I should have come down here and testified and said, look, this is the economic impact of something that's going to happen. I didn't do that. I just want to be on the record. Everybody knows the consequences of certain actions, and then they can make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. I'm going to come back to the GRID Act for a second and kind of try to work through a couple of the elements you testified about. So when it comes to portable solar generation, so yes, this has been the conversation is around balcony solar. We've looked at other state laws and the definitions they used. If we feel like we need to think about further tweaks or refinements to the definition, that's fine. But we're looking at some of the language that's already in law in Utah and obviously soon to be in Virginia. I do think we need to move forward with this also because of based on the experience we've seen, for example, around battery standards. As we've seen in micromobility devices. Whether I want it to be sold here or not, if I don't have standards, it's going to be sold here. The only thing that allows me to help create an enforcement mechanism, be it with DLCP or any other enforcement agency, is to create a framework of standards. So that's why I think it's really important. Like I mentioned, while one of our witnesses was testifying about it, I just pulled up Amazon, figured I could buy a system right now while we're here. No idea if it actually meets the different standards, but it sure tells me I can plug it right in. So to make it work, because it exists in the marketplace already, we need to create the standards. Don't disagree with anybody around, want to make sure it's safe, want to make sure that, I think maybe it was you, Chairman Thompson, around worker safety, all those things, yes. We want to make sure those things are taken care of. I think those are the types of things we can follow up and kind of work with. When it comes to the amendments related to geothermal and RPS, we had testimony earlier from someone who talked about, and I think it proposed a couple of amendments to it. I don't know if you had a chance to hear his testimony or not. Okay, then I'm not going to ask you if you agree with his testimony. But we're going to take a look at that as a follow-up. I will say, I mean, geothermal makes up such a small portion, though, of our overall energy importation. I share the concern of, does a policy decision end up increasing costs that can go to the consumer? And so I want to be very thoughtful about that. And if we need to make refinements, we can. I'm also not entirely sure, though, that geothermal element would be or is a major driver yet. But we'll definitely follow up and work on it and hear from you. Mr. Berger, were you trying to jump in on that?
Dave's going to jump in.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's all right, I was just going to respond. I thought the comments in the testimony from the public witness made a lot of sense. I would also offer, just as an example of why what you heard in the director's testimony was I want to be clear, it was not that we don't think there are changes, beneficial, cost saving, optimizing that could happen here. We do. We're working on those currently. But as an example of the nuance, so you're correct, Chair Allen, geothermal from outside the district is a relatively small portion of sort of our RPS energy mix. And we do want to absolutely incentivize geothermal systems in the district. We see those systems coming online more and more every day. They do great things for our grid. They help our grid perform better because of the way they pull energy, and they can pull energy, you know, at the hottest hours of the day or the coldest hours of the night better than we can pull it from the air. But I think the real question is, how do we most effectively incentivize those types of systems? And the complement to that is when we look outside our borders, I'm encouraged by someone in Pennsylvania that wants to install a geothermal system at their home or at their school. But what we are seeing coming online very rapidly in other parts of the country is geothermal electricity generation. And so I'd be very concerned about cutting off the ability to support electricity generation from deep geothermal outside the district's borders at a time when, you know, in the next 3 to 10 years, we may see that as a real opportunity, including within our PJM region. So it's not to say that the changes aren't well-intentioned. It's just that we want to be really careful and thoughtful about sort of the add-on effects of any changes we make today. And we'd be very happy to work through some ideas and approaches to how to do that in a good way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to add one little piece because I think Nick said that beautifully there. You know, I think every year or two there's more narrowing of the RPS. A couple of years ago, there was some language in the BSA. There was some, I think, a couple of years before that, a Local Solar Expansion Act. And so, you know, yeah, it's like, oh, well, just this little piece, it's not going to make a big. But when we keep adding up and restricting what's eligible, that's where I think down the line you're going to see greater and greater, especially as we get closer and closer to our 100% goal for 2032.
Got it. Okay, thank you. One area of disagreement I think I saw, though, was related to the ombuds recommendation. And so is it, Chairman Thompson, is your concern or your opposition to the ombuds requirement or element of the legislation that you feel like we already do it, and so you don't see a value in adding it? Or is there something else in that?
No, that's a great question. I think, so we do it on a group level. So we have an Office of Consumer Services, 6 very dedicated reps who then have 2 supervisors. Whenever one of these come in, it can go to any one of those 6 people, but then the supervisor is checking in regularly to make sure there's consistency in tracking these. I think, you know, I hate to do the line everybody else does. If we were to set up a separate ombudsman, we probably need an additional FTE. Not a big deal in the grand scheme of things, but I have to make the ask. And then
Jackson loves FTEs. Yeah.
I think the other problem would be, or a thing that would need to be worked out is, I think the way it's written is in consultation with DOE and OPC. The question there is, typically when complaints come in, they come in, and if they go to a formal complaint level, oftentimes they're represented by OPC. And so how does that ombudsman for the commission that then has to adjudicate whatever the complaint is between PEPCO and OPC's, OPC and the person representing, how do we make sure that all stays clean and we're able to have a non-reproachable system, right? A beyond reproach, that's what I'm trying to say. A system that's beyond reproach. We're not confusing lanes and roles.
Okay. All right. Happy to follow up with you on that. I think the idea behind it is my experience with ombuds in other offices has been largely very positive, of a problem solver type of space, and which is a little bit different than a customer specialist. And so that we can talk more about it, but that's more of the idea and vision behind it and what we've seen in other agencies and the way they've worked. I had any other questions on the bill? Oh, and the last piece, maybe it's more of a comment. We'll follow up with you and DOE and others, take a look at it. I take your point where you're saying about the interconnection payments, a concern around equity. I'm also concerned, though, from the equity of one person getting a $195,000 bill for their household to interconnect and somebody else getting a $2,000 on the same block. That's not right. So the intent behind the legislation is that we've got to find a way to smooth that out so it's predictable, it's cheaper, which lends to it being faster. That also means that our local businesses that are in the solar industry have a predictable amount that they've got to work with. We have worked with Pepco on this. I don't think they love every element, but I think they understand it and kind of support the concept of that smoothing out. So that's the intent behind it, which I think actually you could argue is a more equitable way to allow for that type of connection to take place. Because it's also going to impact everything from the cost related to our solar for all or our healthy homes or anything else. So just want to make sure I heard your concerns about it. We'll follow up afterwards, but the intent here is this kind of Russian roulette of which bill are you going to get just is not sustainable. It doesn't work for our local businesses. It doesn't work for the homeowners and for the residents.
Agree. And I would just note that we do have a cost sharing mechanism for CREFs. And so those who are installing community renewable energy facilities, the solar for all facilities we're talking about, there is a cost sharing mechanism for those types of solar panels. So.
All right. Thank you. Councilor Lewis George, any further questions?
I'll be brief because I do appreciate that both of your testimonies were thorough. So you did answer a lot of questions in there. Chairman Thompson, I'll just say throughout your testimony, I think you suggest further study or rulemaking or waiting to see impacts before acting. So just for the record, I would like to know, given the urgency constituents are facing right now, what specific actions, if any, is the Public Commission prepared to support immediately without delay or additional analysis?
From this bill? From these four bills?
Yes.
I think first we should have a fiscal impact statement. I think that's required almost on every council bill. But I think there's parts of all of them that we're certainly supportive of. We've talked about the PJM aspect. I think Councilman Allen has certainly won me over on the ombudsman piece. Let me go back to my testimony. I can tell you, I guess I think this idea that all of a sudden we're going to fix a problem with one piece of legislation, I think can be a little short-sighted. And I think asking for a solution quickly without doing due diligence is problematic. Again, we talked about utility discount programs. It's 27% of the bill, not 35%, but 27% of the bill. And so even if I agreed, and let's say somebody got a $1,000 bill, they would still have to pay $750. We have to look at underlying root causes. We talk about the disconnections. If we disconnect as written, prohibit disconnections for 8 months out of the year, that's going to have real cost. And maybe that's what we want. The cost shifted to other people. But I think not only you need to know that, but the public needs to see that in whatever fiscal impact statement is made. And so I'm happy to support a lot of these parts of it, but can I tell you right now that we're going to support any one bill wholeheartedly? I don't think that's the commission's role. Our role is to support the facts, put the facts out there.
Are there any proposals you would support outside the legislation we are discussing today?
I could certainly share some.
Okay.
You want me to do them right now?
No, because I know my
Okay.
colleague has somewhere to go.
Okay.
But I would be happy to, yeah, I would like to follow up on that piece. What would you say to ratepayers are you doing right now, given the urgency that constituents are feeling right now? Is there anything that the Public Service Commission, outside of these 5 legislations, are doing right now to support ratepayers in their very real frustration and anger? And many of them are at the breaking point. And this is their breaking point, because it could be the matter of them staying in a housing or being unhoused if they can't afford.
So when you look at the largest part of the bill, the part that's growing the fastest, that's the generation portion of the bill. And that's primarily, generation, and then you also have transmission. Those are 2 things that are not controlled by the PSC, but those are things that we are actively engaged in with PJM and at FERC. I've testified at FERC multiple times in the past couple of years. I've been the president of the organization of PJM states, an advocacy group within PJM that's advocating for increasing new generation coming online, decreasing interconnection backlog on the bulk power side, increasing capacity values of generating sources so we have more supply, ensuring that we have the proper tariffs in place, not only at the wholesale level, but in other levels to ensure that data centers are paying their fair share. There are a number of things that the PSC is doing. I believe we sent you a letter last year talking about how generation prices were increasing.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Okay. Yes, you did.
Oh, okay.
We'll follow up on that. I will say, you probably, because you use acronyms, the public probably, I was giving you an opportunity to talk straight to the ratepayers.
Oh, okay.
So they probably don't know what PJM and or anything they are, but it's okay. We will follow up and try to make it English for them in that respect. I wanted to ask one more question on the Utility Disconnection Protection Amendment Act. You all raised concerns about the 8-month prohibition, but we already know families are struggling year round. So are you effectively arguing that utilities need the threat of shutoffs for most of the year to remain financially stable? And if so, what does that say about the systems we're overseeing?
I think what I'm saying is if a utility is not collecting revenue for 8 months out of the year, what ends up happening is they have accrued what they call bad debt. This bad debt, because they're utility and allowed by statute to recover their costs, then comes back in a rate case. In a rate case that then gets spread out amongst all the other customers. And so what I'm saying is this is the practical effect of the bill. I'm not saying one way or another what we should do, but I'm saying that by doing this, Y is going to happen. And so there will be an increase to bills another way.
Last question. In this current situation that we're in right now, where people have increased rates, and now with the decision that has just been made by the courts, what will effectively happen if when you all go back to do things the procedural way that was necessary, that the court deemed was necessary to happen? If it was found that people were paying higher rates, what will the impact be on ratepayers? Will people be basically, because usually, and you can't speak for some of the, like Pepco and others, but usually what happens is they'll say, oh, well, now you just have a credit on your account. They're not giving you the money back. You just have the credit on your account for further. But I'm just curious, what do you all see as when you go back to the drawing board and do the correct procedures, what the impact on ratepayers are going to be, and what are the possible outcomes here?
Yeah, I mean, respectfully, Councilmember Lewis George, I'm not going to respond to that. As a practice attorney, I know it's not wise to comment on a pending case that I have to rule on, and so I'll give you details when we speak as a commission.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Allen.
Thank you. And I know you can't speak about what you will do because the PSC hasn't made a decision on that. Has the PSC scheduled an evidentiary hearing?
We have not.
Okay. Do you plan to?
That is what the court's order is to do.
Do you know when you'll schedule it?
I don't have an answer for. Same answer. I would yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I appreciate the detailed feedback on all the different bills. We know we can reach out and all of you are accessible to help with additional follow-up. So I appreciate it very much. Thanks for the feedback and thoughts and recommendations today. And we'll be in touch so we can continue to follow up to refine this moving forward.
Thank you
all. All right. Next, we're going to turn to the Office of People's Counsel. So we have Karen Sistrunk, who's the Deputy People's Counsel, Lawrence Daniels, Director of Litigation, Adam Carlesco, who's the Assistant People's Counsel, and Nia Tanner, Assistant People's Counsel. Everyone come on up. And again, we already swore everybody in, so we don't have to do that part again. All right, Ms. Sistrunk, are you going first and speaking for everybody, or what?
Yes.
What's the game plan?
Yes. I'm speaking, and I have my staff here.
Pull this down a little bit.
Staff here to respond to any questions, but I know that we are under the gun in terms of time.
We're doing our best. We're gonna be okay.
All right.
Don't want to rush you.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen, Councilmember Lewis George, and members of the committee. I am Karen Sistrunk, the Deputy People's Counsel, and appearing with me today is Lawrence Daniels, our Director of Litigation, Nia Tanner, and Adam Carlesco, both Assistant People's Counsels. We're appearing on behalf of the Office of the People's Counsel, or OPC, the statutory consumer advocate for DC's utility ratepayers. We appreciate the opportunity to speak today on the bills. First, OPC supports the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Amendment Act. It is an important effort to reform billing practices, improve the dispute resolution process, and ensure that district residents are protected from the loss of essential water services. Access to safe and reliable water service is a necessity for every DC household, but water and sewer rates in the district have increased significantly over the past 2 decades due to the infrastructure investment required to maintain and modernize the district's aging water and sewer systems. While these investments may be necessary, rising bills are creating hardships for struggling households. This bill establishes sensible protections for residents amidst these rapid rate increases. Specifically, OPC supports the bill's efforts to provide relief to customers with accumulated debt through the proposed amnesty program. By waiving late fees and interest for customers who pay their principal balances and allowing partial forgiveness for those enrolled in payment plans, the program creates a practical pathway for customers to resolve delinquent accounts while ensuring DC Water collects some portion of the arrearages. These programs are particularly important where delayed billing disputes, leaks, or financial hardships cause balances to accumulate beyond what many households can afford. OPC supports providing credits to property owners who have invested in leak repairs or submetering, as these measures promote water conservation, protect renters, and reduce billing disputes over shared usage. The bill's tenant protections are also a key step toward addressing situations in which residents lose water services because a landlord or a condominium association has failed to pay the underlying account. Allowing tenants to place service in their own name when a landlord defaults ensures that residents are not unfairly penalized for a property owner's decision. OPC supports this as a protective backstop for tenants only in the event that a landlord has defaulted on utility bills for the building. However, OPC does not support the default listing of tenants as the primary customer of record in master metered buildings, as envisioned in the Improving Tenant Access to Water Bills Act, as this would create administrative difficulties for OPC, DC Water, and landlords without commensurate efficiencies or protections. OPC has worked on multifamily cases on a one-on-one basis to protect residents, so formal codified protections would be extremely helpful. particularly in conjunction with transparency measures that are envisioned in the TRUE Act, the Transparent Rates and Utility Expenses Act of 2026. Similarly, the bill clarifies that tenants who pay DC Water directly to prevent a shutoff may deduct that payment from rent. This provides a clear legal mechanism that protects residents while holding defaulting landlords accountable. OPC also supports enabling tenant associations in master metered buildings to assume responsibility for service where necessary to maintain water service when building owners fail to meet their obligations. And for the same reason, OPC supports the bill's receivership provisions. The bill's clear service disconnection procedures are vital. Water service is not a discretionary commodity. It is an essential service required for sanitation, cooking, and health. The bill's notice requirements, extended timelines for disconnection, and additional protections for seniors and residents with disabilities appropriately ensures that residents have meaningful opportunities to resolve delinquent accounts before service termination. OPC supports the bill's provisions that cap late fees, expand the bill dispute timeline, and provide legal support to residents facing potential disconnections or lien actions. These protections will help vulnerable residents avoid an intractable cycle of debt. Additionally, OPC has long advocated for establishing disconnection prohibitions during periods of extreme heat or freezing temperatures, and accordingly, we support the inclusion of such protections in this bill for water customers. OPC, however, proposes a needed addition to this bill. As noted in OPC's performance oversight hearing on March 5th, DC Water's bill dispute hearing process should be revised. Currently, DC Water is experiencing substantial delays in conducting formal administrative hearings, even after hiring a second part-time hearing officer. OPC proposes that this bill add provisions that improve the dispute resolution process, such as requiring an independent, impartial third-party hearing officer who is not funded by DC Water. These hearings could possibly be administered by the DC Office of Administrative Hearings. In addition, OPC recommends the inclusion of an informal dispute resolution process that could be utilized before proceeding to a formal administrative hearing. And I've talked with DC Water, who is amenable to looking at an informal hearing process before moving to a formal process. This could reduce the number of formal hearings. The dispute resolution process should also provide for independent third-party meter testing and review to assist investigating disputed high bills. And this is something that the Public Service Commission does on the energy side. Moving on, OPC supports the Automatic Enrollment Act. OPC has long advocated for effective consumer assistance programs, including the utility discount programs offered by PEPCO, Washington Gas, Verizon, and DC Water. While the district offers good programs, the challenge has long been the low participation rate relative to the number of eligible residents. Education and outreach by OPC, the Department of Energy and the Environment, the Public Service Commission, and utilities have not sufficiently raised the participation rates. There were approximately 78,000 households at or below 60% of the state median income for 2019. Only 20,000 of those households are participating in LIHEAP and ratepayer funded programs. Given the increase in costs to the general body of ratepayers associated with automatic enrollment, which we've heard earlier today, this bill appropriately prioritizes households with the highest energy burden. That is, those households paying a disproportionately high percentage of their income toward utility costs. This directs limited resources to where they can have the greatest impact. Moving on to the Guiding Renewable Interconnection and Distribution Act of 2026. OPC supports this bill. It offers necessary and practical improvements to DC's solar interconnection process. It brings transparency, predictability, and consumer protections to the interconnection process. OPC has advocated eliminating delays that can increase the cost of developing solar and risk a project becoming financially unviable. This bill creates an interconnection ombudsman similar to OPC's proposal in the Commission's interconnection proceeding, formal case 1050. A technical expert, an impartial technical expert who mediates disputes and reviews utility policies should reduce friction between customers and the utility much more quickly. Requiring the utility to maintain a public interconnection guide with median costs and monthly grid capacity maps would benefit residents and solar developers by providing clear, accessible information on where the grid can actually accommodate solar. OPC supports firm timelines on the interconnection process. Stakeholders have witnessed lengthy, costly delays that threaten the viability of solar projects. These deadlines should reduce the waiting period and uncertainty that have slowed down clean energy adoption in the district. The bill appropriately provides actual cost protection for electricity customers by limiting the utility's ability to charge above their initial estimate and by capping most residential upgrade fees. OPC encourages the council to limit upgrade fees without specifying a number so that the stakeholders and the Commission can determine the best course of action. We are concerned that small solar arrays, normally able to interconnect without upgrades, are being deemed responsible for costly system upgrades before they can connect. Ratepayers should not bear the burden of system deficiencies that PEPCO could have prevented. Before PEPCO is permitted to shift costs to ratepayers, the Public Service Commission should first demonstrate that PEPCO has properly maintained the infrastructure needed to support the appropriate level of interconnection readiness. The bill also strengthens access to solar for renters and those not ready or unable to make large investments in solar. OPC supports the prohibition on mandatory interconnection or net metering requirements for portable solar devices. This measure could help reduce household energy costs in the long term as electricity rates continue to increase due to both load growth and fuel price volatility. In short, the grid bill should streamline the clean energy process, protect residents, and accelerate the district's transition to a resilient, renewable future in an equitable and transparent manner. In conclusion, Councilmember Allen and members of the committee, we thank you for introducing these bills, and OPC looks forward to continuing to work with the council, DC Water, Department of Energy and Environment, PEPCO, and other stakeholders to make sure that the district's water and energy utility procedures and practices remain fair and responsive to DC residents. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. I'm going to kind of walk through a couple of the different bills that are in front of us. Let me start with the Improving Tenant Access to Water Bills Amendment Act of 2025. Similar question to what I had asked the Attorney General representatives. Earlier public witness testimony, we heard from some of our small residential housing providers who noted that allowing tenants to have service placed in their name would create potentially a scenario where the tenant then doesn't pay the utility. And in that case, the water and sewer charges could allow DC Water to come after the housing provider through a lien process or tax sale. In your testimony, you state that OPC doesn't support the default listing of tenants on a bill, as Bill 26105 would mandate. But even still, if a tenant is added and doesn't pay, what are your thoughts to that testimony we heard earlier? Does OPC have any concerns that DC Water still might unfairly assign the collection actions against the housing provider rather than the resident?
Well, I will start out and then I will have Mr. Carlesco add if there is anything else to add. But we believe that at this point, the landlord or the building owner should be the customer of record and should be responsible for paying the bill to DC Water. However, I think as we said in our testimony, if the landlord defaults, the landlord can't be found, then the tenant should not be held responsible. The tenant should be able to then have the bill put in its name and pay the bill directly and then deduct that utility bill from their rent. I don't know if I answered your question.
Well, I don't disagree with what you just outlined, right? That you could pay that rent in that way, or pay that bill and have it deducted from the rent in that way. What I heard, and again, that's why we hold the hearing, is to hear a variety of perspectives. What I heard expressed was a concern that should the bill be placed into the tenant's name and then the tenant does not pay, that it could potentially expose the property owner or landlord now to in other words, the landlord now doesn't get the bill anymore. It's going to the tenant. But then the tenant doesn't pay. And so then the landlord now doesn't have an opportunity to prevent a lien from being placed. That's the concern that I heard, which is a little different than paying it to reduce the rent.
Right. I guess, this is a bigger problem. The reason why the bill would be placed in the tenant's name in the first place is because the landlord defaulted. So the problem still goes back to the landlord. We don't believe that the bill should be placed in a tenant's name in the first place unless there is a problem with the landlord. So I still feel it goes back to the landlord.
Okay.
And ultimately, it's the landlord's responsibility or the building owner for the building.
Okay, got it. All right, let me move to the TRUE Act for a second. Zooming in on the Ratio Utility Billing System, RUBS. Similar also to what I asked OAG earlier. What does OPC find either works or doesn't work about that billing system? Part of what OAG said is when you've seen one RUBS ratio, you've seen one RUBS ratio, that there are some examples of where it has worked if it's done the right way, but others it's not working for our tenants. Does OPC have any recommendations about what should or should not be included in the ratio or how to form the ratio?
I would just say that the office doesn't have a lot of experience dealing with the RUBS. I don't know if you have anything else you would like to add.
We largely don't, because that's a tenant billing system, and by statute, we are responsible solely for customer's record. And so it's not something there, but I do appreciate the legislation's proposal to require one specific allocation method per building. So it's not variable, it's fully disclosed, because these are the kinds of things that tenants need. I know when I signed a lease back in April in DC, I appreciated them having at least a gauge of what my power bill would be for the space.
Right, and I think as you probably heard the back and forth with the AG's team, we're not going to pretend that it's going to be perfect, but you are going to be better informed. And that, I think, is a fair thing to ask.
Yes.
For everybody. Okay. When we look at the GRID Act, I did want to ask if you had any responses. Chairman Thompson talked about the percentage of interconnection cases meeting or going to closer to threshold. I think, I can't remember the exact numbers right off the top of my head, but I believe for level 2, he said something like 88.75%. Level 1 was over 90%. Their performance metric is 90%, but I think we had data from OPC that showed significantly less than that. Do you want to address or clarify where there's just different data sets perhaps, or what are you finding?
Yeah, I think those are different data sets. I'd have to go back to look at the dockets to see exactly, but we're both pulling the numbers from what PEPCO is reporting. And since they did pass that temporary conditional interconnection program, it's sped up a lot. So that's probably what's pushing that big difference.
Okay, yeah, it certainly matters over what period of time. So if we're only counting the time after we did the emergency rulemaking, then yeah, I would expect, because to be fair, it did speed things up. It took too long to get there, but it did speed things up, right? Okay, would love to, after the hearing, just make sure we understand, because I want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples when we're looking at the data. Any thoughts you have around what I think is a very rational thing for a legislative body to wrestle with, which is what parts do we put into law and codify, and what parts do we let be in rulemaking and regulation? So I heard both one of our public witnesses and the Public Service Commission say you really should let these type of issues be in our regulatory framework, don't codify it. And the public witness, who has been critical of the Public Service Commission, also kind of said you need to have a good tension and debate about that, because if you put it in law, you could find yourself actually stuck and having to come back to change it. The council puts these things in law sometimes because we're frustrated at the pace. Any thoughts you have around how you want us to wrestle with that?
Okay, and you're talking about all 6, the bills in general?
I'm focusing on grid. So this was the legislation had to do, this is basically taking that emergency and temporary kind of rulemaking and regulations around interconnections and codifying it.
I would start off with saying that I think we need to look at what's in the regulations and make sure that, the bill doesn't overstep the regulations, but we need to look at the regulations to make sure that they're actually still sufficient. And we're in a situation right now where we're running out of time. We're running out of time with respect to meeting the district's clean energy and climate goals. We have proceedings before the commission, but to the extent that the district works together, whether it be the council and the commission, to make sure we get to the goal, I think we need to work together. If legislation is needed, which I think it's helpful, and that's why we support the GRID Act, we need to move forward. But we should look at the bill to make sure that that the commission and the bill that it's consistent. That they don't end up being at crossroads with each other.
Well, as of right now, the GRID Act essentially takes that language and puts it in so it'd be consistent. I think the argument that we need to wrestle with is, so what if the Public Service Commission comes back 3 months from now, or when this task force issues its report in the summer, and actually they found something, maybe it's even better than what we pass. Does that mean we have to come back and change the law to catch up? It's a very normal thing and a rational thing for us to have to debate, but that's not my first time either at this. Oftentimes it's the product of not seeing an agency move fast enough, and so the council has to step in to say, we're going to codify this.
Yeah. I mean, that is an issue, Councilmember Allen, trying to balance the need to move forward quickly and so that the district is successful, and making sure that we follow the processes, government processes in place. I mean, I don't have an exact answer for you. That it's a balancing act. But we do need movement. So the dates in our statute, they'll be here before you know it. 2020, 2032. I mean, we're running out of time. So it's a balancing act.
Got it. Okay. And lastly, when we talk about the efforts around smoothing out and lowering costs for the interconnection itself, what I find fascinating is that regarding solar interconnection complaints, I understand there were only 10 or so that went through the formal Public Service Commission process last year. I probably had 10 complaints come to my office just in a month last year. I don't think that number accurately reflects the complaints and the problems out there. And it also doesn't even capture the number of people who, the moment they get that sticker shock of a bill, just give up on the whole thing and walk away. So I wanted to note that because we need to create a more predictable, consistent, and lower cost system that really smooths those costs out. So just the data, if someone wants to kind of throw that back at me and say, oh, there's only 10, so why are we doing this? That didn't even get close to scratching the surface of what the complaints are.
No, the office agrees. And the one thing that we always say within the office is that when we file petitions for systemic litigation, when you have 1 or 2 complaints in an area, you best believe that there are many more behind it. There's only a few people that may have come forward, but if they've come forward, there are many more. So we're in agreement there.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Lewis George, let me turn to you.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, just thank you all for all that you do. Truly, Ward 4 residents have been really appreciative. I do want to also shout out Cheryl Morse, is excellent. I just want to publicly say whenever the community calls, she answers. She spends more hours than I'm sure she is supposed to be spending talking to residents late night and evening. So
yes, she does.
I want to just note Cheryl Morse's excellence as a representation of all of you and the excellent work. And also Aaliyah Solomon, who's always answers back very quickly and communicates excellently, and just note those 2 members. I wanted to ask, we talked a little bit with DC Water about the receivership and partnerships that are happening around receiverships. What has been OPC's role with when DC Water has moved forward around receiverships? And what are you all seeing as far as partnerships with community and entities in that regard?
I would just say with respect to receivership, our role is pretty much to advise the consumer, educate them on the receivership process and try to put them in contact with the appropriate person at DC Water. Is there anything else you would want to add?
That largely summarizes it. We act more as a liaison for the complainant to DC Water, because oftentimes it gets lost in the mix with DC Water.
Okay. Do you see any room in that, just that very limited relationship, of how DC Water could strengthen partnerships around receiverships and communications with tenants around that?
That's a good question. I don't really know off the top of my head.
Okay, got it.
But I would just add that more education, and we can all do that, educate tenants more, the office, DC Water, DOEE, on the receivership provisions and what would need to be done, and the fact that it exists.
Yeah. I wanted the automatic enrollment for utility affordability programs, we had some back and forth with agencies about that. What is OPC's position on the automatic enrollment for utility affordability programs, and how do we, and your advice on finding the balance that was brought up in conversations with the other government witnesses?
We support the automatic enrollment. We wholeheartedly support it. There is the issue of the cost, and the general body of ratepayers will pick up the cost. I guess the question is, again, you have to balance the need to protect our lower income residents and against the not increasing the cost to the general body of ratepayers, and ultimately sometimes bringing households that are on the line or just above the line, bringing them down into the low income, or the level of being unable to pay their utility bill. So there is a balancing act, and that's why, as I said in our performance oversight hearing, that we need to the district and along with other jurisdictions, neighboring jurisdictions, we need to seek more federal funding. And I think we need to be creative and think outside of the box. What are other ways to fund the utility discount programs
Right.
because they are really necessary. And sometimes if you didn't have them, there are some residents that with that help could afford to pay their bill, and ultimately that helps the utility. That couldn't there would be larger arrears if we didn't have these programs. So there's a lot of balancing, but I do think we need to seek additional funding because it's getting to the point where even the everyday middle class utility consumer can't pay their bill.
That's right.
Or it's getting to be a hardship. It's not just low income consumers anymore.
That's right.
I may add as well, in terms of being creative, we might not just start out with automatically enrolling everybody that's eligible, but look at the ones that are most critical. My time being here at OPC, I've come to realize that there are some people who receive federal housing assistance. Now, if they have their electricity disconnected for failure to pay, they lose their federal housing assistance, and
That's right.
soon will be homeless, which is a greater social cost to the city. So if maybe perhaps we could capture those who would be in that level of danger first to be automatically enrolled, and then perhaps phase in other groups, we could prevent some of those, that issue of being homeless as opposed to just having a large utility bill.
Got it.
And I would just add that one thing one provision that's very good in the bill is the prioritization of who would receive the assistance first.
Yeah.
If we have a limited pot of funding, prioritizing them based on their energy burden, I think is a very good provision.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate the work that you all are continuing to do. And we're going to continue to work with you all to make some changes. And as you said, we have some goals we have to meet, and we're going to miss them if we're not proactive as a council right now. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Really want to appreciate the testimony and your work on this. And like our previous panels, we know where to find you. And so as we continue to work on this and take your edits and feedback, we'll continue to refine the bills that are in front of us and in the committee today. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I want to express my gratitude to all of our public witnesses that began our morning with us today, and to all of our government and agency witnesses that stayed all the way through the afternoon with us. Thank you all very much. This is going to conclude the committee's public hearing on Bill 26-105, Bill 26-124, Bill 26-243, Bill 26-443, Bill 26-595, and Bill 26-602. I want to thank everyone again who provided testimony. The record for today's hearing is going to close on April 9th, 2026, and you can submit written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Until then, there being no further business before the committee, the time is now 4:46 p.m. and this public hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.